Total Drama Island is an animated series from the early 2000s. It's a parody of the hit reality show Survivor, which you've almost definitely heard of, especially if you clicked this video. In Total Drama Island, we will watch 22 contestants compete to try and win the competition and $100,000. But remember, this is not a real reality show. This is a scripted animated show parodying a real reality show. And that's where I come in. On this channel, I try to solve mysteries all the time, whether it's who is A in Pretty Little Liars, who killed Jason Blossom in Riverdale, so on and so forth. But this time, I'm going to be doing something even harder. Can I predict who wins Total Drama Island? This is how it's going to work. I am going to watch Total Drama Island for the very first time. And after each episode, I'm going to jump in here, break down who went home, who won the challenge that they're playing in that episode, and bring up any sort of hints or clues that might lead me to think that a certain individual is going to win the entire season. In every episode, when I jump in here, I have to lock in two different predictions. I'm going to lock in one, who I think is going to win the entire game, the whole season, and two, I'm going to lock in a prediction on who I think is going to go home next. That way, when we get to the end of the season and we find out who wins, we can look back and see exactly how close or far off I was from getting it correct. So with all of that out of the way, let's jump into episode 1.
One island, 22 contestants, and a boatload of cold, hard cash equals infinite drama. Who will win it all?
This is a really fun show so far. I'm a really big Survivor fan, so it's really cool to watch a parody of the show that I'm a big fan of. And if I manage to time this video correctly, this video should be releasing on the premiere week of Survivor Season 49. And I actually have a Survivor podcast called Making the Merge, so if you're interested in Survivor, you know, the link's down below.
Can we just all point out that Andy trying to cut that rope in the challenge was the hardest I've laughed all season? He was going to town, dude.
Because I'm going to be using my knowledge of Survivor, which is the show that this show is parodying, to try to figure out who wins this season of Total Drama Island. I was just going to watch episode 1, but then episodes 1 and 2 are like a 2-part premiere. So I actually watched episodes 1 and 2 so far. And basically in episode 1, we meet all of the contestants. And they are split up into 2 different teams, the Screaming Gophers and the Killer Bass. Now, what's interesting is when they introduce all of the different contestants, they do it one at a time. So I was kind of curious, like, oh, well, maybe the characters that they introduce to us first are more important than the ones that we meet towards the end. But by the time that we got all of the contestants introduced, it just seemed like it didn't really matter. Like, it didn't seem to be in any significant order. So let's meet our 2 teams. The Screaming Gophers consist of Gwen, Trent, Heather, Cody, Lindsay, Beth, Katie, Owen, Lashana, Justin, and Noah. The Killer Bass, they consist of Jeff, Bridget, DJ, Tyler, Sadie, Izzy, Courtney, Ezekiel, Duncan, Eva, and Harold. However, and it's important to note, I guess, that we do get a team switch. Sadie and Katie are like inseparable best friends, and they're not on the same team. So the host, Chris McLean, who, do you guys like my Chris McLean costume? I've even got like you like it? Chris McLean allows Katie to switch with Izzy. So they are now on opposite teams. Izzy is on the Screaming Gophers and Katie is on the Killer Bass. But you know what? This brings us to our first challenge of the season. For this challenge, there is a 1,000-foot high cliff, and everyone is going to have to jump off of this cliff into the lake below. And the lake is filled with man-eating sharks. That's what our contestants are aiming for. Not the man-eating sharks, but the water, and then To be more specific, there's a little area, it's like a little target. They're aiming for that because supposedly that's, a shark-free area, I guess. For each team member that jumps off the cliff into the water below, the team will receive 1 crate of supplies to build a hot tub, which is the second part of the challenge. They will have to build a hot tub. The team with the best hot tub wins reward, which the reward is a killer hot tub party for one of the 2 teams. The losing team will be going to the bonfire ceremony, where they will be voting one of their own teammates out of the game. To use a survivor term, they will be voted off the island. The killer bass goes first. Everyone on their team jumps into the water except for DJ and Courtney. And since those 2 didn't jump, they have to wear chicken hats on their heads because they're chickens. So the killer bass have 9 jumpers and 2 chickens. So if the screaming gophers can beat 9 jumpers, they will get an advantage in the challenge, which is like wheelbarrows to help move the crates of hot tub parts back to camp. The screaming gophers managed to get 10 of their players to jump off the cliff, and only 1 chicken, which means that they get the advantage in the challenge. Then, because they had the wheelbarrows, they pretty much dominate against the other team. They make a perfect hot tub and they win the whole challenge. The killer bass make a terrible hot tub, and their whole team dynamic is just falling apart. Courtney got a huge bug bite on her eye, so it swells up. Katie and Sadie had to pee, but in the bushes that they were peeing was poison ivy. So it's a whole mess. And since the killer bass lost the challenge, they are going to the bonfire ceremony where they will be voting someone out. And they honestly struggle to figure out who they're going to vote out, who goes home first. And then Ezekiel makes a lot of sexist comments. And so everybody's like, well, let's just send him home then. So, sorry, buddy. I feel like I wasted ink. But Ezekiel is the first one out of the game. So now we have 2 things that we need to lock in. We need to lock in a prediction for who we think is going to be eliminated next. And then we need to lock in a prediction of who we think is going to win the entire season. Now, if this was real Survivor, my best bet for figuring out who gets eliminated next is by picking someone from the tribe that lost this episode. Because typically in real life, when you're watching Survivor, when a tribe loses a challenge, especially the first challenge, morale is low, they don't have the momentum, and they proceed to lose the next few challenges as well. However, this is a scripted show, which means that, human psychology isn't really going to work. It's all about writing structure and storytelling devices. So maybe the writers of the show will want someone on the other team to go home next episode, so that way our tribes stay consistent for the foreseeable future. So since the killer bass lost a player this episode, maybe the screaming gophers will lose someone next episode. So who on the screaming gophers do I think could be going home first? Some of the players we see a lot more than others. For instance, we see a whole lot from Heather. They're almost setting her up to be like the big villain of the season. We also see a lot of Owen, Lashana, and Lindsay. Trent, Gwen, and Izzy. Those are also seen a good bit. Like, these feel like we see them more than some of the other characters. Like Justin and Cody. Oh, and Noah. Those 3 we don't see as much as the others. Honestly, if I'm thinking about it, Justin's only gimmick is that he's super hot. And so maybe that's going to be like a running joke throughout the season. And it's kind of like a, this is a show that's satirizing Survivor. And there's always like the hot person who manages to go really far just because they're attractive. So does that mean that Justin's going to go pretty far into the season? So if we take him away, we have Cody and Noah. And honestly, it's kind of a toss-up between those 2. Like, we don't see either of these characters a whole bunch. And if I'm being completely honest, Cody has a very similar character to Harold, who's on the other team. So then I'm asking the question, does this show need 2 characters that are very similar? You know what I mean? Like, what are they doing for the show that the other one can't? which makes me think that maybe Cody is the one who goes home next episode. So I'm going to lock in Cody for who I think is going home next. To help us keep track, I put a little, the next Olympics. But yeah, so this is who I'm locking in, Cody, for who I think is going home next. Now I need to figure out who I want to lock in for who I think can win the entire show. I'm going to go based on the characters that we saw the most of in the first 2 episodes, because I mean, you know, you want your winner to be involved in the show heavily from the beginning, right? We see a ton from Courtney and Heather. We see a lot of Owen, Lashana, and Duncan. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just remembering him more than others because he looks different than a lot of the guys. I mean, they're definitely setting up Heather to be like the mean girl trope, the villain trope in Survivor. So that leads me to think that like she's going to go really far in the game. Courtney is also being set up as someone who's playing the game really hard. Even though she was on the losing team this episode, it's still setting her up as like a master strategist. I also think Lashana could be a potential winner. She's like majorly involved in the show thus far. She's a great player and she was on the winning team this week. And a major reason that her team won the challenge is because she forced Heather to jump off the cliff. She also seems to be Heather's foil character so far. Like if Heather's the bad guy, Heather's the villain, then the good guy or her rival is Lashana, or at least that's the way that it felt in this episode or these 2 episodes. Plus, Lashana is very likable, almost like a hero character in Survivor. And, you know, Survivor's whole thing is there's heroes and there's villains. And then sometimes there's a season called Heroes versus Villains. So when did this show come out? This show came out in the early 2000s, like 2006 or whatever. So that's like Survivor's prime. And so if I'm making a parody of that show, then I want to have a bad guy and I want to have a good guy, and those 2 would go head to head. So I'm thinking I'm either going to lock in Lashana or Heather for who I think is going to win the whole season. Yeah, I'm not going to overthink it. I'm just going to lock in Lashana. I think Lashana is going to win the whole season. It occurs to me right now, maybe I should have done the winner pick on the green and the next elimination on the red. But yeah, okay. We still have like 20 something episodes to go. I'm not going to get caught up in the weeds of the first 2 episodes. Let's just go watch the next one.
New episode tomorrow. Total Drama Island. The challenge this time is to see who can stay awake the longest.
Stay awake for 12 hours? I can do that in my sleep.
Episode 3. First things first, let's look at who I locked in last time for who I thought was going to go home in this episode, which was Cody. I locked him in. I thought he was going home. I did not get that right. Cody does not go home in this episode. But what's interesting is that I should have trusted my instincts, but we'll get to that in a second. First, let's talk about this episode's challenge. The challenge is the Awake-a-thon. All of the contestants had to run like 20 kilometers. I think the show's Canadian. I don't know how much a kilometer is. Then they ate a giant buffet. And then it's time for the real challenge, which is whoever stays up the longest wins. If you fall asleep, you're out. The last person standing wins the challenge for their team. The challenge goes for over 80 hours until finally Gwen wins the challenge for the Screaming Gophers, which means that the Screaming Gophers have won 2 challenges in a row. They have yet to send someone home. This is what I meant when I said I should have trusted my instincts. If you remember in the last part, I talked about how if this was real Survivor, then the winning team would probably win again this week. And that's exactly what happened. But I backtracked because this isn't a real reality show. This is an animated scripted show. But I'm going to start trusting my gut from now on. We learned 2 big things in this episode that I think is going to help us going forward with making our predictions. We see that Heather is a master strategist. She does this move where she steals Eva's MP3 player, which she is obsessed with. And when Eva isn't able to find it, she thinks that the people on her tribe stole it. And so she goes absolutely crazy, destroys everything. And she's like threatening her teammates. And then Heather walks up and she's like, "Hey, Eva, I found this by the fire pit. You must have dropped it by accident." And Eva's like, "Oops, maybe I got a little carried away, guys. Sorry." But that was enough for the Killer Bass to vote out Eva. So Heather single-handedly got Eva to scream and yell at her own tribe to the point where they voted her out in this episode. This tells me that Heather is going to be going very far into the game. They are setting her up to be the master strategist, the evil villain of the season, and I'm not sure if they would let the big villain of the season win the whole game, but I think she is definitely going very, very far. The second big thing that we learn is that we watch a lot of Gwen and Trent in this episode. Looks like they're going to be a showmance. So because these two seem to have this like will they won't they relationship, I imagine that the two of them are going to be in the game for a while. And there's one other little showmance that seems to be brewing, and that is between Tyler and Lindsay. So it's safe to say that we will be seeing both of them for the foreseeable future until that relationship gets resolved in some way. That storyline comes to a conclusion. So that brings us to our predictions. Who do I think is going to go home next episode? Well, since the Screaming Gophers have won 2 challenges in a row, and at the end of this episode, we get this big moment with the Killer Bass team where they're like, we are not losing again. We can do this. I think we're going to see a pretty basic Survivor plotline with these tribes. The underdog tribe who keeps losing is going to, fight against the giants and manage to win a challenge after being repeatedly stomped on. So are we going to see the underdog team beat the odds next episode, or is it going to be a couple more episodes before they finally get their first win? Well, let's just say the Killer Bass lose again. Who do I think from that tribe would go home? Maybe Katie or Sadie? They're fun characters, but they really don't have much going on other than they are best friends. But the only question I have with that is like, if one of them goes home, the way the dynamic works, I feel like the other one will like go home too. They're like, I can't be without her. I'm also going to be leaving. So I don't know if they're going to do that now or if they're going to wait a little bit to have that kind of big moment where they both leave at the same time. Or maybe they break up and they're no longer friends and they go their separate ways or something. I don't know. There's a lot that can be done with these characters, even though there's not much happening right this second. We haven't seen a lot of Harold or DJ, or even Jeff. So I guess those 3 are also possibilities. But let's say the Killer Bass manages to win next episode. Who from the Screaming Gophers do I think would go home? I mean, honestly, I have lots of ideas for who could go home from that tribe. Justin, Noah, Cody, Beth, maybe even Lindsay. But you know what? She does have that showmance going on, so maybe not Lindsay. Oh, Izzy? Where's Izzy? Maybe Izzy? We've barely seen any of those characters that I just named. And when we do get a moment with one of those characters, it's usually for like a very small joke, just to kind of be like, hey, they're still here. Okay, let's go ahead and say that next week the Killer Bass manage to defeat the odds. I'm going to pick someone from the Screaming Gophers. Oh man, my thoughts are it's going to be like Cody or Noah or Beth. And I locked in Cody last time and we got that wrong. But we still have barely seen anything from him. So I think he's definitely going home soon. I think I'm just going to keep him locked in for who I think is going home next. Now, who do I think is going to win the whole season? Last episode, I locked in Lashana as my winner pick. I still think that's a great pick. However, we do get a whole lot of Gwen and Trent, where they almost seem to be pushed to the forefront, like they're the main characters of the show. Maybe they do a thing where Gwen and Trent are in the final 3 or 4 together, and one of them has to betray the other after this whole season of being in this showmance, And we also know that Heather is playing the game very, very well. But I do think that I'm going to keep my locked-in pick with Lashana. I think she's a fan favorite. She's one of the most fun characters to see in the show so far. She's a good foil for the villain, Heather. So I'm locking in Lashana. It's pretty crazy that I'm keeping both of my locked-in picks from last episode, but, as we watch more episodes and we learn more information, I'll probably pick up some better information. I don't know. I'm going with the vibes, dude. I do feel good about these picks. let's go watch the next episode.
New episode Thursday. Total Drama Island. For the Bats to win at dodgeball, they'll need Duncan to stay alert and aggressive.
Episode 4. This was kind of a major episode because we got to see a lot of the characters that we haven't gotten to know yet. Like Harold. Harold is like the main hero, the main character of this episode. So that takes him out of my most likely to go home next list, and it puts him on the potential winners list. So who does go home then, Chase? Well, the challenge this week is dodgeball. Both of the teams playing each other in dodgeball, best of 5 games wins. And right off the bat, the Gophers start dominating. They win game 1 thanks to Cody, the person that I thought was going to be going home next. Which, you know, when that happened, I was like, uh-oh, I don't think he's going home. Then they win game 2 thanks to Owen, Owen's really good at dodgeball. And that is when the tides change. The ultimate underdogs of the season, the Killer Bass. They win games 3 and 4. And that's because Duncan takes control of the team. And he's like, I'm going to show you how to do this prison style. Because his whole thing is that he's in juvie when he's not on the island. Now it's down to the final tiebreaker game. This game decides the winning team. Who's going to be sending someone home tonight? Who's going to be celebrating and treating themselves like champions? Harold ends up saving the day, defeating Owen, and winning the game. They get their first win of the season. Now, what this meant for the Screaming Gophers is that they would be voting their first player off of their team. And so they decide to vote out the person who refused to participate in the challenge, which was Noah. Which, I mean, to be completely honest, I was really close to picking, it was either him or Cody for who goes home next. Turns out to be him. I mean, guys, we're only a few episodes into the season, and the conspiracy board, it's opening up quick. But then the question is, who do I think is going to be going home next episode? We see a whole lot of both Cody and Harold in this episode. And while they were at the bottom of my list last episode, I don't think that they're likely to go home next. And then as for the other players that are like really involved in this episode, you have Duncan, Owen, Courtney, and of course, Heather. Lindsay and Tyler are kind of a major part of this episode as well. We also get some information. Lindsay and Heather are a part of an alliance, and Beth is now a part of that alliance, which makes me think that those 3 are going to be going quite a ways together. We have not seen a lot from Bridget, Jeff, DJ, and Izzy, or Justin. And now that the Killer Bass have won a challenge, it's kind of a toss-up of who's going to win next week. So really anyone could go home. And if I'm going to be completely honest, I think maybe Justin is the next one to go. The joke of like, oh, he's so hot, it's pretty much run its course at this point. And there's no other sort of storyline or interesting thing about him. So yeah, I'm just going to say he's probably likely to go home. There's not much science that can really go into this part of the game, which is like me trying to figure out who goes home each week. I'll be surprised if I get more than 1 or 2, but I do feel like, you know, this is a good pick for who should go home next. Now, let's talk about what really matters, which is who do I think is going to win the entire season? So far, I have locked in Lashana as who I think is going to win. And I kind of want to stick with my guns here. Like, I don't want to just be like changing my winner pick every single episode, because that would kind of feel like cheating, right? Like if I've locked in every character at some point, when we get to the end and we find out who wins the season, I can be like, oh, I knew it was them back in episode 4. So I'm going to stick with my guns. I have no reason to believe that Lashana will be going home anytime soon. So that still makes her a great qualifier for the winner pick. I'm going to be locking in Lashana, and I'm locking in Justin for who I think is going home next. All right, let's go watch the next episode and find out if I'm right.
Total Drama Island.
I got one right, dude. I can't believe it. I just watched episode 5, and Justin goes home. I mean, I honestly figured it would not be long before he left because, you know, his whole thing is just, he has one joke, which is he's so hot. That's kind of like the only thing about his character. And so I was like, I mean, they can't do this all season long. Eventually, he's going to have to either evolve or get out of there. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe I got one of these right. The challenge for this episode was a talent show. So each team would select a few players on their team to perform in the talent show, which would be judged by Chef. He's the chef at the camp, and he's also kind of like the sidekick to the host, Chris McLean. Whichever team he deems the most talented will win the challenge, and the losing team will vote someone out. Justin was actually the first one up in the talent show, and his talent was that he's hot. See what I mean about like the joke running its course? It comes up at least once an episode, and you only have so much runway with that. DJ did a ballet routine. Trent sings and plays the guitar. Bridget says that she can stand on her hands for 20 minutes, but she ends up puking. Heather steals Gwen's diary and reads it on stage for her talent. And then Jeff was supposed to like ride his skateboard and do some tricks, broke his skateboard. Who saves the day? Harold. Once again, 2 episodes in a row, Harold saves the day with his epic beatboxing. So the Killer Bass wins the challenge. The Screaming Gophers are sending someone home. And, they voted off Justin. Big win for me. I was ecstatic. I think what's very interesting is most of the tribe actually wanted to vote off Heather because she read Gwen's diary on live TV. But Heather is in full control of the tribe because she has an alliance with Beth and Lindsay. They're the only ones that have an alliance. So they have the numbers in their tribe to send Justin home. This episode fully pits Heather versus Gwen against each other going forward, right? Because Heather makes the shot where she reads Gwen's diary on live TV, embarrassing her. Gwen retaliates by putting red ants in Heather's bed. So I'm assuming both of them are going to be sticking around for a while because they're going to be going back and forth at each other. Which brings me to my next point, which is Harold. We have watched him be the hero of his team 2 episodes in a row. Could this be our winner? The ultimate underdog. His whole character is he's essentially a Napoleon Dynamite ripoff. But like he's proven to be a really big help to his tribe, and he's getting more and more screen time in the episodes. I think that he could actually stick around and win this thing, dude. And I think I'm going to be formally changing my winner pick, my locked in pick, to Harold. I'm riding high on Harold, baby. I'm doing this not only because I feel like, he's the ultimate underdog and he's become a hero, but also Lashana's character has really fallen into the background. One of the main reasons I was locking her in as my winner pick is I thought she was going to be Heather's foil for her being the villain. But it seems very clear to me now that Heather and Gwen are going to be the rivals going up against each other. So now let's lock in who we think is going home next episode. There's really no way of me figuring out which team is going to win. They've both won twice at this point. So there's no telling who's going to win next week. So I'm just going to kind of go off of the vibes of who we don't see a whole lot of, which would be DJ, Jeff, and Izzy. We've barely seen any of them. Everyone else on the show, all the other players, all the other contestants, they've kind of found a place in the story. Like even someone like Cody, who I was so sure was going to be going home soon, he is in love with Gwen, and it's obviously not a shared feeling, but that's still like a character trait. That's still like a story. Like, will Cody manage to win a challenge and save Gwen and win her heart at some point? There's something for him as a character to do going forward. And then there's Izzy, who, we see almost nothing from Izzy in these episodes. Like even Jeff, who we've barely seen anything of, even he was supposed to ride his skateboard in the talent show before he broke his skateboard. So I think Izzy is for sure my pick for who's going home next. All right, this has been a blast. I'm loving this. Let's go watch the next episode.
Total Drama Island.
Well, guys, I thought that I got 2 right in a row and I was about to lose my mind. But Izzy did not go home in episode 6. The challenge for this episode was spending the night in the woods. And they had to like use a map to find their campsite. You know, they had to find their own food. And then the first ones to make it back to camp the next morning, they win the challenge. And we get a few important moments in this episode, in particular between Duncan and Courtney. They kind of have a little showmance brewing, you know, like a will they, won't they type thing, which we've seen already in this show. And what that tells me is that neither of these two are going home until that storyline gets resolved. We do manage to see more of Izzy and Bridget in this episode. Bridget accidentally burns down the killer bass's tent, and Izzy dresses up as a bear and scares everyone on her tribe. And when she did that, I was like, dude, they are for sure sending Izzy home for dressing up like a bear and scaring them all to death. I am a genius. I got 2 right in a row. Maybe I'm going to manage to get 10 predictions right throughout this show. I'm awesome. I was not right. I am not awesome. The Gophers actually win the challenge. And that's because Katie and Sadie got lost. And so they didn't show back up with the rest of their tribe in the morning. So because of that, Killer Bass has to go to the ceremony, the bonfire ceremony, where they will be sending someone home. And they vote out Katie. Now, we talked about this because these two are so close. They're such great best friends. I was under the impression that maybe they would both go home at the same time. That is not what happens. Sadie is still in the game for now. I honestly would not be surprised if she goes home next. Her whole storyline was tied together with her friend. I don't know what she's going to be doing without her friend. So I actually think that I'm going to make my next elimination pick. I think she's going home next episode. And then for my winner pick, I locked in Harold last episode for who I thought was going to win the whole season. We don't see anything from him at all this episode, but that's okay. We still have a long season ahead of us. We're not going to be seeing all of the characters all of the time. I still feel good about him being this underdog who manages to win the whole game. So I'm going to keep that locked in, and let's go watch the next episode.
Total Drama Island.
Episode 7. This episode is like Fear Factor. All of the contestants have to face their biggest fears. Like Heather has to go up against a sumo wrestler. Gwen is buried alive. Tyler has to deal with a chicken. Beth has to be covered by bugs. Sadie and Lindsay have to get bad haircuts. Owen and Izzy have to go up on a plane. Harold, my boy, gets attacked by ninjas. Lashana gets chased by a giant spider costume. Bridget gets left alone in the woods. DJ has to touch a snake. Trent deals with a mime. Cody has to defuse a ticking time bomb. And then Duncan has to hug a Celine Dion stand-up sign, like a music store standee, like her made out of cardboard. Jeff is hailed on, like the weather anomaly, hail. And then Courtney has to jump into green jelly. If you're able to confront your fear, you get a point for your team. If you can't, you don't get a point. The Killer Bass end up losing once again, and I thought I was going to get lucky and Sadie was going to get sent home. But Sadie actually completed her fear. So Tyler, who did not confront his fear, gets sent home. Now, I thought that he was going to be around for a while because of his potential showmance that he was having with Lindsay. But we actually hadn't seen a lot from that showmance in an episode or two. So maybe I should have seen that coming. We're losing players left and right, guys. I mean, this thing was full when we started. We only get a quick moment of Harold in this episode. It's when he's, fighting the ninjas. And if I'm being completely honest, I'm getting a little bit worried that he might not actually be the winner of the season. There are a handful of characters that have quickly kind of established themselves as the main characters of the show. And that is like Duncan and Courtney, Heather, of course, Gwen, Trent, and even Owen. These characters get way more screen time compared to the others. And that makes me think maybe the winner is actually one of them. And honestly, who is the one person that we see the most of every single episode since episode 1? Heather. I've said it a million times already in this video. She's being set up as the big villain of the season. She's like a master strategist. I'm officially going to be changing my locked in pick from Harold to Heather. As for who I think is going home in the next episode, the Killer Bass have lost the previous 2 episodes, and they've lost a total of 4 people. The Screaming Gophers have only lost 2 people. So I think it's very likely that the Screaming Gophers are going to lose someone in the next episode. And if I had to guess, it's probably someone we have not seen a whole lot of in the episodes. I think that it could be time for either Cody or Izzy to get sent home packing. Now, I would say Beth too, because we barely see her, but she is a part of Heather's alliance, and I can see her going really far with the help of Heather. So I think I'm actually going to change my locked in pick from Sadie, and I am going to lock in Cody. I'm surprised he's lasted this long, to be completely honest. If you remember, I locked him in a bunch of episodes ago. I think he might have even been the first person I locked into who should go home. All right, see you next episode to see if I'm right and Cody goes home.
Total Drama Island.
The challenge for episode 8 is a big one. They have to ride canoes across the lake to Boney Island. They then have to hike all the way across the island while carrying their canoes over their heads. They have to build a giant rescue fire and then paddle all the way back home. The first one to paddle back is the winner. There's also a major plot point that this island is cursed. And if you take anything from Boney Island, you will be cursed. And Beth takes something from Boney Island, so seems like she's maybe going to be cursed. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and lock her in for who I think is going to go home next episode, because when there's a curse from Boney Island, I feel like you're going to be cursed, you know? Speaking of who went home, the Screaming Gophers were set to win the challenge, but then Izzy gave the Killer Bass some advice, and that helped them end up winning the challenge. So she cost her own team the win. They were going to vote Izzy out at the bonfire ceremony, but before they could, the military police showed up to arrest her. So she just ran away. So she's been eliminated and maybe arrested. We do get a few other plot points in this episode. For example, it looks like Jeff and Bridget might have a little showmance brewing. So that's pretty interesting. Cody is in this episode a lot, which is funny because I locked him in as who I thought was going home this episode. But nope, he's still here. He's still around, and he actually won a bet that he had with Owen. His bet was if he could get Gwen's bra or not. And after Cody in this episode helps Gwen and Trent kind of rekindle their showmance, as a favor, as a thank you to Cody, Gwen does give him the bra. Now, who do I think is going to win the season? Last time I changed my pick from Harold to Heather, and I think that was a good move because in this episode we barely saw Harold, and when we did, it was because he almost cost his team the challenge because he used the oars for the canoe as firewood. So safe to say, because we've barely been seeing anything from him, I think he's going to be going home soon. Heather is also not in this episode a ton, but she's still very much a main character. I really do think that Heather is a great pick to win the season. And I mean, let's just look at the numbers. Now that Izzy is gone, Heather's team, the Screaming Gophers, have 8 players left. The other team, the Killer Bass, have 7. Now, I am curious when these teams are going to merge. In the show Survivor, that this is a parody of, Survivor, they have teams for a few weeks, and then these teams merge, and then it's every man for himself. And so I'm curious if Total Drama Island follows that format. I imagine they would have to, because at some point, these teams are going to dwindle down to the point where they don't make sense as teams anymore. So I'm hoping that happens soon. But as for right now, I'm definitely sticking with Heather for my winner pick. She's got the control of her team because she has an alliance with Lindsay and Beth. And even though Beth is cursed, and I think she could be going home soon, they're still on top. All right, to episode 9 we go.
Total Drama Island.
The challenge for episode 9 is paintball hunting. It's like Goodwill hunting, but with paintballs. Some people are hunters, and some are dressed up as deer. And to be completely honest, by the end of the challenge, the Screaming Gophers have fallen into chaos, and they're like shooting their own teammates a lot. And it's all because everybody hates Heather, including Beth, who was a part of Heather's alliance. But she was being way too bossy to her alliance members, Lindsay and Beth, essentially using them as personal assistants to do all of her chores and all of her things for her. And a thing to remember about Beth is that she has a cursed idol from Boney Island. So I think that's definitely going to come up at some point. And I mean, I was pretty sure since their team lost that she was going to be getting sent home for sure. But actually, Cody is the one who gets sent home. And it's because he is severely injured by a bear. And what's very interesting is even though he was pretty much just like incapacitated because he was mauled by a bear, it still came down to him and Heather in the final 2 seats at the ceremony on who was going to get sent home. It seems like we're getting the storyline that she is public enemy number 1. And it's the kind of thing where like, oh, well, she's going to be going home any day now. But I actually think that what they're going to do, just like how they did in this episode, is every time it looks like Heather's going to be gone, she manages to find her way out of it. And I do truly think that she's still a great winner pick. I think that we're going to watch her continue to strategize and manage to worm her way out of bad situations to the point where she makes it all the way to the finale. So I am keeping Heather locked in as my winner pick. As for who I think is going to be going home next week, or I say next week, next episode, I'm so used to Survivor. I have the Survivor podcast, which I've talked about, Making the Merge, and where I essentially do this same thing. Me and my buddies, we all have like a draft. We draft players, and then every week it's essentially like who has the winner on their drafted team. And so I'm so used to saying this week because we do it as Survivor is airing. I'm not waiting a week to watch these episodes, dude. That would take forever. There's so many episodes. I'm watching these a lot. Anyway. Beth still has the cursed idol, so I think it's likely that she could be going home next episode. And I'm also a little bit annoyed that the one time that I didn't lock in Cody, who I've locked in a lot to go home, the one time I didn't lock him in, he actually got eliminated. But yeah, it should be getting easier to predict who goes home next. Because, I mean, we're losing players at such a rapid rate. And we have a pretty firm grasp on the players who are the main characters of the show. Like Owen and Heather. We see them every single episode, no matter what. And then there's players that we do not see barely any of a lot, which is like Beth or Sadie or Harold at this point. Even though she has the cursed idol, I do think she is a more important part of the show for the foreseeable future than Harold. So I'm going to be locking in Harold for who I think is going home. All right, let's go watch that episode and find out if I'm right.
Total Drama Island.
Episode 10, we get the payoff, finally, to Beth having the cursed idol from Boney Island, which of course it would happen right after I switched my pick from her to Harold for who I thought was going home next. So yeah, Beth gets sent home. It's because everyone noticed like the cursed idol that she had, and they blamed her for the reason that they keep losing challenges. Because at this point they had lost 3 challenges in a row, and they were like, well, it's obviously because she has a cursed idol, and not because of any lack of ability on our parts. Another very interesting thing about this episode is that Heather was in the bottom too. She almost went home. It was between her and Beth. And it's because everyone hates Heather. And I'm very hopeful that this is just going to keep happening all season. She seems like she's going home. She manages to get out of it all the way to the end. I'm going to keep her as my winner pick, dude. As for who I'm going to lock in who I think is going home next week, I feel like a little bit of insight, because now that the Screaming Gophers are no longer cursed by the Boney Island cursed idol, I'm assuming that the Killer Bass will be losing the challenge in the next episode. And if the Killer Bass lose, then I'm very certain that it's either going to be Sadie or Harold who goes home next. And just to kind of switch it up, because I locked in Harold last time, I am going to lock in Sadie. This episode's challenge, it was a cooking challenge, and we didn't really get that much information that helps us going forward. Like, we still get little bits of Jeff and Bridget's showmance and Duncan and Courtney's showmance. So I feel like those four are safe for the foreseeable future. And then Heather still has Lindsay as a part of her alliance, and she's constantly bossing her around. Trent and Gwen, they still kind of have their showmance happening, but those two were like barely in this episode. I'm sure that we'll get some sort of big moment between them soon, but we'll see. What's interesting is after Harold and Sadie are gone, we're left with just players that we see a lot of. We're left with kind of the main characters. So I'm going to be continuing to lock in these two until they go home, because I think that they're very obviously the last two background characters. We see them sometimes, but they're not a core main cast member, the way that Courtney and Owen and Lashana and Duncan and DJ and Gwen and Jeff and Lindsay and Heather and Bridget and Trent are. So after these two go home, it's going to be really difficult to predict who goes home next. So yeah, things are going to get intense. I will be flabbergasted if one of these two are not the ones that goes home next episode. So yeah, but hey, anything can happen on Total Drama Island.
Total Drama Island.
In episode 11, we get a bunch of challenges that are all based on trust. You got rock climbing, poison blowfish cooking, blind William Tell, a blind trapeze, and of course, the blind toboggan race. Now, Killer Bass ends up losing most of the challenges, and they are sending someone home. Last episode, I said that I would be shocked if anyone other than Sadie or Harold went home. And I locked in Sadie. Sure enough, boys, we were right. Let's get some dubs in the chat. Everybody comment. Everybody just drop dubs, bro. WWW. Dude, that means that out of 11 episodes so far, we have predicted 2 of the eliminations. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be getting at least 3, because, Harold's definitely the person that's going home next episode. I'll just go ahead and lock him in now. Harold's the only one left that I would not consider a main character. So yeah, locking him in. Now, for who I think is going to win the whole season, I've been locking in Heather pretty consistently. And I still think she's a great pick. I'm probably going to keep her as my winner pick. In this episode, she gets revenge on Gwen because Gwen locked her into a freezer last episode. And so she gets revenge by pantsing her during the rock climbing challenge. I think that we're going to be seeing this back and forth between Heather and Gwen for a really long time. And I'm actually thinking it's going to be a Heather-Gwen final 2 in the finale. So I'm definitely keeping Heather as my winner pick. I think Harold's obviously going home next episode. That's really all I have to say about this episode. So let's go watch the next one and find out if I'm right.
Total Drama Island.
Oh, man. Episode 12 shocked me, to say the least. And I'm being completely honest, after what happens in this episode, it's going to be damn near impossible to predict who goes home each episode. So the challenge for this episode is that Chef is running the camp like a boot camp. And if you can't handle it, you can drop out. Last person standing is the winner. The Gophers win thanks to Gwen, which means that the Killer Bass are sending someone home. Now, the only people that are left on Killer Bass at this point are Duncan, DJ, Courtney, Jeff, Bridget, and Harold. And this episode was really focused on the showmance that has been happening between Duncan and Courtney. Like, Courtney kisses Duncan and everything. And because I've been saying it for episodes and episodes now, I was so certain that Harold was the one going home next. And I mean, even in the show, like in this episode, all the guys that are left, they're bullying Harold. He doesn't really have any friends, you know, no alliances. So imagine my shock when Harold is not the one eliminated. Courtney gets voted out of the game, dude. Now, it turns out that Harold actually broke into the voting box and changed the votes to send Courtney home. He was the one going home next, but he cheated and now Courtney's gone. So that's insane. Harold is still in the game. But now let's talk numbers. The Killer Bass are down to 5 players, now that Courtney is gone. And the Gophers have 6 players. Gwen, Heather, LaShawna, Lindsay, Owen, Trent. So in order for me to predict who goes home next episode, I have to figure out if the writers of the show are wanting the teams to be an even 5-5, or do they want the Killer Bass to lose for the 3rd time in the row and then have them be down 6-4? Because if the Killer Bass loses again, I think it's a no-brainer that Harold goes home. But I almost wonder at this point, is he just going to manage to keep surviving until the end? Like, should I have kept him as my winner pick when I had him all the way back towards the beginning of this season? But let's say that the Gophers lose next episode. Who from that team goes home? It's becoming more and more difficult to pick because everyone left is a main character. There's no more background characters that only get like 5 seconds of screen time every episode. I will say that we haven't seen really anything about Gwen and Trent's showmance lately. Maybe that means it's time for Trent to go home, because Gwen still has a reason to be in the game story-wise, right? She has her feud with Heather, but Trent doesn't really have that. Or maybe we'll get some sort of storyline between Heather and her right-hand woman, Lindsay. You know, they're always beefing because she bosses Lindsay around so much. Maybe that's about to come to a head. Or maybe we'll lose someone that I do not see coming, like what happened this episode when Courtney went home. Because like she was a character that we see so much in the episodes. But I mean, now that her storyline with Duncan is over and that showmance is gone, maybe that means Duncan's time is going to be soon for him to leave. Oh man, I think I'm going to change my prediction for who goes home next from Harold to Trent. I thought that it was going to be easier to predict who goes home next as the numbers got smaller, because it's like, you know, when there's 5 people left, I'll have a 1 in 5 shot of figuring out who goes home next week. But it's actually getting more difficult. Oh man. But who am I going to lock in for who I think is the winner of the season? I feel really good about Heather still, but this is what I'm going to say. If Harold manages to survive another episode, then I think I'm going to actually change my locked in pick from Heather back to Harold if he manages to survive next episode. Because at that point, it's like maybe he is the ultimate underdog who's going to win the whole season. And I was locked in on that. I was right about that. But I got worried because I thought he was going to go home. But no, I'm going to keep Heather locked in. But I might change it next episode if Harold's still here. All right, let's go watch the next episode and find out.
Total Drama Island.
Episode 13. Harold goes home. You almost had me, Harold. I almost bought 50,000 shares of Harold stock. Imagine how embarrassing it would have been if I changed my winner pick from Heather to Harold last episode and then Harold went home. Do you know how embarrassing it would have been if my winner pick went home? It almost feels like that should be like a part of the challenge. Maybe I'll make that a part of the challenge. If the person that I have locked in as my winner pick gets eliminated, I just automatically lose. Challenge over, game over. I do think it's ironic though that the one time that I didn't lock in Harold, because I was so suspicious of Harold, I didn't lock him in as being the one that goes home. he goes home. I honestly thought that I was going to be right about Trent because I thought Trent was going to go home this episode. And in this episode, he has to go to the hospital because of a skydiving incident. And he like breaks his whole body. The challenge for this episode was extreme sports. So there was like sofa bed skydiving, rodeo moose riding, sea-doo water skiing. And the Gophers end up winning and Harold gets sent home. But I will say that a big thing that happens in this episode is that Gwen and Bridget are trying to figure out which guy wrote them a poem and like which girl the poem was for. So they're arguing, they're kind of competing. Gwen thinks that Trent wrote her the poem that they found, and Bridget thinks that Jeff wrote her the poem that they found. Turns out Harold is the one that wrote the love poem, and he wrote it for Lashana. So Lashana and Harold kiss and have this big showman's moment as Harold's being dragged away after being eliminated. Another really funny thing I noticed about this episode, and I hadn't noticed it yet, I have the captions on, and the subtitles are different from the dialogue that's being spoken sometimes. And you can tell from the lips that they've redubbed some lines. What the captions are saying is what it used to say. And then they've redubbed stuff because like the word boobies is said a lot in this episode and it keeps getting changed to booyah and chest and stuff like that. And I think it's very interesting because it's like in chest and stuff like that. And I think that's very interesting because it's like Netflix obviously had the old version at some point because the subtitles still reflect the old dialogue. So at what point were they like, we need to change some of this? Because the show originally aired in like 2006 or 2007. So what happened recently that were like, we need to change some of these words to make them more appropriate, I guess? And then it's like, how do you even know like the original voice actors are available? I can't really look any of this up because I can't risk seeing spoilers for who wins the season. But if you want to take the time to look this up and you know, let me know down in the comments why they redubbed a bunch of stuff. Anyway, now that Harold is gone, who is going to go home next? I still think Trent is probably up for elimination. Cut that. And the Killer Bass are actually down to 4 players, which is pretty insane because the Gophers have 6. So it's a safe bet that the Gophers are going to be who's losing someone next week, or maybe we'll get the merge and all of the, you know, the tribes will merge and it's every person for themselves. I mean, guys, look at this. We've lost so many players. It feels like it was just yesterday that we watched Ezekiel say a lot of terrible things about women and then get sent home packing. I'm honestly shocked Harold made it this far into the game. But who do I think is going home next? That is the question. If the Gophers are going to lose someone, I think it's going to be either Trent or Lindsay. Or something crazy could happen. And just like how Courtney went home way before I thought she would, maybe we'll lose one of these main characters. I'm going to keep Trent locked in for who I think is going home next. And I'm definitely keeping Heather for who I think is going to win the entire game. All right, let's go watch the next episode and find out.
Total Drama Island.
Episode 14 has no eliminations, but we did learn a good bit of information. We have 10 players left. And everyone from this point on will be on the jury, which I'm assuming if it's like Survivor, then that is the jury of people that will vote for the winner. Sometimes Survivor does a final 2. Sometimes Survivor does a final 3. And then the jury votes for who they want to win. So I don't know if they're going to do a final 2 in Total Drama Island or a final 3. But he did mention a jury, so I'm assuming that that's going to be how it works. We also find out that the merge is next episode, so there'll no longer be the Killer Bass and the Screaming Gophers. Everyone will be for themselves. 10 people left, dude. I mean, honestly, I feel like that means we have a really solid chance of predicting who the winner is. I mean, we've got a 1 in 10 chance of getting it right at this point, and it's only going to keep getting lower and lower. And we've been locking in Heather for quite a while at this point. And I don't think I'm changing it anytime soon. I mean, the only debate really, because I mean, she's got a 1 in 10 chance of winning, and I don't think that she is going to be eliminated anytime soon. I really feel like she's going to make it all the way to the finals, right? Because she's the big villain of the season. The question is, will they have the villain of the season win the game? That's the only part where I'm like, I don't know if they'll do that. Because if I was writing the show, then I would be inclined to make a fan favorite character, like a not a villain character, or more of a hero character win the whole season. And that could be anyone, really. I mean, Gwen's kind of the best example because she's like Heather's foil. So it's like if Heather's the big bad guy, she's always feuding with Gwen, so that would make Gwen the good guy. But there's also like Lashana and Owen who are just like really fun characters. Duncan is also really fun. He's a very interesting character. He kind of has this dynamic of like he's the bad boy, but also, he had that showmance with Courtney and he's a very dynamic character. And then you have like Jeff and Bridget and DJ. All of those characters are fun characters. DJ's a very sweet character. So if you want a good person to win the game, DJ is a great choice. But I mean, I know like Heather is such an important part of the show. I know that she's going to make it far. I just feel it. And so I want to keep her as my winner pick for now because I guess she's the only person I'm really certain about at this point. As for who I'm going to lock in for who I think goes home next, everything's going to be different because next episode, there's no more teams, right? So it's not a team voting out one of their own. It's everyone for themselves. Anyone is up to bat, which makes me a little nervous because what if they send Heather home and then my winner pick gets eliminated? That would be extremely embarrassing. I mean, honestly, last time I locked in Trent, we just have not been seeing a lot from him. We've been seeing less and less of the guys in general. So like Trent and DJ would be solid choices. But I think I'm just going to stick with Trent. All right, let's go watch and find out.
Total Drama Island.
Another big twist, baby. Episode 15. We see 2 players that were already eliminated return to the game. Izzy and Eva. So we went from 10 players left. So now we're back up to 12 players in the game, but it is the merge now. So it's every person for themselves. The individual immunity challenge for this episode is all about withstanding torture for like 10 seconds. So you got like a poison ivy spa treatment or being locked in a barrel with a bunch of leeches. The usual. Slowly but surely, people are dropping out of this competition until finally, Lashana is crowned the winner. She is the only person who is immune at the bonfire ceremony where someone is being sent home. And everyone votes out Eva. So, welcome back. Adios. So I didn't, Eva was not the person that I locked in last time to be going home, but that's because I didn't know Eva was going to be back in the game. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. Anything can happen on Total Drama Island. Now I need to lock in who I think is going to go home next episode. And I've been locking in Trent, except in this episode, we see a lot more of Trent. Like we see him rekindle his relationship with Gwen. So I'm thinking that there's some unfinished business there. I don't think they're going to send him home packing. And then there's Izzy. It would be pretty wild for them to bring back 2 characters just to immediately send them back home back-to-back episodes. So I think that's a little far-fetched, but it would be the kind of thing this show does. It's very funny. And we do get a weird moment at the end of this episode as Eva's leaving, and she's like, Izzy lied. She wasn't in the jungle, because Izzy's whole thing, if you remember, the military police was after her when she got eliminated, and so she ran off into the jungle, and apparently she's just been living in the jungle the whole time. But Eva says that she lied about that. So I'm guessing that there's some sort of resolution to that storyline. So I think Izzy's safe for now. We haven't seen a lot from Duncan ever since Courtney left the game. So, I mean, maybe Duncan goes home next. I think I'm going to lock in Duncan. As for my winner pick, who I think is going to win the whole game, I've been locking in Heather. I don't think I'm going to change it. If she ends up going home soon, I'll look like an idiot, but I just really feel like she's in it for the long run. We still have 11 other players to go, and I just don't see Heather being the next one to go. I think that she could win the whole season. I'm keeping Heather. So let's go watch the next episode and see what happens.
Total Drama Island.
I should have stuck to my guns and kept locking in Trent for who I thought was going home next. The one time I move it off of him and he's out of here. It's episode 16 and we get this really big moment. The episode is very Gwen and Trent heavy. Their showmance relationship. Things start working out. They're in love. But Heather is the best at this game. She is such a strategy beast. She uses her manipulation and manages to break them up. And she convinces everyone left on the show that Trent cheated on Gwen with Heather because she manipulated him and they kissed. So Lashana, who is besties with Gwen, was like, oh, okay, you gonna cheat on my girl Gwen. So Lashana goes to everyone and she's like, we're either getting out Heather or we're getting out Trent for what they've done to Gwen. And everybody's like, bet, we'll do that. But then Heather gets immunity because she wins the challenge. So then it's just kind of like, it's got to be Trent because it can't be Heather. So Trent goes home. So what this tells me is two things. The first one being, if I have a major feeling that someone is going to be going home soon, like Trent, who I've locked in for several times, I need to stick with my guns because even if I'm off by a few episodes, they probably are going home soon. The second thing that this episode taught me was that Heather is so good at playing the game. She's great at the strategy part of the game. She's great at the manipulation part of the game. She's not here to make friends. She's here to win the $100,000. But, and I've voiced this concern a few times now, I'm not sure if the writers want the villain of the season to be the winner. It's probably going to be one of the good guys, right? And Gwen has very much become the main character of the show. And in this episode, after, the whole Trent ordeal, at the end of the episode, they realized that it was all Heather's fault and he wasn't cheating on her. It was a misunderstanding because Heather manipulated them. And they have this really wholesome moment. And Trent says, you can do this. You can go on and win the game. And it just kind of really felt like it submitted Gwen as the fan favorite hero of the season. I have not switched my winner pick in a long time, but I am actually going to switch from Heather to Gwen. Now, who do I think is going to go home in the next episode? I have to lock in my prediction for that. Last time I locked in Duncan, and I still think that's a good idea. However, there is a major plot point that has just not been showing up at all lately, and that is the Jeff and Bridget showmance. We've been barely seeing anything from these guys, and all of the showmances have been getting wrapped up kind of in rapid succession. Gwen lost Trent, Duncan lost Courtney, and now I think it's probably time for either Jeff or Bridget to be sent home. And so it's kind of a toss-up between either of them. But a guy went home this episode, so I'm going to guess that a girl goes home next episode. So I'm going to lock in Bridget. So let's go watch the next episode, and we'll see what happens.
Total Drama Island.
Dubs in the chat. Dubs in the chat. Guys, I got another one right. Bridget goes home in this episode, which means that out of the 17 episodes that we have watched so far, I have correctly predicted 3 of the eliminations. That's really not too bad. You know what I mean? It's not great, but I expected to get 0. Hopefully we can get a few more, which it should get easier in theory as less and less people are in the game. This episode's challenge was a giant game of hide and seek. Now, what's interesting is that Heather and Lashana both get immunity in this episode, which this is not the first time that Lashana has won a challenge. This is not the first time that Heather has won a challenge. So I think that means that the two of them are kind of in it for the long haul. And honestly, I might have made a big mistake when I locked in Gwen as my winner pick. Maybe it's going to be Lashana. Because, our big argument is that even though I think Heather is going to go to the finale because she's the big villain of the season, I think that they're going to have a fan favorite good guy win the season. And that's why I locked in Gwen, but I'm wondering if maybe Lashana fits that even better. But I'm not just going to, change my picks out all the time. I'm going to stay with Gwen for a little bit. And then if I feel strongly about Lashana in the next couple of episodes, I will probably flip my pick. But for right now, I want to stay true to my gut because there's only so many people left. And if I just spend the next 9 episodes voting for each one to be the winner, it feels like cheating. Now, who do I think is going to go home in the next episode? It looks like the tides might actually be turning against Heather a little bit. She is the smartest player, but her alliance mate, Lindsay, is getting sick of her. And Heather would have actually been going home the last few episodes if it wasn't for the fact that she had won immunity. Now, personally, I think that Heather's just going to keep doing this. Everyone hates her. They want to vote her out, but she either wins immunity or she manages to trick someone else into going home. And I think she's going to do that all the way to the finale. So I'm not locking in Heather. We have Jeff, who just lost his showmance in Bridget, and a bunch of the guys. Well, I say a bunch of the guys. There's only 3 guys left other than Jeff. They're upset with him because he did not vote Bridget out. In fact, they tie him up and make him sleep outside. And I would, just lock him in because it's like, okay, he lost his showmance. The guys are mad at him. Maybe he's up next. But here's the thing. In this episode, the guys make a guys alliance to go up against the girls because the girls are going to outnumber them. So I don't think that the guys can afford voting out someone in their all guys alliance because then they'll have even less numbers against the girls. So with that in mind, since a girl went home this time, it's now 5-4 guys versus girls. If the guys manage to stick together and not send Jeff home, then it's probably going to be a girl who goes home. My best guess is that maybe there's some sort of storyline that happens between Lindsay and Heather. Maybe Lindsay tries to betray Heather and get Heather out. Heather finds out about it, flips it onto Lindsay. Lindsay goes home. That feels very true to their dynamic and to Heather's character. I also had the thought process of I try to remember classic Survivor storylines that happen in pretty much every season just because they're human nature. And Lashana is kind of something of a challenge beast. She just won the challenge. She kind of dominated. Are the rest of the players going to see her as a threat and try to eliminate her because she's so good at winning challenges? But I don't know that for sure. So I'm going to be locking in Lindsay. All right, let's go watch the next episode.
Total Drama Island.
Guys, Lindsay goes home, which means that we just got back-to-back predictions correct on who goes home. Honestly, it feels incredible. I will say, though, that the way that Lindsay goes home is not the way that I thought it would go. In the last section, I talked about how she would try to betray Heather. Heather would send her home. That's not what happens. Like that. The challenge for this episode is that they have to build bikes and then race them. And then in the final race, the last person to cross the finish line goes home. They don't get voted out. They just get sent home. Lindsay was actually very good at the challenge. She built both her bike and Heather's bike. But due to a technicality in the fact that Chris McLean is an asshole, Lindsay gets eliminated. After this happens, Heather is absolutely horrendous to Lindsay because Heather could actually save Lindsay if she wanted to, but she chooses not to. And then just starts going in about how they're not actually friends. She was just using her. She's only here to be famous. She isn't here to make friends. So Lindsay actually loses it. She's like cussing out Heather, and everybody's gathered around cheering on Lindsay as she's like just reading Heather for filth. But Heather has immunity. So yeah, Lindsay goes home. Pretty rough. What I will say is that I do think that Heather's reign of terror is going to be coming to an end soon. It really feels like in this episode, the story line that she is on peaked. Everyone hates her. She just lost her only remaining ally. I feel really good that I switched my winner pick off of her a few episodes ago to Gwen. So I do think maybe Heather's time is coming. In this episode, they mentioned something about a final 3. Now, I don't know if that means that it's going to be like Survivor and there will be 3 finalists and then the jury votes for who wins out of those 3. But if that's the case, I have some ideas for who I think the final 3 might be. I think it could potentially be a Heather, Gwen, Lashana final 3. Or maybe they would like one of the guys in there. Like maybe Gwen, Duncan, Heather. Or if Heather ends up going home because it seems like her time's, coming to an end, maybe it's Gwen, Duncan, Lashana. I'm not quite sure, but I am going to lock in either Izzy or Jeff for who I think is going to be getting eliminated next episode. Probably Izzy. She's just not a major part of the episodes. And it's like every time she's in an episode, she's like off doing her own side quest. Like in this episode, for the entire runtime, Izzy and Lashana are just falling down a cliff. Like they don't even participate in the challenge. So I'm going to lock in Izzy. I think she's going to go home next episode. I'm going to keep my winner pick, Gwen, even though I will say we barely saw her in this episode. But we'll see. Let's go watch the next episode and see what happens.
Total Drama Island.
Guys, we're on episode 19, and this was by far my favorite episode yet. It's a Friday the 13th, slasher movie parody episode. The campers watch a scary movie, and then mysteriously, there's a chainsaw killer with a hook on the loose, and Chris and Chef take off and abandon the campers at the camp. And so basically the campers then get picked off one by one by the killer, who's actually just Chef with a hockey mask and a chainsaw and a hook. And he picks them off one by one until there's only one person left. Unfortunately, there turns out to be an actual chainsaw killer with a hook, and Gwen beats him up. So they give Gwen the challenge win since she beat up an actual murderer with a chainsaw and a hook. And since DJ ran off screaming and crying, even though he never interacted with the real or fake killer, they decided that it was time for him to go home because he was only afraid of Heather because she was wearing a face mask, not like a hockey mask, like skincare. So yeah. DJ goes home. I did not see that coming. I had locked in Izzy, and I thought it was going to be either Izzy or maybe Jeff. So for DJ to go home is pretty shocking. And actually, I was way off because in this episode, Izzy gets into a bit of a showmance with Owen. Now, Owen does ruin it because he offers Izzy up as bait to the killer in order to save himself. But it did kind of make it seem like maybe Izzy has some more runway in this game. Some more miles in this crazy car we call life. Some more travel miles on this crazy plane that we call life. Some extra subway tickets on this crazy train that we call life. A few more marshmallows in this crazy game we call Total Drama Island. Yeah. So that's how I end that bit. Yeah. So I think I'm going to say it's time for Jeff to go home. Without Bridget there, he really doesn't have any sort of story arc going for him. I would say it would be Izzy, but I feel like Izzy has some more runway on this crazy game we call life because of her relationship with Owen now coming into play. And I'm going to keep my winner pick as Gwen. She won the challenge this episode. She faced off against a real killer and beat him up. I really think that the show is pushing her to be the fan favorite, the hero of the season. She's going to go up in an epic battle against Heather. And then if it's a final 3, maybe she's also going up against Lashana or Duncan. But yeah, I really like this episode. Let's go watch the next one and find out who goes home.
Total Drama Island.
Well, guys, I have good news and I have bad news. In episode 20, Izzy goes home. Now, this is bad news because I should have stuck to my guns and just, locked her in for who I thought was going home next week, but I actually switched it to Jeff. So, sucks for me. The good news, however, is that Gwen won the challenge again this episode. It was a hunting challenge. You have 8 hours to trap the animal that is assigned to you, and she did it first. And that's making me feel really good about having her locked in as my winner pick. Because now that Izzy is gone, we are down to the final 6. I have a 1 in 6 chance of predicting the winner of the entire season. So I'm definitely keeping Gwen locked in as my winner pick. But as for who I think is going to go home next episode, it really could be anyone at this point. I mean, we're really down to the bottom. I still feel like Jeff has nothing left to do in this show. And Duncan actually sets up an alliance with Heather in this episode. So that makes me think that they're going to be around for a little bit longer. And I think actually that might be a great final 3 for this show. Duncan, Gwen, and Heather. So if that's the final 3, which I feel like actually really good about, that would mean that the next person that goes home is either Jeff, Lashana, or Owen. And I'm going to just stick to my guns. I've locked in Jeff for the past few episodes. And when this has happened earlier in the season, when I have a feeling that someone's about to go home, and then I don't lock them in because I lock them in 2 or 3 times in a row, they don't go home. So I switch it and then they go home. I'm just going to stick to my guns. I think Jeff's up next. Let's go watch the next episode and find out.
Total Drama Island.
Guys, Jeff went home. I got another one right. To be fair, it's a lot easier to predict who's going home next when there's only 6 people left. I don't know the math on that. What's the percentage on 1 in 6? Like if it was 1 in 3, then that's a 33% chance. I don't know math. I'm a YouTuber. You guys do the math. Let me know down in the comments what that percent is. But yeah, like especially because in the last episode, we talked about how I feel really confident that the final 3 is going to be Heather, Gwen, and Duncan. And so I really had a 1 in 3 chance of figuring out who was going home next. And I'm feeling really good that it's going to be one of them next time. Anyway, this episode's challenge was a triathlon where 2 of the players are handcuffed to each other and they have to complete different tasks. Like they have to row a boat to Boney Island, or they have to eat gross food, or they have to make a giant totem pole out of the faces of all of the eliminated players in the order that they were eliminated in. It's a pretty fun episode. We see Gwen as kind of the main character of this episode once again. The whole episode shows her kind of working through her own personal issues through her relationship with Jeff, who she's handcuffed to. And by the end of the episode, they end up becoming really good friends. They even like give each other a hug and have this good moment where they take a picture together. This makes me feel like I am dead on correct that Gwen is going to be the winner, because we've seen this several times now. When Trent went home, they had this moment where Trent goes, "You go on and you win this whole thing." When Jeff went home, Jeff took a picture with her. They became friends and he's like, "I'm rooting for you." So I'm keeping Gwen locked in as my winner pick. Now for who I think is going to be eliminated next episode. I think it's down to these 2. And I think it's going to be maybe someone a little shocking, like when DJ went home kind of out of nowhere. I think it's going to be kind of shocking. And so I'm going to say Owen goes home next. So can you imagine if I got 3 in a row? Because this was 2 in a row, right? If I got 3 in a row, come on, dude. Let's go watch the next episode and find out.
Total Drama Island.
Episode 22 was very different. This episode, we got to see what all of the eliminated players have been doing on the resort that they've been staying in since they were eliminated. Now, this is very similar to Survivor. This is a parody of what Survivor does, which Survivor has Ponderosa, which is the kind of resort where the eliminated players hang out until the season is over. And that's because they can't just like send them home, because then they would spoil what happened. You know what I mean? So they have to keep everybody for the entire time that the show is filming, and then they all get to go home at the same time, with some hefty NDAs signed, I imagine. But honestly, the biggest part of this episode is at the end when Chris makes the eliminated players vote for who gets eliminated next out of our remaining contestants. And due to these characters being dumb and they just keep accidentally saying Lashana's name, like they would even be like, oh, I don't want Lashana to go home. And then because they said the name Lashana, it counts as a vote. Then there was a parrot, and the parrot kept repeating her name, and that counted for like 2 votes against her. So Lashana is who went home next. There have been maybe 3 eliminations so far that I feel were just unjust. I mean, this is a scripted show. It's a comedy show. But it's like, you know, she got cheated. She could have won the whole game. Courtney got cheated by Harold. She could have won the whole game. And even Bridget. No, not Bridget. Lindsay. Lindsay got cheated. Because the whole thing with that elimination was that the last person across the finish line gets sent home. Well, the only 2 people that managed to even cross the finish line was Heather and then her. The other racers crashed and didn't make it to the finish line. And so on a technicality, she was the last one to cross the finish line. And so, you know, it's just, it keeps happening. Hold on, guys. I dropped a thumbtack. It's dangerous work. But anyway, we're down to our final 4. And I locked in Owen because I thought he was going home next. Didn't seem to be the case. It was Lashana. But I still feel really good about everything else I've been saying, which I think the final 3 is Duncan, Gwen, and Heather. So that means that I'm locking in Owen for who I think is going home next. And I'm going to be keeping Gwen as my winner pick. Let's go watch the next episode and find out what happens.
Total Drama Island.
All right, guys, I'm jumping in real quick. There's not much to say about episode 23. I'll explain. So in this episode, the campers wake up. A storm had washed all of the camp away. And so they wake up on like a deserted island. And so they're just trying to like survive. And so there's not really a challenge for this week. And then at the bonfire ceremony, everyone votes off Owen's pet coconut, Mr. Coconut. So everything is pretty much the same. I do think that Owen is the one going home next. So I'm going to keep that locked in. And I'm going to keep Gwen locked in as my winner.
Total Drama Island.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Allow me to collect my thoughts. We get a big twist in this episode I did not see coming. So it's episode 24. The challenge is guys versus girls because there's 2 guys left. There's 2 girls left. Basically, they're all stranded in the woods. The first team to manage to find their way back wins. The girls win, which means that the only people up for elimination are the 2 guys. And I was walking on sunshine, brother, because I totally predicted the final 3 episodes ago. And I locked in Owen as the next person to be eliminated. I was like, this has been my most successful video I've ever done. For all of the people that think that I'm the world's worst detective, I'm looking at you, Mom. I was finally going to show the world how good of a detective I am, how good I am at figuring out and predicting things that are happening in TV shows. I was going to use my knowledge of Survivor, my love for the show that this show parodies, and I was going to show the world. And then Duncan went home. I did not see that coming. I thought Duncan was going to be in the finals. Owen, who was someone I did not think was going to make it to the final 3, is in the final 3. Now, don't get me wrong. I still think that the big battle at the end of the season is Gwen versus Heather, the evil villain versus the hero. And then also we have Owen there to be the comedy relief. And honestly, it does make a lot of sense to do it this way. You know, Owen's been the comic relief kind of the whole season. It'll help break up the animosity between these 2 rivals in the finale. But I will say I am a bit confused on how this is going to work. So in Survivor, for the finale, the final 3 sit down, they make their case to the jury, and then the jury votes for which of those 3 wins the game. Now, Survivor has done final 2s before in the past, and that probably was the case when this show was coming out, I think. So maybe it's a final 2, but they had mentioned a final 3 a few episodes ago. But where I'm confused is there's still a couple episodes left in the season. Like the next episode isn't the season finale. So I'm almost curious if there is another challenge, but I don't know. So just to be safe, I'm going to lock in Owen as the next elimination in case there is another challenge. And if there's not, no harm, no foul. I'm keeping Gwen locked in as my winner pick. I think that we nailed this one, dude. I'm really excited. Let's go watch the next episode and find out what happens.
Total Drama Island.
This is back-to-back episodes with very shocking eliminations. So there was another elimination. It was not a final 3. It's going to be a final 2. And in this episode, the challenge was this spin the bottle, truth or dare style game. Basically, the eliminated contestants all picked a dare, and then one at a time, the 3 remaining spin the big bottle. Whoever it lands on, they have to do that eliminated player's dare. And if you don't do the dare, you get sent home. No votes, nothing. If you don't do the dare, you're out. Owen and Gwen team up, and they manage to get Heather eliminated. I really, really, really thought that it was going to be a Heather and Gwen final 2, but it's not. It's a Gwen and Owen final 2. So let's really get into the weeds of this. I've been locking in Gwen as who I think is going to win for the last 8 episodes. Before that, I had locked in Lashana and Harold and Heather for who I thought was going to win. I have a decision to make here, kind of. It is a 50-50 chance of predicting the winner of the season at this point. Now, I can stick with my pick of Gwen, right? And then that looks really good if she wins, because it's like I've had her locked in for 9 episodes in a row. Or I could switch my pick to Owen. There's nothing against the rules that says I cannot switch my pick right before the finale. But that's really dangerous, because if I lock in Owen and Gwen wins, I look like a complete idiot. I had the correct person locked in for episodes and episodes and episodes, and then in the last moment, I panicked, picked the other player, and lost. And if I do switch to Owen and say Owen wins, does that even count as a win? You know what I mean? If I didn't lock him in once the entire season, and then at the last second I switch to him and he does win, does that say anything about me, or do I just get lucky? You know what I mean? So I honestly feel like the best bet is to stick with Gwen. I've been saying that she feels like the main character of this show since about halfway through the season. I've stuck to my guns for the last 8 episodes. I'm going to do it one more time. Stick with Gwen. Did I actually call her Heather? I think I've actually called her Heather a couple times. I think I just have Heather on the mind because I am extremely shocked that she's gone. I thought it was going to be a Heather Gwen final 2, dude. But I will say, looking at it now, it does make sense. Like from a writing standpoint, because everybody hates Heather, right? So if the jury of eliminated players is voting for who wins the season between Gwen and Heather, everyone's going to vote for Gwen. There's no suspense. It's like, we know who's going to win the season. It's Gwen. But now that it's Gwen and Owen, 2 very liked fan favorites, fun characters, it's kind of a toss-up, you know? Like, maybe the guys will vote for Owen and the girls vote for Gwen, other than Heather. Heather will probably not vote for Gwen. But Owen had a little bit of a relationship with Izzy at one point, you know? So I do think that this makes sense from a writing standpoint versus the Gwen versus Heather. But I'm rambling enough. I'm very excited to see who wins. 26 episodes. Oh my God. Hey, let's go watch the next episode and see who wins.
Total Drama Island.
Well, let me just say real quick. Total Drama Island rules. Throughout these 26 episodes, I've really fallen in love with the show and all of these characters. This is so much fun. And I know that there's like a bunch of seasons to this show, so I'm very excited to watch more. And, you know, if this video does well, I'll probably make videos for those seasons as well, trying to predict the winners of those seasons. But for the winner of Total Drama Island, I was wrong about how the finale was going to work. Just I'm trying to drag, I mean, you guys probably know who wins, but I'm trying to drag it out. I wasn't right about how the finale works. No one voted. It wasn't like a jury voted for them like an actual Survivor. There was a challenge, one last competition between Owen and Gwen, the hardest one yet. It was a giant obstacle course. They had to do stuff like cross this giant like gorge and it's on a tiny plank of wood, and they have to hold an eagle egg while the eagle parents are swarming them, and they have to make their way across and not fall into the shark-infested waters down below. And even though it was close, it was a very close competition. Owen wins the season 1 of Total Drama Island. I did not see that coming, dude. I was so certain that Gwen was the winner. I think even in the last episode, I was trying to hype Owen up a little bit just to be like, oh, it could be either of them. But in my head, I was like, this is such an obvious ending. Gwen is the obvious winner. I never locked Owen in once. Not one time. The only time that I locked Owen in is because I thought he was the next elimination. Oh man, I very clearly lost this challenge. Last month, I watched Total Drama Island for the very first time with one goal in mind: to try and predict the winner of the show before the reveal. And it was a ton of fun. So now I'm going to be doing it again with the second season of Total Drama. Total Drama Action. So this is how it's going to work. I'm going to be watching Total Drama Action for the very first time. And after every episode, I'm going to come in here, break down my suspects, theories, and clues of who I think could be the winner of the entire season. I'll also break down who went home in the episode, who won the challenge, and essentially I will come in here and lock in 2 different predictions. My main prediction is who I think wins the entire season, but I have a second prediction of who I think is going home in the next episode. That way, when we get to the end of the season, we can see exactly how close or how far off I was from getting it correct. So with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into episode 1 of Total Drama Action.
It's like school for grown-ups.
Prison.
Total Drama Action.
New episode Thursday at 9.
We're back, baby. So at the end of season 1 of Total Drama Island, we got like an hour-long special that sets up season 2, which is called Total Drama Action. Basically, Owen, who was the winner of season 1, traded in his $100,000 for an opportunity to win $1 million. But it's up for grabs for the entire cast of season 1. So basically, they all try to win the money, but they end up losing the briefcase full of cash to a shark who eats it. You know, them's the breaks. So in order for them to be able to actually earn the money, 14 of the cast members from season 1 will be returning for season 2 for the chance to win $1 million. And guys, I just watched episode 1 of season 2, and pretty much what happens in this episode is that it sets up everything that we need to know that is different this season from last season. For example, this season does not take place on an island. It takes place on like an abandoned movie lot. And the whole season is movie themed. For example, the challenge for this episode was based on old monster movies like Godzilla. The players have to try to make it to their trailers where they will be sleeping for the season instead of cabins like in last season. And basically they have to avoid being attacked by a giant monster. Owen, who was the winner of last season, ends up being the winner of this challenge. And he gets to pick which trailer the boys on this season will be sleeping in. Now, before we move any further, let's break down who is actually playing in this season, because it's not everyone from season 1. It is only 14 of them. The returning players are Duncan, Gwen, Beth, Trent, DJ, Heather, Jeff, Harold, Owen, Bridget, Lindsay, Izzy, Justin, and Lashana. Now, this is where things are a little bit different because as of right now, they are not separated into 2 different teams like they were last season. It is kind of implied in this episode that they are going to be divided up boys versus girls, which, to be fair, the show Survivor, in which Total Drama is parodying, has done several gender tribes before. Like they'll do a season where it's guys versus girls. So this might just be a take on that, but it might not. This isn't a fact. This is just kind of what I picked up from the first episode. Anyway, these are our contestants, and it is our job to try to figure out which one of these 14 players is going to win the entire season and the $1 million. At this point, we have very little to work off of. One thing that I do feel very confident about, though, is that Owen, who won last season, probably not going to win this season as well. It would be insane if they had the same player win back to back, especially after first challenge of the season, Owen wins it, putting him up in a strong position for the new season. There's no chance he's winning this whole thing, right? Now, what is very interesting about having these players return from last season is there are established dynamics and relationships that were made in season 1 that carry on into season 2. For example, we know that a lot of these contestants are paired off. Everyone here pretty much has a showmance or a friendship that kind of gives them a partner, like a two-person alliance. Gwen and Trent are a couple. Jeff and Bridget are a couple. Izzy and Owen kind of have an on-again, off-again type relationship. Beth and Lindsay, they are BFFs from last season. And then you have Lashana, who has a very close friendship and relationship with Gwen, and by extension, Trent. And then we have some players who are just alone, like Justin. His whole thing is that he's the super hot guy. I'm going to be completely honest. It was very surprising to me that he is one of the ones returning for season 2. His whole shtick of being, the hot guy, it ran itself into the ground pretty quickly in season 1, and then he was gone pretty early. So maybe the reason they brought him back for this season is to kind of like use him more, give him some more depth or something as a character, because literally everything we saw from him last season was just him being like, I'm hot, and everybody being like, you can have whatever you want. Duncan is also kind of alone because his girlfriend from last season, Courtney, is not returning for this season. Harold is on his own. Heather is the villain from last season, and she is still hated by everyone here. DJ is also alone. So I think that it's safe to say that some of these characters that were brought back were probably only brought back so that they could be one of the first ones eliminated. And others were brought back because they were like the main characters from last season, and us, the audience, is going to want to see more of them. So, right off the bat, after watching episode 1, I need to lock in a prediction for who I think is going to win this entire season, just based on what we learned in episode 1, which is going to make this difficult. So who am I going to pick? I'm thinking strategy-wise, we should pick someone who is a main character from last season, but didn't make it all the way to the end. Someone like Trent, or Lashana, Duncan, or maybe even Heather. Maybe Heather kind of has a redemption this season. She was the main villain last season. Maybe this season she gets a change of heart, becomes a fan favorite. Mostly because, if they brought her back just for her to keep being the mean girl, the villain the entire time, we've already seen that before. We saw that last season. So it would be weird if they just did it again. So what I think I'm going to do, since we don't have too much to work off of, I am going to set my prediction for who I think wins the whole season to Lashana. I'm locking Lashana in for this episode. The reason I'm picking her is because I feel like she was a great character last season. And I think that she would have been like a pick to go to the very end, but I don't know if you guys remember from season 1, she ended up accidentally getting eliminated because of like a twist element where everybody kept accidentally saying her name, but then they weren't meaning to eliminate her. It was a whole thing. I really feel like she was one of the bigger fan favorites from season 1, and I feel like she could go all the way in season 2. Also, let me clarify something real quick, because I feel like maybe there was some confusion from people who watched my last Total Drama Island video who, hadn't seen my other videos, and so I don't think I did a great job of explaining how it works. I'm going to be locking in a prediction for who I think is going to win after every episode, right? So I'm locking in Lashana now. But that's not a permanent decision. After episode 2, I might decide that there's no way Lashana's the winner and I can change my winner pick. And technically I can change it as many times as I want after each episode until the big reveal. The only reason we do like the locked in thing, saying it's a locked in pick, is because let's say Lashana is the winner and I locked her in as my prediction for episode 1. Then, halfway through the season, I changed my pick to someone else, but Lashana is the winner. We can look back and we can see, oh, well, after episode 1, Chase locked in Lashana, but at episode 9, he locked in someone else. So he technically predicted the whole season in episode 1, but he dropped the ball halfway through the season. Does that make sense? And then I will also, after every episode, be locking in my prediction for who I think goes home next. Which, speaking of which, no one went home in episode 1. And I'm kind of curious that, I don't know if anyone's going to go home in the next episode either, because we still don't know the teams. Plus, there's a ton of episodes in this season, but there's only 14 players. So I don't know if that means that we're going to be getting an elimination every single episode like last season, or if it's going to be kind of spaced out this season. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But if I had to lock in a guess for who I think is going to be going home first this season, which I do have to pick because that's the whole point, I think that I'm going to lock in someone like Justin. Why do we need the super hot guy for long? His whole gimmick was ran into the ground so quick last season. I can't imagine he's going to last long this season. You can't just keep doing the same gag over and over and over again without changing it up. So for that reason, I'm locking in Justin as who I think is going home next. Although I will say it would be really cool if the show did something kind of shocking and sent home one of the main characters first, just to kind of send a message that anyone could go home at any time this season. Imagine Owen, who won last season, is the first one eliminated from season 2. That would be pretty wild. All right, this was a very fun first episode of Total Drama Action. I'm very excited to keep watching, so let's go jump in and watch episode 2. Oh, wait, real quick. The host's name is Chris McLean. I kept calling him Chris McLean last video. I don't even know why I did that. In the show, they call him Chris McLean. Don't know why I said McLean, but I am dressed as him. So, also got a haircut. Had to chop off I had a mullet for a little bit. If you're a fan of the channel, you know the story. Okay, episode 2.
1 million years BC.
It's the Stone Age.
Was the beginning of civilized society. I make fire!
Okay, guys, I just watched episode 2, and we do get some very interesting developments. First things first, we still don't know what the teams are, but we do find out that we will be figuring out the teams in the next episode. Because the challenge for this episode was alien themed. Basically, everyone's running around trying to find alien eggs and bring them back to the base without being shot to death from the alien mama. The mama alien is Chef with a paintball gun. The first 2 to succeed will get to be the team captains and pick the teams in the next episode. Now, the winners of the challenge are Trent and Gwen. Trouble in Paradise. Not only because they're the team captains, which means that they will be playing against each other this season, but also Gwen seems to have a lot in common with Duncan, and the 3 of them are kind of the main focus of this episode. And it kind of feels like these 3 are going to go very far into the season. They're kind of the main characters so far. And if you remember, Gwen made it all the way to the very end last season, along with Duncan, and Trent made it very far as well. Now, another crazy thing that happens in this episode is we do in fact get an elimination. Or should I say eliminations? A double elimination. 2 people go home. Now, if you remember, I had locked in Justin for who I thought was going to be going home next. That was not the case. In a bit of a shock, Jeff and Bridget are the first 2 eliminated from Total Drama Action. They were voted out because all they do is make out and annoy everyone else on the cast. So 2 characters who were major characters last season are already gone this season. Pretty crazy stuff. Board's already getting smaller. Now, let's talk about why we're really here. Who do I think is going to win this entire season? Last episode, I locked in Lashana as my winner pick. And honestly, I feel really good about that right now. But there is an interesting thing that happened in the elimination ceremony when Jeff and Bridget were eliminated. The final 3 people on the chopping block, the ones that were likely to go home, were Jeff, Bridget, and LaShawna, with LaShawna just barely, making her way to safety. And I do always think that it's pretty interesting who Chris includes in the chopping block along with the player who does go home. I think it's just as interesting to see who is the other person who didn't go home but was one of the 2 options. For example, last season, it was always Heather who was the main villain of the season, and then someone else. And that someone else would always end up being the one that goes home. The psychology behind it was that everyone hates Heather, right? So everyone would assume that Heather was going to be the one to go home, but for some reason or another, the other person on the chopping block ended up going home. This makes me wonder if it's going to be something similar this season. Is LaShawna going to be at the bottom of the barrel all season long? So that way, if she does win, it comes across as this big underdog story. It's like, wow, she was on the bottom the entire time, but she managed to win. That's a very Survivor type storyline to happen. And remember, Total Drama is a parody of the reality show Survivor. If you're a fan of Survivor, you can listen to me talk about Survivor on my Survivor podcast, Making the Merge, links down below. Basically, what I'm saying is I think LaShawna is still a really solid pick for the winner prediction. I'm going to keep her locked in for who I think wins the whole season. Now, for my next prediction, I need to lock in who I think is going to go home next. Last time, I locked in Justin. And after watching this episode, I am starting to wonder if maybe the plan is to keep Justin around for a bit longer. He was gone really quickly last season, so maybe in order to switch it up, they'll keep him around. I mean, the fact that Jeff and Bridget, both players eliminated right off the bat, pretty crazy. Seems like it was a message of like anything could happen this season. And then I start thinking like from a writing perspective, from a story structure perspective, if it's made clear that the main characters from last season are on the table, maybe we're going to start seeing some major characters that we saw a whole lot of last season get eliminated early this season. So that way we get players like Justin, who we don't know much about, more room and time to be more fleshed out characters. So because of that, I'm going to change my prediction for who is going to be eliminated next time from Justin. Oops. And I'm going to give it to either Owen, who won last season, or DJ. Those are 2 guys that we saw a whole lot of last season. And you know what? Now that I say it out loud, because Owen did win last season, I imagine that means he will be going home relatively soon. I'm locking in Owen for the next elimination. Well, there is only one way to find out if we are correct, and that is by watching episode 3. So let's go do that.
Total Drama Action. New episode at a special time. Sunday, right after Scooby-Doo, The Mystery Begins. Only on Cartoon Network.
Okay, so after I watched last season, I just finished episode 3, by the way. After I watched last season, I thought I had a pretty firm grasp on the Total Drama universe. But this is a whole new season. It's very different. And I think that I'm off the mark a little bit. Let me explain. So, we get the new teams for this season in this episode. Gwen picks her team. She picks Duncan, LaShawna, DJ, Heather, Harold. Then Trent picked Lindsay, Justin, Beth, Owen, Izzy, or E-Scope. She's going by Kaleidoscope this season, or E-Scope for short. I'm just going to keep calling her Izzy. Now, at the base of this episode, the main storyline of this episode is Gwen versus Trent, because they are in a relationship, they're dating, and then now there's this whole jealous rivalry going on. But by the end of this episode, they are back together, like everything's okay, they're done fighting. And for the challenge in this episode, they have to like carry a bunch of film equipment up to the top of a mountain, which is a set. It's a fake mountain. And when they get to the top of this mountain, they have to build a film set themselves, and they have to put on a performance. Now, this is where things get wild. If you remember, in the last episode, which I don't know why I said that, it was 20 seconds ago for you, I said that I thought the next person going home was going to be either Owen, who I locked in, or DJ. Everything that was happening in this episode was setting it up for that to be the case. And as it's happening, I was like, oh boy, I am so locked in. I'm a genius. I'm going to crush this video. All of my subscribers are going to be hyping me up in the comments. They're going to be like, Chase, you're so smart. You're such a genius. How did you know that was going to happen? There's going to be a bunch of people that think I faked this video because I'm so locked in and so good at my predictions. To the point where in this challenge, it came down to Owen and DJ, which one was able to carry the giant trailer up this mountain. DJ refuses to do it. His whole team hates him. And I'm like, dude, he's obviously going home. Owen is obviously on the bottom two. They're probably going to be the next two voted out. I'm on track. And then out of nowhere, Chef, who, if you don't remember, if you've never watched the show, but you're watching this video for some reason, Chef is like the host's Chris McClain, his sidekick. He's the chef that makes all the food for the contestants. He is cheating. He is cheating and helping DJ. He offers to help mentor DJ and to help him win the game, win the season, in exchange for splitting the $1 million with him. And he heavily implies that because of this deal, he was the judge of the competition in this episode, he essentially tells DJ like, hey, why do you think your team won this week? Huh, big dog? It's because somebody was the judge, right? I mean, this is just insane. How was I supposed to see that coming? It's just like how I did not see the Jeff and Bridget elimination coming. A double elimination right off the bat? And then guess who gets voted out in this episode? Fucking Izzy. I didn't see that coming. I didn't even think she was on the bottom. So now I'm feeling pretty wild, dude. I feel like I have zero grasp on this season. I feel like I don't even know this show at all, right? So now I'm like, well, maybe DJ is going to be lasting a long time in the show because he has this whole partnership with Chef where Chef's going to be cheating to help him make it farther in the game. Meanwhile, Trent and Gwen are obviously like the main characters of this season so far. Duncan seems to be a main character, but we've hardly seen any of Lashana, who, if you don't remember, I've locked in as my winner prediction. And while all of this is going on, we have Heather, who is seeming just like so competent and just like really good at the game this season. And I was like, okay, well, maybe we will get this like redemption arc from her this season. Maybe I should switch my winner pick from Lashana to Heather. But here's the thing. I did the same thing last season where I switched my winner pick and gave it to Heather, and then Heather did not win the season. I have no idea who goes home next. I have no idea who's going to win this season. I thought that I was so smart, but it turns out that I am just as in the dark as Batman in the third Christopher Nolan Batman movie when he's down in the pit and then he meets Bane later and Bane's like, you think darkness is your friend. And then that's how I feel right now. I thought the show was my friend, but I've just been in the dark. You know, I thought that I could climb out of that pit and see the light, but I fell and broke my back. What I'm saying is I don't know what's happening. But I do have to lock in a prediction for who I think is going home next. Izzy went home this week, or E-Scope, whatever her name is. And since we lost a female character in this episode, I think odds are we'll lose a male character next time. And honestly, I kind of just want to keep it locked in on Owen, because I do feel like he is going home soon. I mean, it crossed my mind that maybe I should lock in Justin again. I'm just going to keep it with Owen. I need to trust my gut. And speaking of like trusting my gut, I'm going to keep my locked in winner pick with Lashana for now. But if she does not start showing up in these episodes more, I'm probably going to change it. All right, let's go watch episode 4 and see if we can get some sort of grasp on this situation.
It's a new name.
I am Lumber Woman!
The world has a new hero.
All in a day's work.
And crime has a new face to fear.
New development that I did not see coming, my friends. I watched episode 4. We did not get an elimination. So that's when I was like, okay, Seems like because there's way less players this season, we're not getting an elimination every episode. We're getting it like every other episode. So I'm just going to readjust a little bit. I watched episode 4 and episode 5. So basically, I don't want to check in after every episode because then that would give me, if they're doing this thing that I think they're doing, which is there's like a reward challenge episode and then an elimination challenge episode, kind of like the show Big Brother. I don't want to have 2 opportunities to lock in who I think is going home because then I feel like that's kind of cheating. So I'm going to be I come back in here after each elimination is essentially what's happening. It's not that complicated. Anyway, I was wrong. I had locked in Owen for who I thought was going to be going home next, but he is still here. I do feel the need to point out, though, that in the elimination ceremony, he was on the chopping block. He was in the bottom 2. Well, I know what you're thinking, Chase. Well, if Owen didn't go home, then who did go home? Thank you for asking. The big storyline from this episode, it's all about this episode, because remember, it's 2 episodes, both of them, all about Trent and Gwen. This whole season so far, it's been the Trent and Gwen show. And it became pretty clear in episode 4 that I was like, uh-oh. Trent and Gwen's story is about to come to a close. Trent gets like really weird in these episodes. It's like he's obsessed with Gwen to the point of like OCD tendencies. Like he has to do things exactly 9 times. And the reason it's 9 times is because if you take the number of letters in Trent's name and Gwen's name, it's 9 letters. He's actively throwing the challenges to help Gwen and her team. It's just a whole mess because Gwen doesn't want that. So Gwen breaks up with him. And then Justin, who, by the way, has become the villain of this season. Remember, last season, the main villain of the whole thing was Heather. But now it seems like Justin's filling that role, which throws a whole wrench in my thought about Justin, because if Justin's the main villain for this season, he's going to last a while. Anyway, Justin overhears Gwen and Trent breaking up because Trent was throwing the challenges for Gwen. This makes Justin very upset, right? Because he just found out that Trent was throwing the challenges and costing his team the game. Justin tells the rest of the team. They're all very upset. They all confront Gwen because I guess it was her fault for some reason. She wasn't the one doing it, but they confront Gwen. She's like, guys, I don't want that to be happening either. Vote his ass off. I do not care. And that is exactly what they do. Guys, Trent, the team captain, is eliminated. Now, there are a couple other things that happen in these episodes, and it's mostly just dynamics between the different characters. Like Lashana, for example, I have her locked in as who I think is going to win the whole game. Not feeling great about that pick right now. But I can't I don't want to abandon ship too early because we still have a whole lot of episodes left. Like we're barely into the season. And she is still getting enough screen time to where I would consider her a main character, I think. Like when it comes to who are the main characters, Gwen definitely feels like a main character, but Trent felt like a main character. His ass is grass, brother. Owen feels like a main character still. I mean, he was, the winner from last season, but he was like, the thing about him being the winner last season is like he was so heavily featured in every episode last season. And he is so heavily featured in every episode this season. Surely he's not going to win again, right? Harold is someone that feels way more interesting this season. I consider him kind of a main character at this point. And an interesting thing about this season is we have reverted back to the dynamic he had with Duncan last season, which was Duncan was just always bullying him. And last season, as revenge for Duncan always bullying Harold actually cheated at the game and sent home Duncan's girlfriend, Courtney. And it just kind of seems like maybe they're setting up a similar situation this season. Maybe this time Duncan gets his revenge on Harold. Or maybe Harold gets the upper hand again. Sends Duncan home soon. Harold ends up going really far into the game. And then there's Justin, who we've already brought up. He's become the main villain of this season. His character, a ton of fun. Last season, he was a very bland, one-dimensional character with only kind of one bit, which was he's super hot. This season, a lot more dynamic. I mean, that's still like the main joke, like him being hot, but it seems like he's really playing hard this season. And another interesting thing about Justin as the villain this season, just like how Heather was the villain last season and had 2 minions, Lindsay and Beth, Justin also has Lindsay and Beth as like his minions. And he's really laying it on thick with Beth in particular. I would not be surprised if the storyline we get with these two is that Justin takes Beth with him all the way to the end, cuts her out right towards like the final 4 or 5, and then, you know, maybe Justin wins the game or maybe not. I don't know. It's just like, I find it hard to believe that a villain would win the whole season. But because that didn't happen last season, maybe it will happen this season. DJ is still being helped out by Chef. They are cheating. I think it's going to end up blowing up in their faces. I mean, realistically, I think the only way that storyline ends is with them getting caught. But I guess there's always the chance that he wins the whole season. Actually, DJ ends up winning the whole season because of Chef. It gets found out after the fact, which means DJ's disqualified from getting the $1 million, setting up a season 3 where everybody is playing for the $1 million again. Kind of genius. And then we have Harold, who her kind of story so far this season is that she's pretty bummed that everyone hates her. She feels kind of lonely. She has an interesting dynamic with Harold. Maybe the two of them will team up and go far into the game. I really don't know. But one thing that I do know is that out of everyone, I feel like Lashana might be going home very soon. Like in one of the challenges, she does a terrible job, almost costs them the game. Luckily they didn't. Luckily she didn't. Because if she had cost them the game because of her terrible dancing in the dance competition, they would have definitely sent her home. And the only reason that they didn't go to the Illuminati ceremony, Jesus Christ, the elimination ceremony, is because Trent was throwing the challenge. So basically what I'm saying is I think that Lashana or Owen will be the next elimination. And since Owen is on the Killer Grips, which is the team that just lost Trent, that makes me think that the next time we lose someone, it's going to be from the Screaming Gaffers. And since Lashana is on that team, I think I'm going to be changing my locked-in pick for who I think is going home next from Owen to Lashana. And I know what you're probably screaming. Chase, you have Lashana locked in as your winner pick, but now you're saying that she's going home next? What's up with that? Things change. I got to pick a new winner pick, dude. Life is always in flux. You know? It ebbs and flows. It's not set in stone, brother. You got to let life move you. You can't move life. So, Chase, if you think Lashana is going home next, you have to pick a new winner pick. Who do you think is going to be the new winner? I'm going to lock in someone that could either be a smash success, winner of the season, I'm a genius, or it could really, 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 really come back to bite me. And that is Gwen. Gwen came in second place last season. She still feels like the main character of this season. So for episodes 4 and 5, I'm locking in Gwen for who I think is going to win the entire season. Realistically, do I think that they are going to make the second place winner from last season the winner of this season? Probably not. Maybe not. But I'm going to be real with you guys. This is getting stressful. I haven't been able to accurately predict anything so far. And so I'm just trying to try anything. I really feel like Lashana's going home next. And so I don't want to have my winner pick go home. So I had to do something. Oh God. Okay. Let's go watch the next episode or episodes, depending on if they keep up the every other elimination thing.
Total drama action. The challenges are based on movies.
Today's genre, the monster movie.
And they're better.
Whoever stays on the surfboard longest wins.
Bigger.
It's a giant game of capture the flag.
And ripped from today's headlines.
Have you ever seen someone so serial killery?
I'm an idiot. Episode 6 was an aftermath episode. So it was like an after show thing hosted by Jeff and Bridget. It's a really cool thing, but it's not really a part of the main competition, right? So I also watched episode 7, and episode 7 was prison themed. It was like a Shawshank Redemption style challenge. And there were some really fun challenges in this episode, but that doesn't really matter because the big story on this one is that Gwen owes the other team because Trent was throwing the game for her, costing them challenges. So the entire time in episode 7, Gwen is trying to throw the challenges so that way it'll be even, right? She's just trying to make everything right. She's trying to even out the score. And as I'm watching this, because I just locked Gwen in as my winner pick, I'm feeling embarrassed because her team finds out that she's throwing it, or like they at least pick up the vibes that she's essentially Heather is like, this girl's throwing the challenges. And everybody's like, man, don't talk about Gwen like that. But then by the end of it, they vote Gwen out. Gwen is eliminated. The person that I just locked in as my winner pick was eliminated. So Gwen's gone. Both team captains are gone now. I just don't know what went wrong, right? Because last season, I feel like I had a pretty good grasp on the game. I accurately predicted like 5 or 6 different eliminations. And now this season, I have been wrong about every little thing so far. So I need to lock in. I need to redeem myself. So let's figure this out. Chef is still very heavy-handedly helping DJ. Now, my initial thought was, okay, this seems to be a major storyline between DJ and Chef. That means it's going to last for a long time, which means DJ is going to be here for a long time. But now I'm starting to wonder if that's where I'm going wrong, right? I think I actually need to be suspicious of the major storylines, the major plot lines, like DJ and Chef, because these major storylines are likely to wrap up soon, right? Because you just can't keep them going for 20-something episodes. They're going to get stale eventually. So it's likely that these major storylines that are at the forefront of episodes now, at the beginning of the season, will wrap up soon, which means that it's likely that maybe DJ doesn't make it very far. Oh, that reminds me. Another crazy thing that happens in this episode. Izzy is officially back in the game. They do stuff like this sometimes. Last season, they brought back several players, so I need to try to take that into account too. I will say, I don't think Izzy's the winner. I don't think, well, I mean, what do I know? But I wouldn't expect that Izzy gets voted out, brought back a couple episodes later, and then goes on and wins the whole season, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, Heather kind of steps back towards the villain role in this episode, right? Because she was antagonizing Gwen. She really felt like Gwen was throwing the challenges, which she was. So even though Heather seemed like she was becoming the antagonizing villain again, she was actually kind of being the hero for her team. She managed to figure out that she was throwing the challenges and stepped in and called it out, kind of saving any of them for being eliminated by Gwen's throwing of the game, you know? Maybe this is a part of that redemption arc that we've been thinking. Speaking of villains, Justin is full-on villain mode now. And with my new mindset, my new strategy, it's making me think that maybe Justin could be going home soon. Like, I really thought that he was going to be the main villain of the entire season, but I do think maybe that storyline is kind of running out of steam already. We still have a lot of season in front of us. Maybe they wrap up that storyline sooner rather than later. So if that's the case, then Justin goes home soon. We'll need kind of a new villain character for this season. Maybe that will be picked back up by Heather. I don't know. Or maybe DJ and Chef cheating is the villain of the season, you know? It's an interesting dynamic where there is definitely wrongdoing happening. There's a lot of options on the board, guys, including the idea that former players from last season come back, right? Because we watched the Aftermath episode, which was Jeff and Bridget hosting all of the players from last season, or at least a bunch of them, and getting their reactions and talking to them. And I kind of took that as like, maybe they're like reminding the audience about these players because they could come into play later on in the season. And really the only reason I think that, though, is because there's still like 20 episodes left. And this is it. This is the whole, I mean, Izzy's back now, but it was even less than that. And so it's like, how are they going to fill all these episodes? Maybe they're going to be bringing a bunch of people back. Anyway, I do need to lock in a new winner pick because Gwen was eliminated. So now, instead of looking for someone who's like the forefront of the season, like a main character of the season, I need to be looking at someone who does not have a whole lot of storylines directly connected to them right now. Like Lashana, the person that I had locked in for the entirety of this video until I decided to switch to Gwen and then she gets sent home. However, Duncan also feels like a good option because he is heavily involved in the show, but he really has no major storylines happening. Speaking of someone who feels like they're at the forefront of the show, we have Harold, and like they have like a little dynamic between the two of them, but nothing like how everybody else has major storylines going on. After the embarrassment of Gwen going home, the embarrassment of me not being able to predict anything so far this video, I need to lock in. I need to prove why I'm the best detective on YouTube. I need to get my head in the game. And right now, right here, I'm locking in the winner of Total Drama Action, Duncan. I feel like he's a solid pick because he was a main character last season. He's not really a part of any major storylines this season that are going to be resolved anytime soon. I'm locking him in. As for who I think is going home next, I am going to trust my new strategy and lock in DJ because he's a part of that major storyline with Chef. And our new strategy is to lock in on major storylines because those will probably get wrapped up soon. Locking in DJ as the next elimination, Duncan as the winner. I think we just nailed the whole video right here. I would drop the mic, but it's very expensive. Let's keep watching this show, bitch. Figure out if I just nailed it.
Last year, they faced every obstacle, passed every test, and beat all the odds. They thought they had seen it all. They were wrong.
We got one, baby! Our new strategy is already paying off. Princess. I just watched episodes 8 and 9 because we didn't get an elimination in 8. I think this is just going to be the format going forward. But back to the important part. DJ feels so guilty about cheating and having an alliance with Chef that he comes clean and he eliminates himself from the game. And by doing this, which he did at like buzzer beater moment, saved Lindsay from going home, which I did not see coming. So if you're keeping track at home, we have officially gotten one prediction right so far. And hopefully with our new strategy of looking for characters that have major storylines happening, we can get those numbers up. And honestly, I feel like we really nailed it with the Duncan pick too. Last season, his major storyline was his relationship on again, off again thing. Well, I say on again, off again. It was more like will they, won't they with Courtney. Courtney's not in this season. So Duncan does not have a showmance in this season. He does not have that major plot line that needs to be resolved. He doesn't have really any major plot lines that need to be resolved yet, which means I think he's going to go really far all the way and be the winner. Can you tell how jacked I am right now? I thought this video was a lost cause. I thought this video was going to be like an hour and a half, 2 hours of me looking like an idiot. But turns out I'm back. I'm a genius. If I hung out with Patrick Starr, they would call us Pinky and the Brain. If Albert Einstein was still around, he would say E equals MC Chase. Episode 8's challenge was a doctor-based challenge. Duncan and Lashana worked together to essentially save the day, win the challenge. Then in episode 9, it was a horror movie challenge. He is a major part of that episode, but he does not at all get wrapped up in the whole DJ feeling guilty, Lindsay being on the bottom storyline that's happening. Because Lindsay has a whole thing in that episode. The reason that Lindsay was going to be going home is because she's stepped up and become the leader of her team. And because of that, they are calling her bossy. But really, it's fascinating to watch this character who is like, her whole shtick was that she was the dumb blonde. She has actually stepped up and is playing the game and playing the game hard. But that's enough about her. We got to go back to Duncan. You know how I just said like several times that he's not a part of like any major storylines that need to be wrapped up? Well, it's not entirely true. In these last 2 episodes, we start to get an inkling of a storyline. Basically, Lashana wants an alliance between herself, Duncan, and Harold. However, Duncan hates Harold, Harold hates Duncan. Because Duncan bullies Harold for being a nerd, and Harold doesn't like being bullied. Obviously. This new strategy is a big red flag for us because that alliance of the three of them, it's a loose alliance because the two guys don't want to be a part of this alliance, but Lashana's really pushing for it. It could blow up at any moment. And I have already had one of my winner picks eliminated, and my ego can't take another one. So I am concerned about this dynamic because if that blows up and it sends one of them home, will it be Duncan? I don't think so. I think we're okay because the storyline seems to be focused on Lashana. She is the one trying to create this alliance and make it happen. And then if you include a moment that happens in episode 8, where Lashana manipulates her teammates into giving her the reward that they earned in the reward challenge, it really gives me the impression that this storyline is going to blow up on her, which would leave Duncan still in the game and without a major storyline. So I'm definitely keeping Duncan as my winner pick, but now I need to lock in my prediction for who I think is going home next. And because our new strategy seems to be working so well, let's look at the major storylines that are happening right now. Justin is playing the role of the villain. He has a very interesting dynamic with Beth. I do think that this storyline between the two of them could come to an end at any moment. And since he's the villain, maybe he will go farther, which means that Beth, maybe he does something evil and Beth goes home. Ozzy's from actual Survivor. In fact, Ozzy's returning for season 50 of Survivor. He's one of like the most dominating Survivor players ever. If you want to hear me talk about Survivor, I have a podcast, Making the Merge. Links down below. Owen and Izzy's showmance is heating up. In fact, in the horror movie challenge, they make out for the entire time. And considering Izzy just got back into the game, I would be very surprised if she was the next one to go already. But maybe Owen is up next. But the biggest storyline, the storyline that feels like it's at the forefront of everything, is this Lashana Duncan Harold situation. And I think that could be the storyline that blows up first, that gets resolved next, which would mean that the person that I think is getting eliminated next, I got to find a better system. Lashana. All right, let's go watch the next couple of episodes and see if we got another one right.
This summer, take some boys.
We are so psyched to be here.
And some girls.
The humiliation never ends.
They weren't looking for love, but love found them in the funniest of places.
You guys gonna make out now?
Okay, so now I don't even know what's going on again. This is an incredible season of TV. I'm having a blast. But I am once again at a loss because I don't know. I did so good last season. I feel like I really had a grasp on what was going on. I don't know. I'm wrong. I'm wrong at every turn. I just watched episodes 10 and 11. And if you remember in the last part, I locked in Lashana for who I thought was going to be going home next. And what's interesting is that I wasn't that far off. Like, she drops the ball several times in these episodes. Her team is just like really done with her. But that's what's so crazy is even though these episodes set Lashana up as public enemy number 1 for her whole team, their team does not lose. The other team loses and Izzy goes home. And I did not see that coming at all. In fact, I think in the last section, I said something along the lines of they wouldn't bring Izzy back just to take her away so soon. So I clearly still don't really have a hold on what is going on, but I did get a few other little things correct. So let's talk about those. The first thing that I kind of got right is the reason that Izzy got voted out. Justin, the villain of this season, has got a problem in these episodes where Lindsay and Beth are no longer doing whatever he wants them to do, right? Because he was hot or is hot, they just did everything that he wanted them to do. He'd be like, hey, do this, do that, do this, do that. But now it's not working. He doesn't have that power over them anymore. And it really, truly looked like he was going to be going home, which we kind of assumed, right? But then he managed at the last second, because they were all dead set to send Justin home. At the last second, Justin managed to learn how to like flip his hair differently, which makes them fall in love with him again. And they listen to him and they vote out Izzy. Now, what's interesting about that is in the last part, or maybe the part before that, I don't remember, I made a prediction that Justin was going to eliminate Beth and really submit himself as the villain for this season. And I was kind of right, but it wasn't Beth who got eliminated. It was Izzy who got eliminated at the hands of Justin. Now, surely now that we have seen this part of that storyline come to fruition, it's going to be wrapping up soon because they're already no longer obsessed with how hot he is. So now his whole shtick, the runway is even shorter. Is it time for him to go, or does he pivot and somehow keep becoming more and more manipulative, right? Like he was able to get Izzy out because he learned a new hair flip move. Is he going to keep doing little things like that and staying in the game? So that's one of the things that we had kind of talked about that did come to fruition. The other thing is that Lashana is public enemy number one. Her team found out that she manipulated them into giving her the spa day reward. And then in episode 11, she cost them the challenge. So they are all really done with Lashana. And if they would have lost, she would have for sure been going home. So even though she did not go home when we thought she would, it's still very likely that she goes home next, I think. As for Duncan and Harold, in episode 11, they seem to kind of make up and they work together. They're kind of friends. So it's kind of like that alliance that we talked about blowing up and costing one of them the game, and we predicted it would be Lashana, has come true. And these two are actually going to work together, and Lashana's going to get sent home packing. Some other things happened in this episode, like Owen. Owen gets his jaw broken, and so his mouth is wired shut. That kind of gives him a new character arc, because I kind of thought we don't really see serious injuries like this often in this show. So I kind of thought that meant that they were just going to like, he got injured, he's out of the game. And then it's kind of like oh, well, maybe he would have won if he hadn't have got injured. But no, he's still in the game. So that's either like a new kind of dynamic for him that could keep him going as a character, or it just means that he's going to be going home soon. I don't know. Then there's Lindsay. Lindsay is still being very bossy with her team. She is their leader at this point. But even though she is the leader and she has a very strong alliance with Beth, I would not be surprised if she went home soon. Speaking of Beth, in episode 10, we find out that Beth has this boyfriend. Apparently, he's a super hot male model, just like Justin is, but no one believes that he's real because she has never mentioned him up to this point, and there was only like 2 days in between season 1's events and season 2's events. This is a very fun storyline. It only ends one of two ways. Either in the next few episodes, she is going to get eliminated, and then her super hot model boyfriend is going to show up to like comfort her, and everybody's going to be like, whoa, she actually does have a boyfriend. Or we find out that she is faking and it's not a real boyfriend, and that comes to fruition in some other thing. Regardless, I think she's gone soon, is what I'm trying to say. So if I'm right, which let's not get carried away here, let's not assume anything, and Lindsay, Beth, Lashana, and Justin, let's say those are the next 4 to go. That would mean that Duncan, Heather, Harold, and Owen would be our final 4 players. And if you haven't noticed, I haven't really said a lot about Heather lately, and that's a very interesting point because she hasn't really been a problem this season. She has not been toxic and evil. She is not the villain of this season. I mean, she's still being rude to people, but she's actually just like working hard and playing the game. I'm worried that this is a sign that Heather is actually the winner of this season. However, I'm not going to be changing my locked-in pick from Duncan at this point because he is also in a really good position, especially since it's pretty apparent that out of this storyline between Duncan, Harold, Lashana is the one that's getting sent home and causing the end of that storyline. Harold would also be an interesting pick to win this season. Owen was the winner last season, and he was just like the goofy comic relief character the whole time. So maybe Harold will fill that role this season because he is kind of a goofy comic relief character. But here's the thing. Harold is actually a way better player at this game than Owen ever has been. Harold saves the day a lot. In fact, in episode 10, when a challenge goes like terribly wrong, all of the contestants almost drown. And not in like a reality Total Drama Island way. Like Chris McClain was freaking out because he was like, oh God, it's broken. They're all gonna die. And Harold literally saves all of their lives with his mad skills. Same thing happens in episode 11. Well, you know, not the exact same thing. They don't almost drown 2 episodes in a row. Don't get crazy. But it's Harold along with Duncan who saves the day and wins the challenge for their team. Harold would unironically be a really great winner for Total Drama Action. And then there's Owen. No way he wins again, right? That would be insane behavior. So even though I think Harold and Heather are both great options to win this season, I'm sticking with Duncan for my winner pick. I'm sticking with Lashana for who I think gets eliminated next. The season is so much fun. It's absolutely unpredictable, which is frustrating because for this video, but as a fan, it's a ton of fun because you don't see what's going to happen next. All right, let's keep watching.
This summer, they will seek out $1 million.
I'm gonna win me some moolah!
But they will find something so much more. Themselves.
Sorry, dude. Sorry.
Episode 12 was an after show episode again. And then in episode 13, we got some pretty big moments. The biggest thing that happened in episode 13 is that Courtney is back in the game. That's right, Courtney from last season, who was a very aggressive player, played hard, was in like a relationship with Duncan, still is kind of in a relationship with Duncan, on again, off again. She is, what I'm trying to say is she is a threat. She is a force to be reckoned with. She is like Heather last season. Her and Heather were the two kind of villain characters, people that were here to win that money no matter what. They will step on anyone to get their way. And now Courtney's back and she is on Owen's team. Speaking of Owen, Owen is the player who was eliminated this episode. So once again, I was wrong. I did a whole thing in the last part where I said I thought Owen was going to be in the final 4. Basically, the reason that Owen got eliminated is because this team lost and they weren't allowed to vote for Courtney because she just got back into the game. So they just had to get out Owen. If you recall, I had locked in Lashana for who I thought was going to be going home next, but this team won again. I just really do think I'm onto something though. This team hates Lashana. Like in the episode, it's a jewelry heist, like an Ocean's 11 type themed episode. They have to save her from a safe. They have to like crack a safe and get her out of there. They just leave her in there for the entire episode. They are so done with her. The next time that this team loses, she is going home. And considering the teams are now tied back up 4-4, it's kind of a toss-up on which team loses next, but it is not out of the realm of possibility for this team to lose, send Lashana home. But let's play some hypotheticals here. What happens if the Killer Grips lose? Will they just send Courtney home as soon as they can, right? They weren't allowed to vote her out this time, but next time they can, I imagine. So will they get rid of Courtney immediately? That feels a little too soon for me. I feel she just got here. She just got here. There's no way they're sending her home next week. And that's kind of the only thing I can see happening over here at this point. So let's say this team loses, the Screaming Gaffers. It's got to be Lashana that goes home from this team. Unless something absolutely crazy happens and Lashana manages to stay. And also, if she isn't the one that goes home, if she does manage to stay, then who out of these 3 is going home? Duncan? I am a little worried because Duncan is my winner pick. But now that his girlfriend, Courtney, is back in the game, that could open up a major storyline, major story arc that could get resolved and him get sent home. And then I don't think Heather's going home. She's always there. She's doing good in the challenges. She's not a part of any major storyline. She's not the main villain. She's just doing good. She's doing a good job at the game, which leads me to believe that she could be the winner of this whole thing. If Duncan ends up going home because of the Courtney situation, which this Courtney situation is crazy. That's what I should title and thumbnail the video. I might have to switch to Heather, but you know what? I feel like Lashana is for sure the next person going home. I'm going to keep her locked in. I'm going to keep Duncan locked in. Hopefully everything goes good with him. Let's just keep watching.
This summer, in a game where pain is nothing.
I think you broke my coccyx.
They will risk everything.
Have I just lost my powers or something? Has something happened to me? Or is this show just absolutely incredible at preventing us from figuring out what happens next? I just watched episodes 14 and 15, and in the last section, I locked in that Lashana was for sure the next person to go home. And I really thought that I nailed it. Lashana is still extremely hated by all of her other players on her team. And then, when in episode 15, when it's the immunity challenge, the Screaming Gaffers lose. And I was like, I got another one right. That's another point for Chase on the board. Dude, they send Heather home. I was just waxing poetically about how I think Heather might actually be the winner of this season, and then immediately she's sent home, dude. It's like it's not even funny at this point. What is going on with me? I mean, for real, dude. A couple sections ago, at some point, I talked about what I thought the final 4 players were going to be. 2 of those final 4 players that I said, gone. Just gone. They are gone while I mow my lawn. When I go to a seafood restaurant, I order the prawn. We are well over halfway of this season, and we have predicted exactly 1 elimination. That being said, Duncan is still in this game. I locked him in as my winner pick all the way back at week 7. Or I say week 7, episode 7. I'm not waiting a week in between these episodes. But in Survivor, like for my Survivor show Making the Merge, like we talk about the episodes each week, so I'm used to calling them weeks. Anyway, all the way back in episode 7, I locked him in. He's still in the game, which means that if Duncan wins this season, that I predicted the season total drama action all the way back in episode 7, which would really redeem all my failures. That being said, I am concerned because now that Courtney's back, they are right back into their kind of rivalry, on again, off again relationship, which last time I checked is a major storyline that will get resolved, probably with the elimination of one of them or both of them. Remember the Jeff and Bridget situation? The Jeff and Bridget situation is crazy. That should have been the name and thumbnail for this video. But it's definitely heating up. In episode 14, she kisses Duncan right before knocking him off the challenge to win it for her team. And then in episode 15, she beats Duncan one-on-one in a wrestling match. And they're doing this stuff all while being madly in love with each other. It is a major, major plot point. And so part of me, the part of me that's a scaredy cat, wants to just take my win prediction off of Duncan, put it on someone else, because he could be going home at any second. But I'm going to stick with my guns because he's gotten me this far. Because even if I did pick someone else, who am I picking? Lashana? The person who her team hates her? Beth? Get real. She is still like neck deep in this whole I have a hot supermodel boyfriend storyline that I don't know how that's going to go anywhere. Justin? I mean, stranger things have happened, and he is the villain of this season. But to be completely honest with you, Courtney is kind of taking over that villain role. So that if his time as the villain of the season is coming to an end, and Courtney is showing up and kind of ramping up the villainy, we don't need him. He might go home soon. And then there's Courtney, right? Would they make the winner of this season a player that did not show up until halfway through? I don't see that happening. I mean, probably this show would do something like that. But surely not. Then there's Lindsay. Here's what I'll say about Lindsay. We've got to watch her grow a lot as a character this season compared to last season where she was just the dumb blonde archetype. She is a very dynamic character this season. She's the leader of this team. Well, at least she was before Courtney showed up and took control. And then there is Harold. And honestly, I see him as a great winning pick. If he won this season, I would actually be pretty excited. We've talked about this before. I think he's a great pick for winner. And then, I know what you're probably wondering. You're like, Chase, if everyone on her team hates Lashana so much, how come they kept Lashana and eliminated Heather? Well, I'm glad you asked. It was like this last second redemption arc where She managed to convince them to keep her, even though they all found out that she was talking mad shit about everyone on the cast on her spa vacation reward. But I don't think it was like a full, like, we're all friends now thing. I think it was just they kept her around for one more time. And honestly, because I need to lock in a prediction for who I think goes home next, I really just want to keep Lashana locked in. But I have locked her in so many times now, I need to switch it up. Because at this point, if Lashana wins the whole season, I'm going to look even stupider. Or sorry, even more stupid. Stupider isn't a word. So if I'm not locking in who will I lock in? I think it's pretty obvious. Beth and her weird storyline where she has a boyfriend, maybe. That's a super hot supermodel. I think that's coming to an end. I think it's her time to go. All right, let's keep watching.
This summer, see the one show inspired by a true story of inspiration.
Love's a beautiful thing.
About the struggles we all face and the friends that see us through.
Go jump in a lake, trout lips.
Lashana went home. Jesus Christ. The one time that I did not have her locked in to go home, and she's gone. I feel like that meme where it's like a diamond miner and gave up right before he hit 1 billion diamonds. That's me. And she's my diamonds. You guys are actively watching the downfall of a man watching a scripted reality show parody that aired on Cartoon Network. And it will be the death of me. I just watched episode 16 and 17. Episode 16 was a spy movie themed episode. And we have officially gotten rid of the two teams, and it's merge. Everyone for themselves. Here, I'm gonna clean up the board a little bit. So yeah, now that there's no teams, it definitely switches up the dynamic of the game. Speaking of dynamics, let's talk about all of the things that each of these characters have going on that could be seen as major storylines, and that would cause them to be gone soon. Because remember, that's still our strategy. Hasn't been working as well as it did, but it's working okay. Harold and Duncan are still fighting all the time, and yet they're still working together a lot. Especially when Duncan, Harold, and Justin end up forming a kind of guys alliance because they're trying to even out the numbers with guys versus girls. Because before Lashana was out, there were 4 women to 3 guys. And that is why Lashana got sent home, because they were able to pull the numbers. And a big reason that Lashana went home is because everyone wanted to vote Courtney out, but Courtney actually won the immunity challenge, which means that she could not be voted for. So that means that it was either going to be Duncan who goes home or Lashana. Courtney was actually able to convince Harold to get rid of his sweet, sweet Lashana and keep Duncan. Now, this is where things get even more interesting. Lindsay wins several challenges in these episodes. She's really starting to look like a solid competitor. And I would not be surprised if she won the season. It's a lot like Harold. I think these two both would make great winners. Courtney, meanwhile, is playing super aggressively. Everyone wants her gone except for Duncan, her boyfriend, obviously. I really don't see her winning the season unless somehow she ends up in the final 2 with maybe someone like Duncan and manages to get the win. Because also, she has a lot of unfair advantages because of her lawyers. That's how she was able to get back into the game. She gets to keep like a personal PDA on her all the time. It's just like the rules don't matter for her because of her lawyers. And so I think for that reason, she is not going to win. Guys, I truly think that the final 2 are going to be Duncan and Harold. They have had a long arcing story together that lasts not only from this whole season, season 2, but all the way back in season 1. Duncan bullies Harold. Harold hates Duncan. They fight all the time, but in this season, they have had to work together a lot. And when they work together, they are a good team. What a better dynamic in the final 2 than these two. But I am worried. Because Duncan's dynamic with Lashana, they were the bottom 2, right? Remember what I said? It was either going to be Duncan or Lashana. Courtney managed to convince Harold to keep Duncan. The fact that Duncan was on the chopping block is very worrisome. And another thing that I'm thinking about is last season, the final two was one guy, one girl. It was Owen and Gwen. Are they going to do two guys in the final two this season? Or do they want to have it be guy-girl? Because that's the thing that this show does. Even when the teams are merged, they kind of like immediately default to guys versus girls. It's like they need to have some sort of teams, even if there's not really teams. You would think that the winner of the season is also going to be like a fan favorite or a good player, right? Owen won last season. He was a fan favorite goofball comedy character. And again, maybe I'm thinking too deep into it, but maybe because they had a guy win last season, they want to have a female character win this season. So let's say they do that. Let's say one of the girls wins this whole season. Out of Courtney, Beth, and Lindsay, who do I see as the winner? I think Lindsay is by far the most likely to be the winner out of those three. I don't think there's any chance Courtney wins. And then like I can kind of see a world where Beth wins and then we get the payoff for her boyfriend joke. Her super hot boyfriend shows up and everybody's like, what? He's real? But that doesn't feel right. Even having Lindsay win doesn't feel right. Let's say that I'm wrong. Let's say that they don't care about whoever won last season. It's a whole fresh season. Anything can happen. One of the guys is the winner. Out of Duncan, Harold, and Justin, who do I think the winner is? Obviously, I've had Duncan locked in for a really long time. I think he would make a great winner. He made it super far last season. He is my favorite, or at least one of my favorite characters in the show. I would consider him a main character of Total Drama so far. But also, I think Harold is a really great pick. We've talked about this a lot. I think Harold would make for a great winner. Justin would be a strange winner, but I could see it happening maybe. But if I'm going to be honest, I really, really think our final two is Duncan versus Harold. Who wins? Kind of a toss-up. I think they're both great winners. But I think this is who we're looking at for the final two. All right. Who am I going to lock in for who's going home next? Since the girls just lost a player and evened it up 3-3, I'm going to say it's a guy next time. And I'm probably going to go Justin because I'm really banking on that Duncan Harold final two. And in order for that to be a reality, Justin needs to go home. So that's what I'm locking in. Cool. Let's keep watching.
This summer, these contestants can survive the challenges.
A fight to the death!
If only they can survive each other.
Step off!
Episode 18 was another Aftermath, like after show that's hosted by Jeff and Bridget. And then in episode 19, we got a moment that made me jump off of my couch, fall to my knees, beg the Total Drama gods to please say it ain't so, Weezer style. And the Total Drama gods' pity on me was abundant, and they reversed their decision. Let me explain. Episode 19, it was a fairy tale challenge, and in the end, Courtney won immunity again, which means that she will not be going home. And we're at the elimination ceremony, and one at a time, Chris McLean is given the golden Chris statues out. That means that you're safe. You're not going home. So one at a time, Beth got her statue. She's safe. Harold got his statue. He's safe. Lindsay got her statue. She's safe. It was just down to Duncan and Justin. One of those two are going home. And at this point, I was chilling. I'm watching. I'm like, oh, nice. I locked in Justin. I'm about to get another prediction right. Then Chris said that Duncan's eliminated. My winner pick. And I was about to crash out. And then Chris said he was just joking. Justin is the one eliminated. I would, oh man, this was a close one. This one was a close one, guys. If the person that I had locked in as the winner of the whole season, since all the way back in like episode 7, if he would have gone home, you guys might have gotten real tears in this video. I would have been devastated. It would have been the final kick to send me down the pit of despair. This show has been so awesome, but trying to predict what happens is like trying to play that little like cup and ball game with Penn and Teller. Trying to predict this show it's like trying to play a game of chess with Raven from That's So Raven. Trying to predict this show has been trying to play the game of Survivor against Boston Rob. Again, if you're a fan of Survivor, I have a Survivor podcast, links down below. Justin goes home, which means I have correctly predicted 2 of the eliminations in this entire season. Duncan is still in the game. I am going to keep Duncan locked in. I'm nervous about it, but I've got this. I believe in him. He can do it. Now, who do I think is going to go home next? You think that it would actually be easier to predict who's going home next because there's so few people. But I have no idea. Now that Justin is gone, the girls have the numbers advantage by 1, which means I think probably it's going to be one of the girls that go home to kind of keep it even 2 and 2. Because again, I don't know what it is about Total Drama, but they're very much like, even when there's no more teams, it's still oddly like guys versus girls. My thought is maybe it's time for Courtney to go. I'm pretty certain that Courtney is not winning this season, but she has dominated every single challenge, immunity challenge, since she got back in the game. So they haven't been able to vote her out, even though everyone other than Duncan wants to vote her out. She's got to go home at some point, and we're getting towards the end here. So what better time than the present? So because of that, I'm locking in Courtney for who goes home next. I am the greatest detective on YouTube. And there's been a lot of self-doubt in this video because this season almost broken me, but it will not break me because me and all of my beautiful subscribers, that's you. Even though we have failed a lot this video, when Duncan is the winner and we locked him in all the way back in like episode 7, we will prevail. So let's go watch because Courtney's going home.
This summer,
Are you ready to rock?
forget what you know about adventure.
You are a goner.
Forget what you know about excitement.
We have to stop them.
Forget what you know about
Action!
Courtney did not go home. I just watched episode 20 and 21, and in true Total Drama fashion, things have changed. Owen's back in the game. Stuff like this is insane because like there was the potential for something awesome that could have happened in this video, in another world, in another, universe, where I lock in Owen episode 1. I'm riding hard for Owen. Owen's going to win 2 seasons back to back. Owen strong. Owen gets eliminated. My dreams are shattered. What's that? Owen's back. Owen goes on, wins the whole season anyway. That would have been an insane arc. It would have been a great story for this video. It's not what happened. And I doubt that he's winning this whole season, so I doubt it would happen regardless. But it would have been cool. Luckily for me, in this universe, in this world, I have yet to sway from the greatest Total Drama player of all time. Speaking of the greatest Total Drama Island player of all time, Duncan was supposed to be the one who gets eliminated in this episode. However, because Lindsay accidentally voted for herself, Lindsay is the one who goes home. That's crazy because once again, Duncan was the one that was going home. He was on the chopping block. And then something else happened and he managed to stick around, Jesus. And the reason it keeps almost being Duncan that gets eliminated is almost solely because Courtney keeps winning the immunity challenges, meaning no one can vote for her. Courtney has submitted herself in the Heather spot from last season. She is the villain. She is doing all of the villain things that Heather did last season. And this is where we're going to do a little bit of math. That's right. I've got another new strategy. If Courtney is the equivalent of Heather last season, Heather made it into 3rd place last season. Let's assume Courtney, the villain of the season, will make it 3rd as well. Because you have to have someone to root against. Right? If Courtney had gone home this week, who are we rooting against? We like all these other players. Owen's goofy and fun. Beth is so nice. Harold is unconventional, but I think he's got spirit. And Duncan is genuinely probably my favorite character in both seasons. So there's no one to root against. That's why you have to keep the villain around as long as possible. And that's why 3rd place is perfect for the villain. And last season, if we're following the same rules, the villain goes in 3rd place. The winner was the goofy, funny comic relief character, Owen. Second place was the main character of the season. That's how it felt, Gwen. If we're following the same rules, Courtney is in third place. The final two is like the main character of the season, which I would think would be Duncan. That's our Gwen equivalent. And then who is the Owen equivalent? Who is the goofy comic relief? I almost guarantee that it's Harold. We've been talking about this final two for a long time. However, I could also see Beth being the Owen equivalent. Now, Owen could, of course, be the Owen equivalent, but I just don't see it happening. Like, I know he just got brought back into the game. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the next one eliminated, right? Because they're not going to have the winner from last season win again. That's not going to happen. But maybe they'll have him in the final two again. I just don't know. So basically what I'm saying is if Courtney goes home third place, and then the final two is either Duncan and Harold or Duncan and Beth, then that means logically, statistically, analytically, the person who goes home next has to be Owen. Has to be. So I'm locking that in. You see my logic? Does my logic make sense? I think it does. And honestly, they're already planting the seeds for him to be eliminated, even though he just got back. Because the only reason that he's back in the show is because he's supposed to be there to like stir stuff up for production. But he's too nice and he hasn't been doing a good job of causing chaos. So I could see him leaving for sure. As my winner pick, I got to stick with Duncan. Now, obviously, using my math from last season, when the main character, Gwen, his equivalent, didn't win, it's a pretty risky move. But I'm hoping that I'm not spot on. And I've just kind of got like enough to get me by, if that makes sense. Like I'm hoping that yes, the final two is going to be a goofy character and then the main character, but this time the main character wins. I don't know. All I know is I'm Duncan Strong. Let's go see who goes home next.
In the high-tech world of espionage,
Does anybody know anything about bombs?
friendships begin with a whimper
What kind of BFF are you anyway?
and end with a bang.
Get ready for the fireworks!
Okay. I think we're on the right track. Stay with me. I did not predict who goes home correctly. I was wrong again. I had locked in Owen, and while it did come extremely close for that to be the case, Harold went home. I tricked you for a second. Sorry, dude. I'm pumped. So basically, if my theory is correct, which I think it is, then we know exactly how the rest of the season is going to play out. There are 4 players left. Owen is only in the game to sabotage players for Chris, the host. Harold figured that out and warned the other players as he was being, whisked away after being eliminated. So I think that means Owen is for sure going home next. And if Owen goes home next, then what that sets up, here, I'll block Owen. What that sets up is the final 3. We talked about Courtney being the villain, and the villain last season, Heather, went home third. So that means that she would go home next after Owen, which would leave us with a Beth and Duncan final 2. Duncan being like the main character and Beth being the goofy character, just like Owen and Gwen last season. So since we have this blueprint, I'm locking in Owen for who goes home next. I'm going to call my shot a little bit early and say after that, Courtney goes home. And then I'm going to keep my locked in pick of Duncan, even though last season the goofy character won over the main character. Because this is why I'm going to keep Duncan. It's a 50-50 shot at that point, if they are the final 2. A 50-50 shot. What will be more impressive? If I keep Duncan locked in when I had him first locked in all the way back at episode 7, and everyone's going to be like, Chase was a genius all along. We had no idea. We doubted him. Or I switch, say Beth does win, then it's like, well, is that even that impressive if it took you the whole season to figure it out? No. Or even more embarrassing, what if I switch to Beth, Duncan wins, I had him locked in the entire time, and then at the 1 yard line, I fumble the ball? No, dude, I'm keeping Duncan locked in. Owen's going home next. Then Courtney. Final 2, Duncan wins it all. As a side note, I would just like to point out that I really enjoy this show. I have fallen in love with all of these characters. I thought it was weird at first when season 2 of Total Drama Action, wasn't just a whole new cast of characters, right? Because in Survivor, which is the show that this is parodying, it's a new cast every season. And then sometimes they do like an all-star season. But now that I've, seen almost the whole second season, I'm like, oh, I totally get it. Because last season, there were characters that we saw the entire time and they were super fun. And then this season, those same characters, we got to see them even longer. And then there was characters from last season that we didn't get to see much of, that we got to see a whole lot of this season, like Justin and Beth too. It's like Beth was like, she became like a main character this season when last season she was a nobody. It's really, really fun. I totally understand why Total Drama has such a big online like fandom. It's because these characters are so great. It's so much fun. I really, really love watching this show. All right, we're in the final 4. Let's keep watching and find out what happens next.
The votes are all in.
Whose will it be?
The numbers have been tallied.
Make a decision.
The results have been sealed.
Now pick a winner so we can all go home.
Big news. Big news. I just watched episode 24 and we totally nailed it, kind of. Basically what happens in this episode is Beth wins the challenge so that she is safe and she's guaranteed a spot in the final 3. And then we find out Duncan is safe too. The final 3 guaranteed. Duncan, Beth. Who's going to get that other spot? Is it going to be Courtney or is it going to be Owen? Courtney gets voted out. Now, I know what you're saying, Chase. You didn't predict her to go out 4th. You predicted her to go out 3rd. I'll get there. Courtney gets voted out. And then Owen gets fired because he's technically not even like a contestant, really. He was just there to try to cause chaos, but he wasn't doing a good job of causing chaos. So now he's fired. So that means we're down to our final 2, Beth and Duncan. I'm pretty sure the next episode is like the final episode. So we will find out who won this season. We will find out if I was right and Duncan wins Total Drama Action.
Give all the money to me.
Thanks for that bit of nonsense, Beth.
The stars will collide one final time
Here we go again.
for Hollywood's biggest fight.
It's gonna be a tough one to beat.
Total Drama Action Red Carpet Rivalry Round 2. Tonight at 9 on Cartoon Network.
Beth won. Beth won the whole season. I will say though, after Beth won, guess what happened? Her super hot supermodel boyfriend showed up and everybody was like, whoa, he's real? I called that. I don't remember when that was, but at some point in this video, I said that. What's a little frustrating is I stuck with Duncan the entire season almost, and that made me not take a risk. Even though when I saw that formula where it was like the bad guy goes out 3rd, final 2's the goofy one versus the main character, the goofy one wins. I should have switched to Beth. But because, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I switched off of Duncan and then he won. You know what I mean? Like I had put myself in too tight of a box. If I was, if I had jumped around a little bit more this season with my winner pick instead of just staying with Duncan the whole time, I might have been willing to make that jump at some point. But what are you going to do? It was an incredible season. It was an incredible season. This is twice in a row now that I almost got it. Last season, I was so close to predicting the winner. This season, I was so close to predicting the winner. And one other thing that I want to bring up is that they did the finale. The way that the winner is decided this season, different from last season. It's more like the actual game Survivor this season, where they have the jury of the eliminated players vote for who they think should win. And I thought that was awesome. I've been on a journey of watching Total Drama Island for the first time with one goal in mind: to try and predict the winner of the show before the reveal, and it has been a ton of fun. I tried to predict Total Drama Island, Total Drama Action, and now I'm going to try and predict Total Drama World Tour. And this is how it's going to work. I'm going to be watching Total Drama World Tour for the very first time, and after every episode, I'm going to come in here, break down who went home, who won the challenge from that episode, bring up any hints or clues of who seems to be the most likely to win the whole season, and every episode, I have to lock in 2 different predictions. One being who I think is going to win the entire season, and 2, who I think is going home in the next episode. That way, when we get to the end of the season and we find out who wins, we can look back and see exactly how close or far off I was from getting it correct. So with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into episode 1 of Total Drama World Tour.
Since the beginning of time,
You guys ready for a little fun?
man has searched the world over,
Japan, Peru.
looking for the true spirit of honest competition, and then crushing it into a million tiny pieces.
One by one, they'll all go down.
This should be interesting.
Total Drama World Tour, coming this June to Cartoon Network.
I just watched the 2-part premiere of Total Drama World Tour, and they have added some new stuff this season. Not only are they traveling the world for this one, but they have added 2 brand new, never-before-seen contestants. Oh, and this season, there are 3 teams instead of 2. So let's break those down. Our first team is Team Victory. Team Victory consists of Bridget, DJ, Lindsay, Ezekiel, Harold, and Lashana. Now, as a reminder, Harold and Lashana are in a relationship, and Bridget is in a relationship with Jeff, who is not back for this season. Then there's Team Amazon. This team has Cody, Courtney, Gwen, Heather, and Izzy. Now, if you've seen the first 2 seasons, you will know that Heather is usually the big villain of the show. She has a pretty big rivalry with Gwen on her team. You'll also know that Courtney is a bit of a villain in herself, and she has a relationship with Duncan, who is in the season, or should I say, was in the season. It's episode 1, and he's already gone. We'll talk about that in a minute. Cody on this team is in love with Gwen. Gwen had a romance thing with a character named Trent, who is not back for this season. Then there is Team Chris is really, 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 really hot. This team consists of Owen, Tyler, newcomer Sierra, newcomer Alejandro, and Noah. But by the end of episode 2, Izzy and Sierra have switched teams. So now Izzy is over here on Team Chris is really, really, really hot, and Sierra is over here on Team Amazon. Why this is important is because Owen and Izzy are a kind of couple as well. And then Sierra, who is a super fan of the show, seems to have a big crush on Cody. On this team, Noah being back, kind of shocking for me. And then there's Alejandro, who his whole vibe is pretty interesting. He's like the new super hot guy, and he seems very nice. But as we sort of figure out in these 2 episodes, he's actually just playing everyone and is playing the game very hard. I mean, he even says at the end of episode 2 that he's going to make Heather seem like a saint. It's going to be pretty interesting to see. Now, we have 2 former winners on the cast this season, Owen and Duncan, but he's not on the board because he's already out. Well, technically, there's 3 winners. Basically, each season of Total Drama has 2 different endings. There's an American version and a Canadian version. I say American version, but that's just because I'm in America. Depending on what country you were in, you saw one of the 2 versions, right? So back in season 1, Owen won in the version I watched, which is the American version, but Gwen, who was in the final 2, won in the Canadian version. Last season, season 2, Duncan won in the American version, but Beth won in the Canadian version. And typically, I don't even bring up the different versions because I want my game of predicting who the winner is to be very simple and straightforward. And since I've been watching the previous 2 seasons on Netflix here in the US, that would just be the canon winner for my game, right? Whatever version I was watching, that's who the winner is. But that brings us to this season, Total Drama World Tour. It's been like 6 months since my last Total Drama video, and I know a lot of you have gotten very annoyed with me. My comment sections have been filled with nothing but passive-aggressive and sometimes just aggressive comments asking for the Total Drama World Tour video. Hey guys, I've been wanting to make this video. I just couldn't figure out how. I could not find the show anywhere. Like I was even like, I'll buy it on Amazon Prime or whatever. Couldn't find it. Then someone told me that the whole season is available on YouTube, which I found very shocking. Like the way that copyright works on here, it didn't even cross my mind that the full season would just be uploaded for free. But I bring this up to say, I am watching Total Drama World Tour on YouTube, and I have no clue which version of the show I'm watching. I don't know if it's the US version that I typically watch or if it's the Canadian version. But for the sake of this game of trying to predict the winner, whichever version that I'm watching on YouTube, that is going to be the definitive winner for my game. If I manage to predict the winner of the other version, does not count. So with all of that out of the way, let's talk about what happens in these 2 episodes. This stop of the World Tour is Egypt, and so we get a few challenges set there. The first one being Pyramid Over Under. It's a race to the finish line by either going up and over the pyramids or under the pyramids. This challenge is won by DJ and Lashana. Oh, and Harold. He was there too. However, this is the part of the episode where Duncan gets disqualified because there's another rule this season. At random points in the episode, our fabulous host, Chris McLean, who I am dressed up as right now. I got some comments on the last Total Drama video being like, whoa, he looks like he's wearing the same thing that Chris McLean is wearing. And it's like, yeah. Basically, Chris, the host, will say, hey, it's time to sing. And if you don't sing, you are disqualified. It's actually a really funny joke how he was like, yeah, the ratings are really good for singing competition shows right now, so we're just going to introduce that element. Duncan refuses to sing, which causes him to get disqualified. I was kind of holding out hope that he would be brought back into the game at one point in these episodes. But no, at the end of episode 2, he is given a parachute and pushed out of the plane, which is what they do this season when someone's eliminated. It's a bummer, but honestly, it does make sense. He is a former winner. I'm not sure that they're going to do a 2-time winner in this show, which means for us, Owen probably not winning either. I know what you're saying. Chase, what if this is the Canadian version where Owen didn't win? Gwen won. Yeah, that's a good point. Last season's runner-up was Beth, because the winner was Duncan. She didn't get brought back for this season, so we don't really have to worry about her. I guess we just need to keep an eye on Gwen because she may be a former winner depending on which version of the show we're watching right now. You see how confusing this gets when you start considering the other versions of the show? That's why I try to avoid it, but I just couldn't this time. Anyways, the next challenge is the amazing camel race. Each team is racing to the Nile River, and once they get to the Nile, they have to weave a basket big enough to carry them across to the finish line. But it's not just about getting to the finish line. You have to get to the finish line with the object that was given to you. Team Amazon has a camel. Team Chris is Hot has a goat, and Team Victory has a stick. They all 3 managed to get to the finish line at the same time, which means that there's no elimination tonight. Oh, wait, what's that? Ezekiel lost their stick, which means that Team Victory has to vote someone out. Now, obviously, they vote out Ezekiel because he's the one who lost the stick. It does not help Ezekiel's case that there's extra stakes this season for the winning and losing of the challenges. The winning team gets to stay in the nice first-class cabin in the plane that they're on, while the losers are in a part of the plane that doesn't even have beds. So Ezekiel is given a parachute and pushed out of the plane. Bye-bye, Ezekiel. Bye-bye, Ezekiel. This is a pretty fun callback to season 1 of the show where Ezekiel was the first person voted out then as well. He doesn't have a great track record, and, you know, that's okay. That's a fun joke. Now let's talk about the people who we think are going to win the entire season. 2 people are already gone. Ezekiel and Duncan pushed out of a plane. That leaves us with 15 players. And if we assume that there are going to be no former winners of either version winning again, then that means we could go ahead and cross out both Owen and Gwen. Then there's the Alejandro guy who seems like he's going to be taking over as the new big villain of the season. And what this show has done so far is that the big villain goes really far into the season, but then when it comes down to the final two, it's always two fan favorites for who wins the season, right? And that makes sense because there's two different versions of the show, which means both players in the final two are technically winners, and you don't want to have the big villain win in one of the versions. That leads me to believe that Alejandro is not going to win the game. But since he's being set up as the big villain, I think he's definitely going to last a very long time. Same with our resident villain, Heather. She has come so close to winning every single season. But that's the thing about this show. The bad guys never win. And after just these first 2 episodes, I'm struggling to figure out who the fan favorite might be for this season. We do get a good amount of screen time for everyone here on the board. So why don't we just go through each one, starting with Lindsay. Right now, Lindsay's whole thing is that she's falling in love with Alejandro. And in the past, she has had a romance with Tyler. Now, Tyler is pretty bummed out that Alejandro is kind of taking his girl. Alejandro is being set up as like a master strategist villain, which tells me that he might backstab Lindsay once the teams merge, and then that would be his first public display of villainy, which means I don't think Lindsay is going to win the season. Since we already mentioned him, why don't we talk about Tyler? Seems like his character arc for this season is going to be him trying to win Lindsay back. My prediction is that maybe he sacrifices himself at some point to save her, and then that's how he gets voted out of the game. I don't know. Even if that doesn't play out, I don't see him being the winner, so we can kind of cross him off of our suspect list. We've already talked about Alejandro. I think he's going to go very far, maybe even final 3, but definitely not the final 2, because the final 2 is always fan favorites. Then there's someone who has almost an identical story as Lindsay at this point, and that is Bridget. What's very interesting about this, though, is she is dating Jeff, who's not back for this season. She seems to be falling in love with Alejandro anyway, even though she's got a boyfriend. But she keeps denying it. She keeps being like, Jeff, if you're watching this, I'm not falling in love with him, okay? Last season, Bridget and her boyfriend Jeff were the first ones eliminated in the season, and they hosted the after show episodes together after they were voted out. I could see a thing happening. Maybe Jeff shows up at one point and he's like, Bridget, what are you doing? I thought we were going to be together forever. And then that kind of leads her to being voted out, which would set up her to co-host the after show again if they're doing that this season. And if that's the case, then Bridget is not our winner either. Then we have Harold. Harold is with his lady Lashana right now. They seem to be doing pretty solid. They've got a good alliance with DJ going on. So if Team Victory loses again and has to send someone home, I think that Harold, Lashana, and DJ would have the numbers to send either Bridget or Lindsay or Bridget home. If I'm being completely honest, I feel really good about Lashana, Harold, and DJ as a threesome that could make it really far into the game. I think any of these 3 players could be the winner of the season. All 3 of them are fan favorites. Harold has had a great redemption arc, a transformation from loser that no one wants to work with to one of the top dogs, to a character that we see quite a lot of. Then there's Lashana, who has always been a huge fan favorite in my eyes, and I was shocked that she did not win last season. So maybe this is the season that's hers for the taking. Same goes for DJ. DJ always seems to be a major part of the story for the season, but doesn't quite make it far enough to actually win. I really like the idea of any of them winning. Then there is Sierra, who is the new girl. She's like a super fan of Total Drama. She knows everything about everyone. She does seem very nice, but also very annoying. I do not see her winning. That could be just because I don't know much about her yet. Which brings us to Courtney. Courtney is always somewhat of a villain. Her boyfriend is Duncan. He's gone now. I'm not sure what her story is going to be now that Duncan's gone. I've never really considered her as someone who could win, but that could definitely change this season. I mean, last season, Beth made it all the way to the final 2, and I never saw her as a character that would even remotely get to the end of the season. There's Cody, who has a interesting new story here. He's doing his typical thing of being in love with Gwen, but she doesn't like him back. But this season, he has Sierra chasing after him, just like how he usually chases after Gwen. This storyline is reading to me as something that will be resolved pretty shortly. I do not see Cody lasting much longer. Noah, on the other hand, frankly, I'm just shocked Noah was brought back this season. When you have other characters like Trent and Jeff and Beth who did not return, it makes me wonder why Noah, of all people, were brought back for season 3. And it seems like maybe they brought him back because he is a character that hasn't really interacted with the others that much due to not lasting very long in the game typically. Maybe this is his season. Maybe he can make it all the way to the end. If I remember correctly, he didn't even play last season, and when he played in season 1, he was like the 3rd player eliminated. I could definitely see a world where they brought him back because they already have the character drawn up, and they're like, well, okay, let's just use him this season, and maybe he could win. Last but not least, there is Izzy. Izzy is such a fun and wacky character. I would say that she's definitely a fan favorite just because of how weird she is. In both seasons so far, she has been voted out pretty early, but she always returns to the game. That being said, she still hasn't come close to winning yet. My guess is that they will continue the tradition of her being voted out pretty early, but then she comes back into the game for some reason, and then maybe she goes the distance, but I think it's more likely they keep the running gag and she gets sent home just like always. Guys, I think my winner pick is between either Noah or Lashana for 2 very different reasons. For Lashana, she is always a major character, and I just think that she deserves a win. Every season, the main characters kind of end up being Gwen, Duncan, Lashana, Owen, Heather, some combination of them and a few others. 3 of those players have already won, technically, if we count both versions. But if we're looking for a fan favorite to win this season, I feel like Lashana has to win this one. I think that she could definitely take home the W. And then there's Noah, who was brought back for some reason. Like, there just has to be a reason that Noah was brought back instead of some of the other very popular characters. Maybe it's to just shake things up. Like last season on Total Drama Action, the character Justin was brought back from season 1, and he was made into a major character. He was kind of one of the main villains of last season. Now, he didn't end up winning, but he definitely got further in the show than he did in season 1. That could be why Noah is back. Or maybe Noah's back to win. If I have to decide between the 2, which I do, I think I'm going to lock in Lashana for who I think wins this season of Total Drama. But I am going to keep my Noah theory in my back pocket. If we get 2, 3, 4, 5 episodes into the season and Noah is still here, then I feel like that adds some legitimacy to my theory that they brought him back to be a major player this season. Now, I need to lock in who I think is going home next. All 3 teams are down to 5 players each now that Duncan is gone. And what's his face? Ezekiel. Now that Duncan and Ezekiel are gone. So really, since the teams are even at 5-5-5, any one of them could send someone home next. I want to say Bridget, because I feel like her story is with Jeff, her boyfriend, who is not on this season. And I don't know if they're bringing back the after show that they did last season, but if they do, I like my theory that they're going to send Bridget home early so that way she could be the host of the show with Jeff. And then they can kind of have that storyline of like, babe, I can't believe you were flirting with Alejandro. So yeah, I'm gonna lock in Bridget for who I think goes home next. Man, we are already back in action, dude. Now, I'm a huge Survivor fan, And from making these total drama videos, I've become a huge fan of this show too. It's just always a blast trying to see who wins. It's just so much fun. I've got a podcast called, it's a Survivor podcast called Making the Merge, where we pretty much do this exact same thing, but when the current season of Survivor is airing. So if you're interested in that, check it out. All right, let's go watch the next episode of Total Drama World Tour.
If you've ever wanted to see danger,
This is the most disgusting challenge yet!
if you've ever wanted to feel excitement, if you've ever wanted to taste adventure,
Salmonella.
what in the world are you waiting for?
It was a rhetorical question.
Episode 3. This episode is set in Japan. There's 2 really fun challenges here. The first one was a superhuman mega pinball smash, which was like a human-sized pinball game. That was won by Team Chris is Hot, which means that they got an advantage in the immunity challenge, which was making a Japanese commercial for Chef, who, you know, if you've seen the show, is kind of like the co-host along with Chris McLean. He's the chef. He right now he's the pilot, really. He's flying the plane. Anyway, the losing team for that challenge was Team Victory, which means that they had to send someone home. I got very excited about that because what I predicted in the last episode was that Bridget was going to be the next elimination. But that is not what happened. Actually, everyone was going to vote out DJ. I was very shocked about this. But basically, he has a storyline going on right now where he keeps hurting animals, but he loves animals. In hindsight, I probably should have seen that one coming. But then Alejandro from Team Chris is Hot convinces Harold that if he is truly a man of honor, then he would sacrifice himself. So he does. Harold goes home. I did not see that coming either. This episode shows me, though, that we are on the right track about Alejandro being the big strategic villain of this season. That tells me he's definitely going to be around a while. In this episode, we see that Heather, Courtney, and Gwen, the 3 of them almost lose the challenge for their team because they cannot get along. The only thing that saves them is that Cody and Sierra do the entire challenge by themselves and win it. Now, I'm a little confused on how this is going to play out, right? So, do we get a story where Heather and Courtney and Gwen, they can't get along, so Cody and Sierra carry the team all the way into the merge, and then the 3 girls vote out Cody anyway. And it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, oh, but he carried you to the merge. You wouldn't have been able to get along if it wasn't for him. And then you just cast him aside the second that the merge hits? Or does the rivalry between the 3 girls lead them to lose the challenge next episode and one of them goes home? I will say that in the past 2 seasons, we get a whole lot of all 3 of these characters. We get a lot of Gwen, a lot of Heather, and less Courtney, but still a lot of Courtney. Like, she wasn't supposed to be in last season, and then towards the end, she gets brought into the game. Maybe it's time for these 3 characters to go home, and then the writers of the show get to play around with some of the characters that they haven't gotten to, write for very much, that haven't gotten as much screen time in the past. And as much as I would be shocked, since Gwen is pretty much a mainstay in every season of Total Drama, I'm actually going to lock in that she goes home next. I just think I'm onto something about getting rid of some of the main characters from the last 2 seasons early on. I mean, we've already lost Duncan and Harold, who were like 2 main guys from the past 2 seasons. So I'm locking in Gwen for who I think goes home. Now, for who I think wins the entire season, I am going to stick with Lashana. I am a bit worried since Harold is gone now. I thought that he, Lashana, and DJ were going to be kind of a trio that goes far into the game. And now Harold's gone. And it also didn't look great for DJ in this episode. If Harold hadn't have sacrificed himself, DJ was the one going home. But I am sticking with Lashana for my winner pick. She's a fan favorite. She deserves a win. I feel the need to say that when I say fan favorite, I just mean opposite of villain. I could say hero, but you know what I mean? Like Alejandro and Heather, these are villains who are like strategically willing to do anything to win the game. Then there's characters like Lashana or Gwen who are fan favorites. They're not necessarily like do-gooders who'll never break a rule, but it's just like they're fun characters that are very likable. So yeah, that's what I mean. Okay. Well, let's go watch the next episode.
It takes a real champion to stand up to adversity.
No, I'm not doing this. Call my mom.
To quiet the masses of fans at their feet.
I just prefer to leave the ladies wanting more.
To endure when others would quit.
Yeah, this is gonna work.
Yes, it takes a real champion to win here.
Wait up! Ow!
It takes a champion of the world.
Airplane food.
Brother, we are getting a lot of elimination. I mean, it's even brought up in this episode that there are not enough contestants to have an elimination every single episode. But then Chris explains that, well, there's not going to be an elimination every episode, but I'm not going to tell you when they are happening. That way, no one can predict what's going to be a reward episode or what's going to be an elimination episode. And he says the reasoning is like, you guys seem to try harder when you think one of you is going home. So now you'll never know when you're not. This episode of our world tour takes place in Canada. The challenge is a big race across a frozen river. And guess who loses? That's right. Team Victory loses again. Once again, Alejandro was a major factor in Team Victory losing. He tricks Bridget into trying to kiss him, and then she ends up kissing a pole and getting her tongue stuck to the frozen pole. Then, because she was stuck, she couldn't cross the finish line, and she cost her team the challenge. So she's the one who got voted out. I was so close. If I hadn't have switched my elimination prediction to Gwen last episode, then we would have gotten our first correct prediction, but that does not happen. But Bridget is gone. I really should have just kept my next elimination prediction on her until she went home. I just knew she was going to be going home. Her story is with Jeff, and Jeff is not in this season. I knew she had to have been going home soon. I don't know. Now it also seems that DJ is going to be going home soon. He thinks he's cursed because he keeps hurting animals. He's crying constantly about missing his mom. It seems very likely he's going to be going home soon. But will he be next? I don't know. Team Victory has already lost a ton of players. I think it's very likely that we get a few episodes without an elimination, and then it's time for a different team to lose a couple of players. Speaking of them losing players, we find out in this episode that Ezekiel, who was the first one voted out, he's still on the plane. He is hiding out in the plane. I'm very curious to see if he finds his way back into the game. Even if he does get back into the game, I doubt he wins. It's just the fact that they show us that he's still hiding in the plane. There has to be a payoff to that. I'm thinking it's most likely that he gets to come back into the game. Then there's someone with a pretty interesting storyline right now, Tyler. His whole thing is that no one remembers him. Even Lindsay, who he used to like have a showmance with. He says that like all the fan blogs talk about him way less than everyone else. And in the challenge, he pretty much wins it for his team. This Tyler storyline I could see going one of two ways. One, he manages to make it all the way to the end, and then there's a big joke that he wins, and yet everyone still doesn't know his name. That could be pretty funny. Or, in an effort to make everyone remember him, he does something super stupid and gets voted out. It could go either way. I'm not really sure at this point. All I do know is that Alejandro is in full control of the game. He's definitely not going anywhere anytime soon. I don't necessarily see him as a winner, but we do see that in this episode, Courtney, Heather, and Gwen are still at odds with each other. We got a lot less of them than normal. So typically with this show, the more screen time you get in an episode, typically means that you're going to be going home relatively soon. So the fact that we saw less of them, but we still see them, but we get less of them makes me think that they might last longer than I thought. I might have to switch Gwen out for who I think is going home next. If I had to put money on it, I would say that these three would probably make it to the merge when the three teams merge into every man for himself. So I need to lock in someone else for who I think goes home next. I think we'll lose someone that doesn't seem to have any sort of story this season so far. Owen, and now I know this is a bold move because Owen is usually kept around a long time in the seasons because he's a comedy, goofy character that's always good for a gag. But I could very much see a world where Alejandro votes Owen out if their team loses, especially with Owen being a former winner. Plus, truthfully, I think we've seen enough of Owen. He won season 1. He was in the final 3 of season 2. If he sticks around for the entire season again, that would be crazy, especially when there's no story or any sort of character arc for him happening so far in this season. I am definitely locking in Owen. Oh, shit. I'm locking in Owen for who I think goes home next. Now, for who I think wins the whole season, I think I'm chilling with my Lashana pick. She's a major part of every episode, but she's not really at a risk of going home. Like, no one's like, oh, we got to get out Lashana. She's not a part of any storyline that is like putting her in jeopardy. And statistically, I think that her team is safe for the foreseeable future. I mean, they've lost so many players already. And if they do end up losing again, I think that DJ goes before she goes. So I'm keeping this pick. Lashana is my winner pick. Let's go watch the next episode.
With the contestants in ancient Egypt.
The amazing camel race.
And tensions running hotter than the weather.
Stand, losers!
Alliances will be broken.
Maybe we could swap teams!
What?
Spirits will be broken.
Yeah, this is gonna work.
And most of all, wind will be broken.
Episodes 5 and 6. Now, episode 5 is a regular episode. Episode 6 is the first Aftermath episode of the season. That's the Aftermath show that they do. So we're really just going to be talking about episode 5 because that's where the action is. Even though, here's the headline, people. No one went home. It was a New York City episode where they had a giant baby carriage race from the Statue of Liberty all the way to Central Park. And even though no one went home, we did learn a lot about our players that will hopefully help us with our predictions. Like Courtney and Gwen saying that if their team loses, they're going to work together to vote off Heather. And there's the fact that Lashana, DJ, and Lindsay are down to just 3 players, but they seem to be working really well as a team. Then Sierra seems to be smarter than I originally gave her credit for. She seemed like a nerdy superfan, but because she is so knowledgeable about all of the players in the game, she's using it to her advantage as, a strategy. For example, Heather is trying to be super nice to Sierra so that way she can get Sierra as an alliance member. Sierra knows Heather's game so well from being a super fan of seasons 1 and 2 that she knows that Heather is trying to manipulate her and she's letting her. Basically saying, yeah, Heather thinks she's playing me, but I'm actually playing Heather. That makes me think that perhaps the reason that she's acting so crazy and being all over Cody is because she knows that he craves Gwen's attention but never gets it. So by giving him so much attention, maybe he will keep her in the game. I'm kind of reaching on that one. He does seem to hate her, but maybe it'll turn around. Alejandro is playing the game extremely hard, and he currently sees Heather as his only competition because she's the only other player who plays the game as hard as he is. And in fact, Heather feels the same way about Alejandro and actually sabotaged his baby carriage to cost him and his team the challenge in this episode. It's really going to be fun watching these two battle it out since they're both willing to do whatever it takes to win the $1 million. But as for my locked in predictions, I think I'm going to keep them the same because, no one went home. Nothing really changed. I'm still feeling really good about Lashana. Part of me does wonder if maybe this competition between Alejandro and Heather could go all the way to the final two, and then we finally see Heather win a season. I don't think that's super likely, since they don't usually let any of the, villains win in the previous seasons. But maybe compared to Alejandro, Heather will not be seen as much of a villain. I don't know. It gets complicated because of the two different versions, right? So whoever ends up in the final two technically wins. And I just don't see them having two villains win the season. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go watch the next episode.
On the next all-new episode of Total Drama World Tour,
When the contestants travel to an exotic new land.
Japan! Yes! They will learn to embrace the culture.
It's Sensei. Call me Sensei. Oh, and stop good.
They will learn to embrace the wildlife.
Cute.
They will learn to embrace each other.
Group hug! Back off!
It's episode 7, and I've got some terrible news here. Lashana went home. This is a different level of embarrassment. Like when the person that I have locked in to win the game goes home, not even at the end of the game. I mean, 7 episodes in, and the person that I have locked in to win the entire thing is gone, dude. I need to lock in. I need to focus. I think the issue is maybe I've been too chill. I think I've been a little bit too chill. I get excited in these videos. And I got a comment on a video recently being like, will you stop talking to me like I'm a child? I just get excited, okay? And then I start doing that kind of like YouTube-y voice because I'm excited and I'm talking to myself in an empty room. And so I purposely went into this one like, all right, Chase, let's be chill. Let's take it calm. We've done this twice before. We've already predicted, not correctly, we've already predicted 2 seasons of this show. We know what we're doing. Let's go into this and chill, man. It doesn't have to be a big to-do. It doesn't have to be chaos. Maybe it does. I need to lock in. I need to focus. Because one thing that this has told me, right? This sucks that Lashana went home. It's very embarrassing. Come on. Lashana's gone. That sucks. But one thing that this told me is that Alejandro, whenever he starts targeting an individual and flirting with them, it seems like they go home shortly after. I need to stop worrying about if they would let a villain win the season. What I need to do is look at him like he is a kiss of death. He had Bridget head over heels in love, then boom, makes her kiss a pole and he's gone. Then he had Lashana swooning, boom, she's out too. The only person who seems to see through him and see him as a villain is Heather. So Alejandro is definitely the villain of the season, but who is our hero? Who is our main character? I felt so good about Lashana because she gets a lot of screen time every episode, and she's always a lot of fun. She's very likable. But now I don't know. I have no clue who to even lock in for who I wins the whole season. One, because I'm scared. Because what if I do it again? What if the person that I pick right now to be the entire winner of the season goes home next episode? I don't think I could finish this video if that happens. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. There are several options for who could go home next. Let's start there. One thing that we need to point out. Team Victory is the only team that's lost any players. The other team has not, other teams, forgive me, pardon me for misspeaking. They haven't lost anybody. And if you ask Sierra, the super fan, she's throwing out some stats, brother, and she's saying statistically, it's time that team Chris is really hot loses a player. Because if, she says something like, if you win 6 in a row, then you get overconfident, you get overconfident, and then you end up losing someone the next episode. But that did not happen because Lashana went home. Team Victory only has 2 players left, guys. I know we have a visual aid here, so you know that. There's just 2 players left. DJ's whole story right now is about being cursed, and he's hurting animals. Truthfully, I feel like that storyline has kind of played out by now. We've We've kind of jumped the shark on that one. I would not be surprised if he did go home next. Then there's Lindsay. Really isn't doing anything right now. She doesn't have like a real story. She doesn't have any sort of character arc, which means that she could go home at any second. And maybe they're doing a thing, since there's 3 starting teams this season instead of just the 2 that they usually do. Maybe they're purposely eliminating every player on one team so that way it'll drop back down to 2 teams, which is what they usually do. That genuinely feels like what the writers would do, right? Just story structure-wise. If we eliminate an entire team, then we go back to our 2-team format going forward, and we don't have to worry about shaking things up too much. So a big part of me wants to lock in DJ for who goes home next. But then there's some other options here, man. Tyler had a story going on about how no one ever remembers him or talks about him. But in this episode, Lindsay finally remembers who Tyler is. That kind of finishes up this whole storyline. He's kind of done. He could go home at any second. His purpose for being in the show has wrapped up. Then there's Noah, who is still in this game but has not done a goddamn thing. I haven't been like keeping count, but he definitely has the least amount of screen time from any character in the show right now. He could go home right this second and it would not affect the show at all. I also feel like Owen could go home at any moment since he has no storyline going on either. Then again, that's kind of his whole MO, right? He makes it super far every time just because he's silly, goofy, and fun. Which, speaking of silly, goofy, fun, there's Izzy, who, like Noah, barely in these episodes lately. It's such an interesting situation because I can see pretty much anyone going home next. So here I am. I have no idea who's going to win this season. Anybody could go home next. I mean, my best bet right this second is that I'm right about how the writers of the show are going about the teams. I'm going to lock in DJ for who I think goes home next. It just makes a lot of sense to me that they want to eliminate a whole team so that way it goes back to a 2-team format for the show. It simplifies things. You don't have to worry about your audience, which, remember, this is a kids animated show that was on Cartoon Network. They don't want it to get too complicated. Now, as for who wins the whole season, I have no idea, dude. Like, Lashana going home has really rattled me. I need more information. Like, right this second, the only thing I really know is that Alejandro is the villain of the season. That is clear. There's not a clear hero. I mean, even Gwen, who is normally a major part of the seasons, she does not seem to be doing too much right now. Part of me is like, is this the season where a villain wins? I mean, there's this whole dynamic between Alejandro and Heather, and it's like a competition against the 2 players who are playing the hardest strategy-wise. And it's just like, maybe the show gives it to someone that hasn't had an opportunity to really be in the show. I mean, Noah was gone so early in season 1, he wasn't even in season 2. Maybe this is finally his time to shine. And the reason that he's been getting barely any screen time is because they're just going to let him kind of coast to the end. I mean, it's either that or a villain wins this season, dude. I think I got to lock in Alejandro. He's the only player who I have any sort of read on right now. And I'm so fucking scared that I'm going to lock in a winner and they're going to go home next episode. I'm 9,000% sure Alejandro is not going home next episode because he is in the middle of this whole rivalry with Heather. So unless Heather goes home next episode and then Alejandro no longer has that kind of rival to play off of, then maybe he could go home. I mean, if Heather goes home next episode, definitely changing my winner pick. But for right now, this feels like the safest option. We're only 7 episodes in right now. There's a ton of show left. Lots of ball game left. I need to take a deep breath. We're not going to panic. There's plenty of time to nail this. Hey, it's episode 7, bro. We still have like 20 episodes. I'm going to just lock in Alejandro because I know he is not going to go home next. And I'm going to lock in DJ because I think he is going to go home next. Let's move on.
On the next all-new episode of Total Drama World Tour, when the gang heads to the icy north.
Come on! There's nothing colder than the competition.
Did I just hit a baby seal?
And these contestants will do anything to stay warm.
Oh, I kinda have a boyfriend.
And we mean anything.
You can cuddle me, buddy. Did not see that coming.
Episode 8 takes place in the Amazon. It is a hike through the rainforest until you get to Machu Picchu. And for the very first time, Team Victory wins, and they do not have to send someone home. Team Amazon, ironically, are the losers, and they have to go to the elimination ceremony. They all vote Heather, except for Cody, who tries to vote out Sierra, which she sees and is heartbroken over. But then Chris says, psych, this isn't actually an elimination episode. This is a reward episode. Nobody's going home. Bro, this season's pulling out all the stops, dude. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going to happen next. I thought Heather was about to go home, and I was shocked because I even brought that up last episode. Remember, I was like, yo, if Heather goes home, then that means Alejandro's story is up, and he's probably going home. And I was like, yo, did I fucking call that? And it's just like, I was really shocked that she was about to go home. But then, you know, Chris was like, psych, no one's going home. I'm spiraling. And speaking of spiraling, Alejandro has turned into a full-on supervillain. I mean, he even gets an eye patch this episode. He tries to have Owen killed by giant caterpillars. I think I'm dead accurate about him being the villain who goes all the way to the end, but I don't think he wins, dude. The hero always wins in this show. And just like how I've said a million times in this video, I have no idea who the hero exactly is yet. Part of me is like, okay, Cody is getting a lot more screen time this season. Does that make him the hero? But now that Sierra knows that Cody tried to vote her off, I feel like this storyline between them is wrapping up, which means that either Sierra or Cody will be going home soon. So I feel like I kind of just need to keep Alejandro for my winner pick right now because he's the only person that I'm confident in not going home anytime soon. Also, an important thing that we need to take note of is that Heather has her elimination teased, but it's not followed through on, which means that she could potentially be the winner, right? She's Alejandro's clear rival. So that would make for the best story. The two of them are battling it out until the end. But I'm really scared of having something like what happened with Lashana happen, where I put someone as my winner pick and then they go home. I feel very confident that Alejandro is going to be sticking around for a while. And if Heather manages to stick around for more than a few eliminations, I will strongly consider locking her in. But even that, she doesn't feel like a hero. Like, even though she's not as much as a villain as she is in the past 2 seasons, she still is a villain character. As for who I think is going home next, I think DJ is still a good pick. Their team won this episode. But then the big twist of the episode is that this episode was not for elimination. So I do like my theory that they're trying to get rid of the whole team victory. I'm going to keep it on DJ. One more thing that I want to point out is that Noah and Izzy practically not in this show anymore. They had like a 5-second moment in this episode, and that was pretty much it. I don't know if that means that they're both going to be sticking around for a while, or if they're going home soon. I mean, there's part of me that's like, when you watch Real Survivor, which, you know, this show is a spoof or a parody of Survivor. When you watch Real Survivor, the winner is always kind of like around, but not always prevalent in the edit every single episode. So there's a part of my brain that's just like, well, maybe Noah and Izzy are going to be making it really far. And right now, we're just getting a bunch of entertaining stuff with all the other characters that aren't going to make it very far. It's just so fascinating. I really thought that season 1 taught me a valuable lesson about how to pick the winner in this show. Owen was always around. He's always being a funny character. He's a major part of the show, even though he never has any like real storylines. So I took that into season 2, and it was totally different, right? That season, Duncan won after being a major part of the show, but he had a ton of core storylines throughout the season, right? Like his relationship with Courtney. And now in this season, season 3, it feels totally different. It's like they're giving out a balanced amount of screen time to everyone except for Noah and Izzy. And that kind of makes it hard to figure out who the main characters of the show is, right? So it's like, if right now I had to just say, who's the character that feels like they're the most important to the show? I would say Alejandro. because he's the big villain, right? And the big villain doesn't usually make it to the final two unless you count Duncan as a villain. He won last season. I don't count Duncan as a villain. It's just all so complicated. I think the issue is this show is not supposed to be thought of in this manner. I don't think a grown man is supposed to lock himself in a room and stress about who's going to win the season. I don't think that's the intended demographic. I don't think that's the intended way to consume this art. I think it's supposed to be a ha-ha fun time silly show. And instead I've made it, fuck, I'm stressed. I don't know. Let's just keep watching the show.
When the game heads to the mountains of Germany.
Whoa, aren't those the Alps? And the contestants face the unspeakable.
This is the most disgusting challenge yet.
It's beautiful.
The gauntlet will be thrown down.
Did we win?
An undercooked sausage will be thrown up.
Less yakking, more packing.
Okay. Episode 9. I think we're on to something, folks. I thought that we were about to get our very first correct elimination prediction. It's a France episode. They have to search the Louvre for statues, right? So Team Victory, which only has DJ and Lindsay on it, they lose once again. Just like every elimination this season so far, one of them is going home. And DJ is so happy to go home, bro. He does not want to play the game anymore. He wants to leave. And the whole episode, I'm over the moon, right? Because I need this win. I need some momentum to help me through this season. DJ's like, I'm going to vote for myself. I am going to go home. And Chris is like, not so fast. Since there's just two of you, we're going to do a challenge to decide who goes home. And it's a fashion challenge. DJ tries to throw the challenge, and yet he still wins. And fucking Lindsay goes home, dude. I feel smart on one hand, right? Because I knew it was going to be someone from Team Victory. I had a 50-50 shot on who it was going to be. I got it wrong. I said it was going to be DJ. It was Bridget. Now, not Bridget, Lindsay. So here's where things can get interesting, right? Now, my theory that they're going to eliminate the entire Team Victory so that way we can get down to 2 teams, that's feeling like a good theory, right? That feels like it's definitely what's going to happen. It makes the fact that the team is called Team Victory very funny joke. Another funny joke is that DJ could spend the rest of the game trying to go home, but not getting to. That's hilarious. If DJ wins this season after actively trying to be eliminated every episode, that's just good TV, bro. But genuinely, I think the writers are trying to get it down to 2 teams, and this is the easiest way to do it. DJ be the next one to go. Then once he's gone, it's Team Chris is hot and Team Amazon. And we're left with some pretty interesting options for who can win this thing, right? So Team Amazon has Gwen, Courtney, and Heather, that trio that are always at each other's throats. But they also have Sierra and Cody, who have this whole romance storyline going on. Like in this episode, Sierra is crying the whole time because Cody tried to vote her out, right? So she's crying. Cody's trying to get her to stop crying. And by the end of the episode, he tells her that he actually kind of misses her obsessing over him, right? And then Sierra kind of lets us in on her thought process, which was that she was kind of playing him, which makes me think that she could be like a dark horse pick to win the whole season. But then how much longer is this storyline going to last with her and Cody? I feel like it's been at the forefront of so many episodes so far this season. And the show is just really good at having a storyline be important for a few episodes. Then once that storyline runs out of steam, boom, those players are eliminated. Then let's take a look over here at Team Chris is really, really, really hot. Alejandro currently has his sights set on Owen. And as we've learned so far this season, when Alejandro dislikes someone, they go home. This team hasn't lost an elimination challenge yet, so they haven't had to send one of their own home yet. But I'm betting the second that they have to, Owen is the first one gone. Then there's Tyler. Tyler just lost his only storyline partner, Lindsay, but he got redemption and was remembered by her. But now she's gone. So what's even left for Tyler? Not much. Then the team has Noah and Izzy, who have been getting such little screen time, except for this episode. Noah gets 2 really big moments. One is like a little funny joke moment at the beginning, and then in the challenge, he's the one who wins it for his team. There is a world where Noah, who isn't in the show very much, becomes a major character in the second half of the season and wins the whole game. I do feel really good about DJ being the next one to go home, so I'm just going to stick to my guns there. This is usually where I would panic that I'm wasting too many picks on the same person over and over again, so I would switch it. And then DJ would go home, and I would have missed my opportunity, but not this time, bro. Not this time. I'm sticking with DJ. Now for my winner pick, watch this. Sierra has a storyline with Cody. So when that storyline is wrapped up, they both go home. Then we have Courtney and Gwen. Their only storyline is with their rivalry with Heather, which I also don't see going very far. Heather currently has a storyline with Alejandro that I imagine either ends with Alejandro tricking her and sending her home, or her tricking Alejandro and sending him home. Tyler no longer has his storyline with Lindsay because she just went home, and that means that he's about to follow her out of the door, literally. Or he's going to get a new storyline that would let him stick around to the end. Either way, that's very interesting information. Noah has no storyline. Izzy has no storyline other than the fact that she's dating Owen. And if I use everything that I just said, everything I just broke down, I can assume that Sierra, Cody, Courtney, Gwen, Owen, and DJ are not going to win. Then we have 3 wild card players. We have Noah, Izzy, and Tyler, because they don't seem to have any storylines for the foreseeable future, which means that they could either be going very far or be eliminated very soon. Then we have Heather and Alejandro. They're the main story right now. So the question is, okay, are these our final 2? Then the story becomes, well, who's the better player? Who's the better strategist? Well, I don't think so. I don't think that that's how it's going to go. And here's why. We still have like 17 episodes left. Some of those episodes are going to be aftermath episodes. Some of those episodes are going to be reward episodes where someone does not go home. But one thing that always seems to happen in Total Drama are that players either return or get thrown into the game. For example, Courtney last season. Izzy returning to the game in both season 1 and season 2. I think that we are going to see either some players that didn't return for this season, like Trent or Eva, brought into the game at some point, or some players that have already been eliminated brought back, like Duncan or Ezekiel. My theory is that since we are still so far from the end of the show, that the storyline between Heather and Alejandro is not going to last for 17 more episodes. I think that it might resolve relatively soon, maybe at the halfway point of the season. Then it will transition into a new major storyline. It could be something like the remaining players in a team versus a new team of former players that are joining the game. That could become the new story, and that would explain why they're trying to get it down from 3 teams to 2. Or perhaps someone like Noah or Izzy will get a big story push in the second half of this season. And I think that might be why I'm having such a hard time this season, because the game that we're currently watching is going to be very different from the game that we get by the time we get to the end. Does that make sense? Like, right now, if you look at the players, you're like, okay, Heather and Alejandro seem to be the only 2 that matter right now. Everyone else is either not in a storyline or they're in a silly storyline that will definitely be resolved soon. Like DJ with his whole I'm cursed to hurt animals thing. I mean, Gwen and Courtney have been doing pretty much nothing, which is so unlike them. They are usually major parts of the season's story. I just have this feeling that everything is about to change from a big twist. So I'm actually going to switch my winner pick from Alejandro, and I'm going to lock in someone who does not seem very important right now, but might become super important after my theorized shakeup of the game. That person is Izzy. Now, I know, that kind of seems crazy, right? Hear me out. She is barely in the episodes right now, other than her usual antics, right? Like she crashes the plane because she's so crazy. But Izzy is a character that was a major part of both seasons 1 and 2. She's entertaining no matter what is going on. She doesn't even need other characters to bounce off of. She's just doing crazy shit constantly. And she is clearly more of a fan favorite character instead of a villain like Alejandro. Season 1, the final two characters in season 1, Owen, who was the comic relief silly character, versus Gwen, who was the hero of the season. She had a battle against the evil Heather. Then the comic relief guy won that season, Owen. Then let's check out season 2. The final 2 was Beth, silly underdog character, versus Duncan. Now, to call Duncan the hero of the season might be a bit of a stretch, but I wouldn't consider him a villain by any means, and I'm personally a big fan of that character. So I would say that he's like a fan favorite or a hero type for that season, and he won. So logic tells me that if this season's final 2 is anything like the final 2 from the previous 2 seasons, we will get some sort of combination of a silly, goofy character and a season-long strategist. And I think that that means that the final 2 will be between Izzy and Heather. Heather overcomes her rivalry with Alejandro, sends him home packing. Now, she has become something of a hero for the season. She's not really a hero because she's still very villainy, but since she took out the big villain, it makes her hero by proxy. Then we have Crazy Izzy, who doesn't stand a chance. And it's like, oh, who's going to win? Izzy. I'm locking it in, dude. I feel like I finally found my footing for this season, so we're going to keep on watching the episodes.
Deep in the heart of the Peruvian jungle,
Who wears undies in the Amazon?
the game is heating up.
Even you couldn't resist me forever.
And to win here, you need to be prepared, feared, and ruthless.
I've never been so scared of a friend before.
But we'll settle for scared, weird, and toothless.
Is my missing tooth that hideous?
Episode 10 was based around Newfoundland, and the challenge was a boat race that led to a challenge which consisted of drinking something gross, translating a saying from Chris's cousin, and kissing a fish. While this episode was not an elimination episode, I do feel like it gave us a ton of information about what to expect going forward. The very first thing that happens is that they tease that Heather and Alejandro might be a future showmance, and that is very interesting. That adds an additional layer to their already heated rivalry. Get it? Heated rivalry? It's a reference to a popular show. It's like, I'm trying to do kind of witty banter in this YouTube video. So I reference something that's popular online in a clever way because, they have a rivalry. And then the whole thing with heated rivalry is that they have a rivalry, but it's also a love story. And that situation applies to this situation. You see, it's funny. You should laugh. Why didn't you laugh? You laughed. You laughed. Come on, dude. The thing that really interested me the most in this episode is that they reference Duncan a ton. I mean, it's made extremely clear that not only does Courtney miss her boyfriend, Duncan, but Gwen misses him too. And it's heavily implied that she has a huge crush on him. I think it's pretty obvious that means that Duncan is going to be coming back into the game. That is going to lead to a big love triangle storyline with Duncan, Courtney, and Gwen. Very fascinating. Very interesting. Then DJ keeps trying to throw the entire challenge. Dude, I mean, Heather and Alejandro are both trying to convince him to join an alliance with either one of them. And he's just like, I want to go home. So Heather spends the entire episode tricking DJ into winning the challenge. Finally, Alejandro swoops in and he causes DJ to win while also convincing DJ that his curse of hurting animals is over. So DJ is so appreciative that he is no longer hurting animals that he thanks Alejandro and he's like, I'm going to stay in the game. This opens up some possibilities for us with DJ. This could mean that he is now going to try to stay into the game. He's going to work hard to win challenges and he could stay a while. Or the irony would be that he kept winning when he wanted to quit, but now that he's wanting to stay, he goes home next. I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but if Alejandro is wanting DJ as an ally, I can see a world where DJ stays for a while, especially if Alejandro's team loses next and has to finally send someone home. Because Alejandro really hates Owen. And we even get a reminder of that at the end of this episode when Owen puts his disgusting socks in Alejandro's food accidentally. Every bone in my body is screaming to stick with DJ as my next eliminated pick. Because if he goes home, then that means that we're down to 2 teams instead of this weird thing that we have right now where there's 2 teams and then DJ by himself. But also, every time this season that we see Alejandro have beef with a player, they go home. So I do think that I am going to switch my pick to Owen. God, I hope I don't regret this. No. Nope. I can't do it. I'm keeping DJ. I will never forgive myself if I switch and then DJ does go home next week. If DJ does not go home next episode, I'm switching for sure because then I think that means that DJ sticks it for the long run. But the fact that he is the only person on his team and he actually wants to stay in the game now, it's gotta be him. And I just wouldn't forgive myself if I switched and missed out on this, what could very well be an easy opportunity to finally get an accurate prediction. As for who I think is going to win the game, I think I'm sticking with Izzy. But I will say, I'm seeing the shape of a new major story kind of take place. The Courtney, Duncan, Gwen love triangle. The storyline of Courtney and Gwen competing for Duncan's heart. It could definitely take over the second half of this season. And since Gwen is technically a former winner, then I think it could be a thing where Courtney goes on and wins the season, right? Check this out. Maybe it's a thing where Courtney and Gwen are competing and there is a moment where the two of them have to choose between having Duncan or winning the $1 million. Courtney chooses the $1 million. Gwen and Duncan could have a sweet moment. Courtney would look like a deserving villain who chose money over her boyfriend. That would make a very entertaining story, right? I'm going to keep Izzy for now, but if I'm somehow right and Duncan comes back into the game, well, then I'll know I'm onto something, and I will probably switch my winner pick over to Courtney. I will say the amount of times they brought Duncan up in this episode, I will be shocked if he does not end up back in the game. But there's only one way to find out, and that is by continuing to watch. So let's go watch the next episode.
Contestants head to Paris, home of the most expensive art.
Acrylic.
The most expensive fashion.
It's a walk-off. Oh man, I hate walking.
And the most expensive damage.
What does this button do?
We could squeeze into one show.
Fuck. Okay, we have good news and bad news. I just watched episode 11, and then episode 12 was an aftermath episode. So I went ahead and watched that one too. But let's start with the good news, right? I stuck with my guns. I kept DJ as my next elimination, and I was right. I am so glad that I didn't change. That would have been so embarrassing. I don't think you guys realize how close I was to really switching last episode from DJ, because I always feel like when I keep the same prediction for several episodes, it just kind of feels like cheating. Because it's like, well, if I keep locking in the same person, eventually they are going to go home unless they win. And it's just like a bad strategy too, because I essentially wasted the last 4 locked in picks. because I was sticking to DJ, right? And the goal is to predict as many eliminations as possible. I would really like to get like at least 4 of them before the end of the season. And you can't really do that by just sticking with one person and hoping they go soon. But it did work out. It did work out this time. Now for the bad news. I have once again lost my winner pick. I don't know what it is about this show, bro. It's my kryptonite. I always think that I've got a good read on the show, and then boom, I'm back to not understanding anything. I really saw Izzy as going on to be the goofy comedy character that makes it to the final 2. Just like Owen and Beth before her. But in this episode, the plane lands on her head. And when the plane lands on her head, it clears a blockage in her brain, which was making her crazy. So now she's a super genius, and the military comes and takes her away from the game because she may or may not have invented time travel. It's just my luck, dude. However, what I will say is that every season, Izzy gets eliminated and then comes back into the game. So that could still happen. If I was a braver man, I would keep Izzy as my winner pick and ride it out. But alas, I am nothing but a coward. In the Aftermath episode that happens after this episode, Izzy gets hit in the head again and goes back to being crazy. Honestly, it's a pretty good sign for me that she could end up back in the game, but I'm still going to be changing my pick to someone that is still in the game. I've already had 2 of my winner picks be eliminated. I think this is the worst I have done in a Total Drama prediction video. In order to try to gain back some respect, I've got to really nail this one this time, dude. If it happens again, I do need to set up some sort of punishment, right? Like comment down below some sort of punishment that I have to do if another one of my winner picks is voted out. I'll pick the best one. I'll pick the best punishment comment. But hopefully that doesn't happen again. One thing that I remembered while watching this episode was that Ezekiel is still in the plane. They have not shown him in a while. But there's got to be some sort of payoff to that whole storyline, right? Like, why would they show us that he's still on the plane and then just never do anything with it? We also have 10 players left and like 15 episodes to go. And while it's not impossible that 6 or so of those episodes are either reward episodes with no eliminations, or they could be Aftermath episodes, it's just number-wise feeling like we're going to get at least one player brought back into the game. It's been teased that Ezekiel is still around. Gwen and Courtney keep bringing up Duncan. And Izzy always returns every single season. So maybe we will see all 3 of them brought back into the game at some point. And if that's the case, I still don't think any of them are going to go on to win the season. But it could help us figure out a solid winner pick due to the storylines that they would create by coming back into the game, right? Like Duncan would create that love triangle that we talked about between himself, Gwen, and Courtney. I genuinely feel like if that kind of happens, Courtney could be our winner. Now, if Ezekiel is brought back, I think he's probably just going to get kicked right back out or voted out again. And then if Izzy comes back, that could be a setup for a story with Owen, who in this episode, before Izzy got taken away, he was planning on breaking up with her because she's so crazy. But then he immediately regretted it when she got taken by the military. So maybe Izzy coming back would cause him to rekindle that relationship. And then eventually he would get sent home because he's already won. And plus, like, Alejandro hates Owen. So Owen's not my winner pick. It is very interesting to me that Noah's still in the game, though. And we've been seeing him more and more now that the numbers are dwindling. He just still doesn't have a story attached to him, right? Then someone who does have a story attached to them is Cody and Sierra. They have their whole, she's in love with him, he hates her, she's obsessed with him, he's freaked out by her. It's back to Sierra being crazy about him and him seeming terrified. It's just spinning the wheels. It's the same thing over and over. I would expect one of them to go home soon, if not both of them. So if that's the case, and both of these players go home, Cody and Sierra, that would leave Alejandro, Courtney, or Heather for who I think wins the whole season, with Noah being a dark horse winner. He floats the whole game and then boom, wins it at the end while everyone else is acting all crazy. The fact that they're teasing a showmance between Heather and Alejandro has me thinking that they definitely make it to the final four, but then eliminate each other in a super strategic showdown. Then, after they both get sent home, they like make out or realize that they want to be together or something. Dude, everything keeps coming back to Courtney for me. It's like an odd pick, but if the love story theory, the love triangle story happens with Duncan, Courtney's the clear winner. I'm going to feel like a moron if Duncan never returns to the game because I'm really putting a lot of stock in that. They've just mentioned him so much. He has to be involved somehow. So I am officially locking in Courtney for who I think wins the whole game. She's a major character who's been both heavily involved in season 1 and season 2, and now she has lasted pretty long into season 3. She's not in the forefront of the drama right this second, which is good because that usually means they're going to be going home soon. Then again, guys, there's a part of me that wants to just say, fuck it, Cody wins, right? Because Cody has been such a focal part of the season with the whole Sierra storyline. But that just doesn't feel wise to me because I feel like that story is coming to a close soon. And, you know, I don't want the punishment to happen of locking in a winner pick and then them going home. But I tell you what, if Sierra goes home soon and Cody manages to stick in the game the following week, I'm probably going to switch to him because he's another person that kind of fills that role of Owen or Beth in the final two. I do need to pick who I think goes home next. I'm not going to overthink this one. I think Alejandro will find a way to win the challenge, keep his team safe. So that means that someone from Team Amazon would go home. I already said that I think that the Cody and Sierra story is pretty much over. I'm going to lock in Sierra for who I think goes home next. And that could very well set up Cody as our winner. But I am locking in Courtney as the winner pick for right now because if Duncan ends up coming back into the game, I feel like she has a clear road to victory. Let's go watch the next episode.
Nothing you've ever seen could prepare you.
Wow, didn't see that coming.
For the most shocking.
DJ drank a jug of vinegar!
The most revolting.
Shock all these giant clams!
And the most disturbing episode.
It's way out of control!
In the history of total drama.
No wonder my little cousins aren't allowed to watch this show.
Kind of on fire right now. Well, not with the elimination predictions, but I just watched episode 13 and guess who's back in the game? That's right, Duncan. Ezekiel was also kind of brought back into the game. Basically, he was Jack the Ripper in this London, England themed challenge. If he was able to evade capture, he would be brought back into the game, but he was caught by Owen and Noah. So he was promptly thrown out of the plane, but we do see that he manages to hang on. Ezekiel looks wild, by the way. I'm not really sure what his whole deal is at this point, but the show purposely points out that he is still on the plane, so I'm thinking that he comes back. He could probably come back. Speaking of coming back, though, Duncan is officially back in the game. He is on Team Chris is Hot with Alejandro and Owen. Sadly, Noah went home this episode. Really a bummer for me. I was beginning to think that he could win the whole season. I was about this close to locking him in as my winner pick, but, you know, dodged a bullet there. Last time I said that Sierra was the one going home. Honestly, I think I'm way off. In this episode, Alejandro overheard Noah say that he did not trust Alejandro. That's pretty much why he was voted out. So I'm thinking that since Alejandro hates Owen, Owen could be the next one to go. But also, Team Chris is Hot just lost a player. Perhaps Team Amazon is the one who loses someone next. And then that could be, you know, Sierra after all. But we watched Team Victory lose 5 players in a row, which means really either team could lose someone. They're not doing anything super predictable this season. In previous seasons, it was pretty easy to be like, well, this team just lost 2 players in a row, so that means that this other team will probably lose someone this week. Not this season. It's all a toss-up. Tyler is still in the game. He's just not really doing much. I'm thinking that he could possibly go before Owen, right? Because at least Owen is a staple of the show and constantly involved in the episodes. Well, you know what? I say that Tyler isn't doing anything. That's not true. At the very end of this episode, we see Duncan and Gwen kiss. Now remember, Duncan is dating Courtney currently. Uh-oh, that's not his girlfriend. The love triangle has officially kicked off, guys. I nailed it. I feel really proud of myself for figuring this out. Tyler, at the end of the episode, sees them kiss, which means one of 2 things, right? Maybe Tyler, in the next episode, tells everyone, right? Starts the giant love triangle situation. Or the more entertaining theory, what if Tyler blackmails Gwen and Duncan that he's going to tell Courtney this information unless unless Gwen throws the game for them, the challenge. So Gwen throws the challenge so that way Tyler does not reveal their big secret, but Tyler is an idiot. He reveals the information anyway. Courtney finds out. She's furious. That way, we have the whole love triangle thing happening, and then Duncan is pissed off at Tyler for revealing the information, so Duncan gets Tyler voted out of the game. I am officially locking in Tyler for who I think goes home next. But the big question, which is who wins this season of Total Drama World Tour? I'm gonna probably keep Courtney. Just on the basis that I called this love triangle theory, feeling fantastic about that. I feel like I finally have a grasp of what's going on in this show, right? Courtney, Gwen, Duncan, they have their whole thing. Tyler will go home because of his potential blackmail of Duncan and Gwen. Alejandro and Heather have their little rivalry / potential showmance. Then Cody and Sierra have their dynamic. Owen is by himself, and that actually gives us a lot to work with, because if Tyler goes home next, Owen is the only person that does not have a story attaching him to someone else in the game. But at that point, if Tyler goes home, then Team Chris's Hot would be down 3-5. So we would need to lose some players on Team Amazon in order to get things balanced back out. The Cody Sierra storyline, it's pretty much run its course. Let's say that those 2 find their way out of the game next. So if Cody and Sierra are out of there, boom, 3-3, it's all tied up. You have Courtney and Gwen, who would be at each other's throats because of Duncan. Then you have Alejandro and Heather, who are at each other's throats trying to win the game. If Alejandro is able to do some sort of tricky move and creates a situation that causes Courtney and Gwen to make a decision between winning the game and having Duncan, Gwen, who is a more emotional character, would pick Duncan, while Courtney, who is more competitive and about winning the game, would choose the game over Duncan. This creates a very interesting situation, right? Because Duncan has already won the game, which means he probably doesn't win again. Gwen choosing Duncan over winning the game, since her home, Duncan's probably not going to win. That leaves Courtney wide open to win the entire game. We would be down to Courtney, Alejandro, and Heather. Which of those 3 would be our winner, dude? Is it Courtney, whose boyfriend cheated on her on national TV? Could it be Alejandro, who has had the upper hand this entire season? Or could it be Heather, the villain who dominated both season 1 and 2, but didn't manage to win either season? Guys, I got to stick with Courtney for now, just for the reason that I was able to predict the whole Duncan coming back thing, right? So if I was right about that, then I'm probably right about her winning the whole season. I just know for a fact that Alejandro does not win. The big villain of the season never wins. So that means it would come down to Courtney or Heather. And unless I'm way off and we do get a 2-time winner like Owen or Duncan or Gwen potentially, if you count both, versions of the show. I mean, unless I'm embarrassingly off base here, like Cody could win the whole fucking thing. I could see an ending where Cody wins the $1 million and then Gwen still rejects him. That would be really funny. That would be a funny way to end the season. Or even funnier, what if Sierra wins the money after spending the whole season obsessed with Cody? She wins the $1 million. Cody is like, well, I mean, maybe we could go out on a date now. And then she tells him no. That would be really funny. But no, I'm locking in Courtney. This just feels right to me. Let's go watch the next episode and see what happens.
When the contestants head to London, England.
I say, hip hip.
And take on the world's most notorious killer,
Jack the Ripper.
They'll have to work together.
search for clues.
No one said you had to use your teeth.
Chat, we might be cooking. Episode 14. It is happening a little bit differently than I had theorized, but it is kind of coming true. Tyler knows about Gwen and Duncan kissing. So Alejandro tricks him into telling everyone, which causes a giant explosion between Courtney, Gwen, and Duncan, just like we said. But instead of sacrificing herself for Duncan, it's just the fact that her team makes it pretty clear that they're going to vote her out for what she's done to Courtney. So it's looking like Gwen is about to head her way out the door. But they actually win the challenge thanks to Cody saving Gwen from going home, which means that Team Chris is Hot is going to the elimination ceremony again. And I'm like, oh my God, are they going to vote out Duncan? And dude, they are. But right before, Chris steps in and he's like, dude, it's just getting interesting with this whole him kissing the girl who's not his girlfriend. We are not sending Duncan home. No one goes home tonight. So dude, we now have a Duncan, Gwen, Courtney love triangle, just like we predicted. And even though it's a little bit different than I thought, I do think that this ends up with Gwen being sent home by Courtney, Duncan going home at some point, and that sets up Courtney in a great position to win the entire season. That being said, I do have a new theory. This episode is making me look at Cody a little differently. Cody has a wild episode here. He wins the challenge for his team. He gets a ton of screen time. Him and Sierra have been in the same storyline all season long. And this is usually the type of story that would have lasted 6 episodes, then both of them go home in a wacky way. Cody is still in the game. He could be the underdog who manages to stick around and make it to the final 2. I mean, we've seen some underdog characters in the past, right? Like Harold. Why can't Cody be like Harold? Come back and become a major part of this show after really not being an important character for the last 2 seasons. Here's how I see it playing out. Courtney, Duncan, Gwen. These 3 essentially eliminate each other because of their love triangle. Sierra gets voted out at some point in the merge, after the teams merge, right? Probably because she's a threat to Alejandro. Then Heather eliminates Tyler because Tyler has become Alejandro's #1 alliance member. That would leave Alejandro, Heather, Owen, and Cody. Alejandro and Heather are only worried about each other. So let's say that Owen gets himself eliminated in a crazy funny way. Maybe he forgets to sing in a challenge or something. Or maybe he gets hurt really bad and has to be medevaced. At that point, the game would almost be over. And Alejandro and Heather are so intensely at each other's throats, they don't even consider Cody a threat at all. They are only worried about each other. This would let Cody slip into the final 2 because he's underestimated, and he could win the entire game against Heather. Chase, why would Heather be in the final 2 and not Alejandro? He's been the villain of the season. Wouldn't it make more sense to have Cody beat Alejandro? Well, yeah, it would. But you are forgetting about what we brought up at the very beginning of this video. There are 2 different versions of every season. There is a Canadian version, and then there's a version for the different countries like America. And the difference between the 2 versions are the final 2. So if the final 2 is Cody and Alejandro, then that means, like, let's just say in the American version, Cody wins. But in the Canadian version, Alejandro wins. That's 2 guys. Every final 2 we've had so far has been 1 guy, 1 girl. Owen, Gwen, Duncan, Beth. The guy always seems to win in the American version that I've watched, and then the girl always seems to win in the Canadian version. So if we follow that same pattern, then that means that Cody would be the guy in the final 2, Heather would be the girl in the final 2, and Alejandro isn't in the final 2 because he is the villain, and the show never has the villain win. Am I cooking or what, bro? Usually, I ignore the whole 2 different versions aspect. But since I do not know what version I am watching, I'm going to actually use this to help me predict the winner, dude. Instead of trying to get caught up in the character psychology in a show where at any point, you know, Izzy can have a plane land on her head and then she's out of the game, I should use the story structure and what the writers have done in the past. The next question is, okay, if the guy always wins in the American version, girl always wins in the Canadian version. Chase, which version are you watching? Because that's going to help you decide whether you lock in Cody or Heather. I really have no idea. It's kind of a toss-up. 50-50 shot of figuring out which version I'm watching on YouTube. I think I'm going to go with what I know, right? I haven't noticed any real differences from this season and then the 2 seasons that I watched on Netflix. I'm just going to kind of assume I'm watching the American version. That kind of sounds like Ludacris's line in the DJ Khaled All I Do Is Win song. Last time on a Khaled remix. This time I'm on the original version. Heather winning in Canada. Cody wins in the American version. Ludacris's real name is Chris Bridges. I'm not making that up. What's my name? You can call me Luda Chase. I do hope all of my theorizing is correct, right? Like if Cody goes home next episode, that sucks because I just did all this whole like Sherlock Mind Palace picking winner thing. I'm actually officially locking in Cody for who I think wins this whole game. Call me crazy. I think he could do it. Now, if he goes home next episode, I'm going to look like an idiot in front of all my friends. All 200,000 of you. I'm just kidding. I don't think I'll hit 200,000 subscribers by the time this video drops. But we will be pretty close. So, you know, if you're not subscribed, maybe hit the button. So we know who we have locked in for who we think's winning the whole game. It's time to pick who we think goes home next. I want to say that it's either going to be Duncan or Gwen. But this show is a comedy. And it would be very funny if out of the 3 people in a love triangle, the one that gets sent home is the one that did nothing wrong. I also have to account for the merge. That could happen at any moment, right? Which means that the teams go away, every person for themselves, which means that I don't have to be like, well, this team has 4, this one has 5. Maybe that means this one loses someone next. Like, it could be a free-for-all. But we have gotten to the point of the season where the numbers, we can kind of try to like role play this and see if we can figure out who votes who at the next elimination ceremony. Let's say, since Team Amazon has more players than Team Chris is Hot, let's say that they lose, they have to send someone home. I'm assuming it's going to be someone in this love triangle. So it's either Gwen or Courtney. Courtney will vote for Gwen. Gwen will vote for Courtney. Sierra said that she was going to vote Gwen because, you know, she's trying to steal someone's man and she doesn't agree with that. Then Cody would never vote out Gwen. He loves her too much. So he would vote for Courtney. And maybe since Cody has so much influence over Sierra, he could convince her to save Gwen. That would mean Courtney goes home. So that's what I'm going to lock in. I feel like we did a pretty good job of role-playing the numbers there. Now it just has to line up for us. let's go watch the next episode.
When the contestants travel to Athens, Greece.
So, who's going in?
And compete in their own Olympics.
Victory is at hand.
It's no guts, no glory.
I'm so scared. I really don't need to see Owen's gut. And I definitely don't need to see this.
All right, time to drop the laundry.
All right, dude, episode 15. This episode's all about Area 51. It's all about aliens. A few big things happen here. So Duncan and Gwen kiss again. Right. Courtney starts flirting with Tyler to make Duncan jealous. Then the big thing that happens is that once again, the Amazons win the challenge, meaning they still have all 5 players. Did not see that coming. Team Chris is Hot has to vote someone out again, and they vote Tyler. Chase, I thought you said in the last section that Tyler had become Alejandro's #1 alliance member. Why would he vote Tyler out? Well, Duncan made a deal with Alejandro during the episode in the challenge to save his life from a face-eating alien. In exchange, for not voting Duncan out for this elimination. Now, that does kind of suck for us because I really want to get a few more correct elimination predictions, but it is okay. We still have plenty of opportunities. And look, guys, I'm feeling good about my Cody pick. I do think that I'm going to keep him as my winner pick. Surely Team Amazon loses someone next episode. It's 5-3, and we're getting close to the merge. Truthfully, I do not think that Heather or Cody are going anywhere anytime soon. I could definitely see any of Sierra, Gwen, or Courtney going home in the foreseeable future. But there's also that question, man. What if Team Chris is Hot loses again? It would have to be Owen going home. Alejandro hates Owen. And Duncan is a bigger threat. But the teams could merge at any moment, which would mean that the teams don't even matter. So I really do think it's between Owen and Courtney for who gets eliminated next. It's really a toss up. Let's just flip a coin to see who goes. Let's do Owen is heads and Courtney is tails. Alexa, flip a coin. It's heads. We're going with heads. Let's go watch the next episode.
Welcome to the Outback, mate.
Now go! Home of the lethal dingo dog.
Did he say lethal? And his natural enemies, the kangaroo, the emu, and the sheep.
Start shearing!
For centuries, they've destroyed each other.
It is a thrilling combination.
We did it in 30 minutes.
Episode 16. Dude, I can't even be mad about that coin flip, dude. I wouldn't have gotten the elimination either way. Gwen went home, dude. Gwen! This was an Australian episode. The challenge was a 2-day race on emus up a mountain. Then you had to bungee jump off of a cliff, grab a sheep, shear the sheep, and if it has the correct symbol on it, you win. Team Chris is Hot finally wins one. Someone from the Amazons have to send someone home, and this is where it gets a bit messy. You see, Courtney wants Gwen gone because Gwen stole Duncan from her, right? Heather wants Courtney gone because Alejandro has started flirting with Courtney, and that's making Heather jealous. Sierra votes for Gwen because Gwen stole someone's boyfriend, and that's kind of fucked up. Then Cody got brain damage from the challenge, so he messed up and accidentally voted for Sierra instead of Courtney. Accidentally. Maybe. I don't know. Basically, we had a tie between Courtney and Gwen, where they had to feed a starving panda, and the first one that finishes get to stay. Courtney manages to pull it off first. And you know what, dude? I can't even really be upset about that. It seems obvious in hindsight. Gwen is technically a former winner depending on which version you're watching. So it does make sense to get rid of former winners. That being said, Owen and Duncan are still in this game. Both of them are former winners too. So right now we have Alejandro, Duncan, and Owen versus Courtney, Heather, Cody, and Sierra. I'm feeling really good about my Cody pick for who wins this thing right now. Cody gets some great moments in this episode. He outsmarts Duncan several times. He even does well in the challenge until Duncan throws a dingo at him. If I'm being completely honest, Cody just feels like a winner, dude, or at least a final two finalist. Because if we're avoiding former winners, then that just leaves Cody, Sierra, Alejandro, Courtney, and Heather. Courtney's storyline pretty much over at this point because Gwen is gone. Plus, what have we learned about Alejandro? When he starts flirting with someone, they go home soon. Happened to Lashana, happened to Bridget, happened to Lindsay. I bet Courtney is actually the next one out the door. In fact, I am going to lock her in for who goes home next. Then there's Sierra, who does not feel like a winner. She's a brand new character. Her only real trait is that she's obsessed with Cody. Maybe she sacrifices herself to help keep Cody in the game, helping Cody win the season. And then there's Alejandro and Heather's rivalry, which will definitely take them to like the final three. But then the final two will need to be a total drama classic. One guy, one girl. Guy wins in the American version, girl wins in the Canadian version. I'm just going to assume I'm watching the American version. So it's pretty simple, dude. Cut and dry. Cody is my winner pick. We're getting close to the end, everybody, so it's time to just keep moving.
As the competition gets fierce,
May the best man win.
the contestants find themselves out of luck,
Incoming!
out of character,
Mateys, it'll be thunder and loads of fun.
and out of control,
Every host for himself.
but never out of gas.
Just plug your noses in fire.
Episode 17, and then episode 18 was an aftermath episode. But dude, episode 17, we came so close to nailing it. I said that Courtney was going to be the next one voted out. Sure enough, the Amazons go to the elimination ceremony. Everyone votes for Courtney. Chris does his classic move this season, which is after the votes are in or whatever, the episode's actually for reward. No one goes home. I was so close, dude. We've got about 8 episodes left. I don't know how many of those are aftermath episodes, but we have 8 opportunities. Well, that's not right. We have 8 episodes and 5 more vote outs because we have a final 2. So we have 5 more opportunities. This is what gives me pause, right? Courtney was clearly going to be voted out this episode, but gets saved by the fact that there's no elimination happening. I doubt that they will turn around and vote her out next episode, right? Just like pacing wise. So that means that either something is going to happen, right? Someone like Sierra goes home from the team, or Team Chris is hot loses next time, where I could definitely see either Duncan or Owen going home because, say it with me, class, because I've said it about 1,000,005 times in the video, they are former winners. I'm starting to just think that the writers of the show love Owen as a character. They just seem to want him to stick around as long as possible. He won season 1. He was in the final 3 last season. Let's just assume they want to keep him for at least a few more episodes. Plus, in this episode, we see Owen start to realize that Alejandro is the bad guy, the villain, which could keep him in the game for a little bit longer, right? Because that's giving him an active storyline that would need a resolution before he goes home. I'm going to have to say Duncan gets voted out next. Part of me also thinks that Sierra could be the next to go. In this episode, which was a Sweden-based episode, the challenge is a boat race that includes cannonballs and trying to sink each other's ships. Sierra takes a cannonball to save Cody. I feel like that's a great visualization of what I think her elimination is going to be. I think that she would have herself voted out before Cody goes home. So I'm keeping Cody as my winner pick. Truthfully, who else even is there? I mean, you could go Alejandro, who's the villain of the season. I don't think that's happening. I do think that the final two is going to be Cody versus Heather. But we have not talked about the Aftermath episode yet. In the Aftermath episode, they have a second chance challenge where a bunch of the eliminated players and former players like Beth get to play a game for a chance to win their way back into the game. That could shake up everything, bro. I know what you're thinking. You're shaking in your boots. Chase, who goes back into the game? Is it Lashana? Harold? Tyler? Gwen? Guys, it's Blanley. Who the fuck is Blanley? She is the co-host of Aftermath with Jeff. She's not even a former player. She's just Blanley. She's definitely more of like a villain character. She seems to kind of have a bratty, famous person character. It's going to be very interesting to see how this shakes up the game going forward. Introducing a brand new player in the final 7 is just kind of wild. So let's go watch the next episode and see how it plays out.
Let the Total Drama finale catch you off guard.
What the? Ow!
See all Total Drama World Tour episodes from the top.
Great Big Apple!
And be there for every aching moment.
Not even a scratch.
Dude, I was so close. Episode 19. If you remember in the last episode, I was like, dude, either Owen or Duncan is going home next. I picked Duncan. Guess who went home? Yeah, Owen. I was so close, dude. I could have had another correct prediction. I've only gotten one this entire season so far, but I'm not going to let this stop us, dude. We can do this. This episode takes place in Niagara Falls. The challenge was marriage themed. It's important to note that this was also the merge episode. So that means no more teams. It is every man for themselves. This challenge had each player marry another one. So even though we've merged up and there's no more teams, everyone did partner up for this challenge. Heather was with Alejandro. Blanley, who is now in the game, partnered up with Owen. Courtney and Duncan get paired up together. Awkward. Then Sierra and Cody get paired up, much to Cody's dismay. Sierra then tells us that she was actually ordained online, so she spends the entire episode trying to trick Cody into marrying her for real, which works, which is so funny. And then because like when you get married, you have to have a witness. Alejandro makes a deal with Sierra that he will be the witness if she votes for Owen at the ceremony, which she does. That's how Owen goes home. This episode had me thinking a lot, dude. Like Cody and Sierra's storyline has progressed a lot further than I thought it would. And I don't really know how it's supposed to end. Like they're technically married for real now. Where do we even go from here? Does Sierra sacrifice herself for Cody like we talked about? Or, you know, maybe Cody just snaps finally, sends Sierra home. I'm also beginning to worry that Cody might not be the winner. But I have a big question, which is, if Cody is not the winner, then who is? We're down to Cody, Sierra, Alejandro, Heather, Courtney, Duncan, and Blanley. Blanley, obviously not going to win. Duncan is a former winner, so he's probably not going to win. That leaves us with Cody, Sierra, Alejandro, Heather, Courtney. Alejandro is the villain of the season, so that means I don't think he'll be in the final 2. Part of me is like, dude, the final 2 might be Heather and Courtney. I mean, I could just be letting the previous seasons influence me too much because it's always been a guy and a girl, guy and a girl. Why can't it be Heather and Courtney? At this point, I've been locked in with Cody for a while. I think I need to stick it out for a few more episodes just because if Cody is the winner and I switch it up right here at the end, I would never forgive myself because it's like I had it, but I got chickened out and I moved it. I'm going to stick with my guns for a little bit further. If something bad happens in the next couple episodes that just make me think like, I don't know about Cody, I'll switch. But for right now, I'm sticking with Cody. As for who I think is going home next, I think Blanley will be going home pretty soon. She does add a new dynamic for everyone to work with, so I could see her lasting a little bit longer. Sierra could go soon because of the whole Cody marriage debacle. Duncan was who I was thinking was going to go home last time. Then Alejandro's whole thing needs to blow up in his face at some point, right? He can't just keep winning and keep having the upper hand and everything. At some point, it's got to blow up in his face. But I'm going to lock in Sierra for who I think goes home next. Just because I don't really know where her story with Cody can go from here. They're married. I think it has to be her like saving Cody or Cody backstabbing her. There just has to be some sort of emotional end there. It would send her home. It would kind of push Cody into the finals. So let's just go watch the next episode and see what happens.
Catch up with your favorite cast members this season on Total Drama.
Let's just get this over with.
Tyler gets beaten up. A lot.
Not even a scratch!
Cody has a new admirer.
And a restraining order.
There's a whole lot of kissing going on.
Someone gets married.
I want a divorce.
There's a new Latin ladies man in the game.
I'm both humbled and intrigued.
I suck at this game, dude. I mean, episode 20 was a China-themed episode. I locked in that Sierra was going to go home this episode. Guess who wins the entire challenge? Sierra is safe and is currently trying to keep Cody from breaking her heart by drinking tons of tea that makes someone fall in love with you. Yeah, this is kind of good for me because that keeps the storyline going between Sierra and Cody, which means that Cody is still in the game for the foreseeable future, one step closer to winning it all. Guess who goes home, though? Could it be Courtney, who has been Alejandro's recent pet project? Could it be the newcomer, Blaney, who bribes Chef into helping her cheat in the challenges? It's both. It's a double elimination. I did not see that coming, dude. That means, oh, shit. Oh, this is what a grave mistake on my part. Jesus Christ. This is so embarrassing. You guys are seeing behind the conspiracy wall. Oh, God. Oh, God. Now you guys know that I command stripped this thing. How embarrassing. You probably thought it was super professional, and now you know I'm a sham. I feel like the Wizard of Oz when the curtain gets pulled back by Toto, and I'm trying to kick the dog out of the way. Pay no attention to the 26-year-old man talking about Total Drama Island. There's only 3 eliminations left, and I've only predicted one this entire season. I was going to say I have to lock in, but I've said that so many times, and it's gotten me nowhere. Our remaining players are Cody, Sierra, Duncan, Alejandro, Heather. Next one sent home has to be Duncan. It is either Duncan or Sierra. Has to be. I still don't understand how this whole Cody-Sierra thing is going to end. I mean, this whole episode, Cody tries to break it to Sierra that they will never be together, that the whole marriage from last episode was a sham. He just can't seem to do it because she either won't listen to him or she keeps helping him in the challenge and he doesn't want to seem rude and potentially lose out on the help that she's giving him. Then at the elimination ceremony, Blaney tells everyone a bunch of secrets about what's been going on in the show. She tells Sierra that Cody has voted for her every single time. She does not seem to care. She just keeps drinking her love tea. So then she tells everyone that Ezekiel is still on the plane somewhere. Totally forgot about that fucking guy. Then she tells Heather and Alejandro to hurry up and make out already. That kind of exposes their strange will they, won't they relationship. The only thing I could really think of is that Cody backstabs Sierra next episode, and that's just kind of like the final nail in the coffin of we are not going to be together. Truthfully, I thought that at one point maybe Cody would come around and actually fall in love with Sierra too. It does not seem to be the case. I still think that Sierra might sacrifice herself for Cody to stay in the game. Or maybe if Cody breaks her heart, Sierra could get revenge and take him out of the game. But that just brings us back to our age-old question of if Cody is not the winner, than who is. I feel like the final two has to be Cody and Heather. It just has to be. Unless the final two is Sierra and Heather. I feel like the smart thing to do here would be to switch my winner pick to Heather, because no matter what the outcome, I feel like Heather is in the final two. Whether it's Heather Cody, Heather Sierra, right? Then I would just need to hope that whichever version I'm watching is the version that Heather wins. But I've been so locked in with Cody, dude. And like, who would have thought that he'd make it all this way? I've kind of got to stick with him, because what if he wins it all and I chickened out right here at the end and switched? I mean, I could fumble the greatest game of guessing Total Drama I've ever had. I'm going to have to stick with Cody. I am going to say, just because I think that there's a possibility now that Sierra ends up in the final two, I'm going to switch my elimination prediction to Duncan. So let's go watch the next episode and see how it plays out.
You look like a cast member on Total Drama.
It could win you a trip around the world.
Is my missing tooth that hideous?
Watch for details on the Total Drama World Tour Who's Your Doppelganger contest.
I got another one right, baby. Duncan went home. I correctly predicted it, dude. Episode 21. Guys, if we can correctly guess the remaining two eliminations, we're down to 4. There's a final 2. There are 2 more players to be voted out. Which 2? I have been so confident for a while now that the final 2 is going to be Cody and Heather. But it would be irresponsible to not at least explore our options, right? Since we're down to 4, we can look at every possible final 2. Cody and Heather. Cody, Sierra. Cody, Alejandro. Heather, Alejandro. Heather, Sierra. Alejandro, Sierra. Now, if I take the final 2s from the past 2 seasons, then we are probably looking for one guy, one girl, no villains, which would give us either Cody, Heather, or Cody, Sierra. Now, truthfully, I do not see the final 2 being Cody, Sierra, because their storyline has been so closely tangled, right? We have to try to combine both story arcs that have been happening throughout this whole season. The obsessive fan and Cody versus the storyline of 2 die-hard strategists trying to win the game. Now, I know what I just said, which is no villains. And Heather traditionally has been a villain in the show, but I would argue that in this season, she has not been much of a villain. She has been more of a foil to Alejandro, who is the big villain of the season. I could be way off here. Like, maybe the writers of the show break the pattern shown in the last 2 finales, right? We could get 2 guys or 2 girls. We could even get a villain in the final 2. But if we have a villain in the final 2, then that means that the villain wins in one of the versions of the show. And I just do not see that happening. I do not see a world in which Alejandro wins. Dude, it's got to be Cody and Heather in the final 2. It's got to be. I'm keeping Cody locked in. So that means the next elimination will have to be either Sierra or Alejandro. In the final moments of this episode, Alejandro invites Cody into first class with him because he is now focused on breaking up the alliance between Cody and Sierra. This could go one of 2 ways. He either gets his way and sends Sierra home, or Sierra finds out that he's trying to separate her from her husband and freaks out and eliminates Alejandro. I do think that we see Sierra go first. That would mean that it's down to Cody, Heather, Alejandro. Heather and Alejandro are so worried about each other that they let Cody slip right into the final 2, and he wins because he does not have enemies on the jury. Another thing that happens in this episode is that Alejandro and Heather form a Final Two alliance. And as I've already explained in great detail, I don't see that happening. So I think that something is going to go wrong there. I do think that Sierra is out next, and I think that Cody wins the entire season. Side note, this season has probably been my favorite yet. I didn't think that at first, but it's really grown on me as the episodes have gone on. I mean, in this episode, Ezekiel is brought in for the challenge. After all of this time on the plane, it has turned him into like a feral animal. He's green. He's crazy. It's wild, dude. And he's still hiding somewhere on the plane by the end of the episode. So that probably also needs to play in to my finale predictions. Is there a possibility that he gets back in the game? I don't know. He could be the catalyst of what breaks up Alejandro and Heather's Final Two alliance and Huge Showman's, right? Like maybe he bites Alejandro and turns him into a monster or something. I don't really know. The show rules, though. I'm having a blast watching the show. I know that this one has been quite a devastating... I haven't done great, is what I'm trying to say. But I really feel so strongly in my Final Two prediction, I think that we could end up pulling the W.
I totally got this, guys!
Total Drama World Tour. New episode tomorrow at 9.
The show's just playing with my emotions at this point. Episode 22, set on Easter Island. Heather wins the challenge. We go to the elimination ceremony, and boom, Sierra is voted out. I was over the moon because that means that I got another elimination correct. I'm on a roll. But then, after way too long of making me think that Sierra was voted out, Chris reveals that it's actually just a reward episode and no one is leaving. Insane behavior, dude. Who allows him to host this television program? The next elimination has to be between Sierra and Alejandro. I'm going to make the strategic move to switch from Sierra to Alejandro because I don't think that they would tease her going home and then send her home the following episode. Like, I feel like there kind of has to be a gap. How I think it plays out is I think we see Alejandro and Heather battle it out for a spot in the final three, and then the final three would be Cody, Heather, Sierra. That is where Sierra and Cody's storyline can end right before the final two, whether it's from Sierra sacrificing herself so that Cody can go on, or Cody backstabbing Sierra. Regardless, I feel so confident in my winning pick with Cody. Let's just keep watching.
You look like a Total Drama World Tour character.
It sure smells like him.
It could win you a trip for 4 around the world.
It's the Total Drama World Tour Who's Your Doppelganger contest.
Visit TotalDramaContest.com and enter your photo or video. No longer than 2 minutes, please.
I mean, I was so close, dude. I was dead on. And then this show does what it always does. I just watched episode 23 and 24. 24 was an aftermath episode. But episode 23, dude, everything I said was coming true. Cody realized that Sierra is actually very thoughtful, and he starts to like her back. While that is happening, Alejandro photoshops a picture of Cody and Heather cuddling. So that way, Sierra will go scorched earth and vote out Heather. Pretty good plan, right? Well, Cody finds out about it, shows Sierra that it's fake. So they now hatch a plan to team up with Heather and vote out Alejandro. And they do. The votes are all on Alejandro. I was right. And that meant I would get another accurate elimination prediction, right? Right? No, wrong. Because Sierra has a birthday cake for Cody, and the candles on the birthday cake cause barrels of oil to explode the entire plane. So in a fit of rage, Chris McLean, the host, who I am no longer dressed as, because fuck that guy, he, in a fit of rage, sends Sierra out of the game. She didn't even get voted out. Now listen, this is very bad for my elimination predictions. Sure, we can all see that. But it's really, really good for my winner pick. That's the one that really matters, right? I'm not losing my mind or anything, right? Because the official final three, We're looking at it. It's on the board. It's Alejandro, Heather, and Cody. We've already said it a million times, dude. They're not going to have a big villain in the final two. Plus, in the Aftermath episode, the eliminated players get to compete for an advantage for the players in the final three. Courtney wins the big advantage for Alejandro. He gets a wheelbarrow. Cody gets a smaller advantage with a baby carriage. Heather gets nothing. The fact that Alejandro is going into the finals with a huge advantage tells me, story-wise, that he's definitely losing. The big bad guy who manipulated and cheated and lies, he does not go into the finale with a giant advantage and then win. That's not how stories work. What happens in stories is that the big villain has all of the cards and he's got the big advantage and he goes into the finale and he gets dethroned by the underdog. And who's the underdog? Cody. Cody's the underdog. So I'm confident that Alejandro loses, right? It's like in pro wrestling. If you win Friday night in the main event against the person that you're fighting in the pay-per-view on Sunday, then you're probably losing on Sunday because you don't, the person who's at the top of the mountain, you have to come down from the mountain, man. You have to come down from the mountain. A good story is not that you're at the top of the mountain and then you stay at the top of the mountain. A good story is that someone has to climb up and push you off the mountain. And we know, look, guys, we know technically both of the final two players are winners. Sure. Yeah, we know that. Right. Because depending on what country's version you're watching, it's going to be one of the final two players that wins. I don't know which version I'm watching, okay? We just have to hope that I'm watching the version where Cody wins. That's okay with me. I'm willing to roll the dice on that. And truthfully, now that I'm looking at the final two, which is Cody Heather, it kind of is reminiscent to the final two of the other seasons. I mean, maybe not the first season, but last season, it's like when it was Duncan and Beth, right? So Heather is Duncan. Cody is Beth, right? Because Duncan won in the US version, Beth won in Canada. Maybe we just need to hope that we're watching the Canadian version so that Cody wins, right? Because because Heather's the Duncan, because she's not exactly a do-gooder, just like how Duncan is kind of a criminal most of the time. It's kind of his packaging as a character. Heather has gotten her hands dirty, sure. But this is a game for $1 million. You got to do what you got to do. And then Cody is a very likable underdog like Beth was, right? So this is all conjecture. I'm making all of this up. For all I know, Cody could get sent home and the final two is fucking Heather and Alejandro. Then I'd look like a fucking moron. But there's only one way to find out. And that is to go watch the show.
Are you ready for the end of the world tour? It's the Queen of Mean.
I will destroy you!
Versus the Latin Liar.
I suppose I earned that.
Oh yeah, and Cody's still in it too.
As if I could ever win.
The gloves are coming off.
So long, senorita loser!
And the claws are coming out.
I am gonna smoke you for breakfast.
And Cody's still in it too. Total Drama World Tour Finale. Tonight at 9, 8 Central.
I watched episode 25. Episode 25 ends on a cliffhanger. Because Heather wins the challenge and is guaranteed a spot in the final two. Cool. That's going according to plan. Cody and Alejandro tie for second place. So the episode ends with us not knowing who's in the final two. And I'm like, ooh, high stakes. I'm liking this. So I went ahead and just watched episode 26, which is the finale, right? So now we know who the final two is and we know who wins the whole season. But before we break everything down, before we break down everything that happens in this episode, I want to talk about how the YouTube playlist that I am watching, turns out it has both endings. So after I watched episode 26, there was another version of episode 26 immediately after. This brings up a whole new question. Which version do I count towards my prediction? The one that I watched first? Or should I just pick the American version, since that's the version I usually watch on Netflix, and that's the version that I would have watched if it was just like on TV, right? Well, as we try to figure this out, doesn't even fucking matter, because Cody's not even in the final two, dude. After all of this time, I was so certain that the final two was Cody and Heather. I mean, I was certain of it. When Alejandro won the battle, the tiebreaker against Cody, my mouth was fucking agape. I was more shocked than Shark Boy going up against George Lopez. I was devastated, bro. I could not genuinely believe my eyes. The final two in this goddamn show is Heather and Alejandro, which means they both win depending on which version you watch. The first version that I watched was the version where Heather wins. She tricks Alejandro into thinking that she's in love with him, and then boom, backstabs him. She wins the whole season. Honestly, good for her. I like Heather. Then, in the other version, the same thing happens, except Heather accidentally wins the whole thing for Alejandro. Wild stuff, dude. Wild stuff. I will say, I really enjoyed this season of Total Drama. I'm glad I watched it. The final two makes complete sense. Right? The whole season was about this competition between Heather and Alejandro. It's just that I messed it all up. I used my knowledge of the first two seasons and I let it influence my decisions, and I blew it. And I have no one to blame but myself. The show is great. The show is awesome. This is a great show. I'm the one that messed this up. It was me. I was just so certain that they would not let Alejandro in the final two because he's the big villain. And you don't let the big villain win. I would be lying if I said I was not devastated right now. I really thought I nailed this one. Well, this is just, let's chalk it up to another L for me. Okay. Links down below for Patreon. All right. I'll see you next time.